Chapter 1542. Kunlun Mountain was the final trump card of the Kunlun realm, the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse. In the end, it still fell to the demonic god. No matter how strong the demonic corpse's physical body was, it would eventually run out of strength. Its injuries piled up. In the end, it would explode into a pool of black blood. As for the demonic god, he was innately undefeatable. No matter how badly his body was damaged, he would recover in an extremely short time. Furthermore, the demonic god was terrifyingly strong. With one punch, he could easily knock back a prime. No one could block the demonic god's repeated attacks. Just look at how strong Xiao Chen was earlier. However, he did not last long against the demonic god. Not to mention Ing Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the Fox King. It's over. Seeing the final 10,000-year-old demonic corpse explode into a pool of blood, all the Kunlun realm cultivators sighed in their hearts. Qitian, there is no need for you to struggle. The Earth Demon Monarch and the other demonic world primes stopped their attacks. Their anxious hearts finally released their bated breath. After this, there was no need for them to make a move. The demonic god alone was sufficient to destroy 7 primes. Emperor Forsaken, Ing Zongtian, and the others remained silent. At this final moment, they did not feel fear or despair but pity. Pity that they could no longer see these great mountains and rivers. Pity that they would no longer have the chance to fight alongside their fellow Taoists. Ing Zongtian, I'm sorry. I have never apologized in my life. I believe that if I do not apologize now, there might not be another chance, Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign said indifferently. His expression was somewhat sorrowful and somewhat helpless. He also felt some regret. If he had not been so utilitarian in the past, the entire Kunlun realm would not have lost so much of its high-end combat power when Xiao Chen advanced to martial emperor. In this battle, there might have been a chance to protect the Kunlun realm. Although the demonic god was strong, if the demonic god killed all the other cultivators and demonic beasts of the demonic world, he alone would not be able to truly occupy the Kunlun realm. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "All right, I forgive you. I have never forgiven anyone who has made a big mistake in my life. Before I die, I won't let you have this regret." The few remaining Kunlun supremes stood side by side, prepared to withstand the last wave of attack from the demonic god. Shui Lingling was a little tired. Standing on the mystic bird, the primordial energy in her body was almost exhausted, and her spirit was even more fatigued. Is it about to end? And Juanshi leaned against a mountain rock. He truly had no strength to continue fighting. He needed to rest, and his injuries also needed to recover. Feng Xingsheng, Xianyuan Zhantian, Mo Chen, and the other Dragon's Gate cultivators all showed helplessness and dissatisfaction in their eyes. At this moment, it was as though the entire Kunlun realm was sighing. Qitian, you thought that you fought against me your entire life. However, from the very beginning, you've only been toyed with by me. Thousands of faces squeezed together under the demonic god's skin, changing continuously. Finally, they turned into the Thunder King's face. Qitian said coldly, "Thunder King, if you want to make a move, do it quickly. Look at your current appearance, you look neither human nor ghost. You probably won't be able to die even if you wanted to." Humph. A dead person is not qualified to mock me. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, an intense beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. In reality, it was not that the light was very intense. It was just that the demonic clouds had covered the world for too long, preventing people from seeing sunlight for too long. Hence, the light was so piercing and intense. Light? These demonic clouds are 10 kilometers thick. Even I cannot pierce through them in one breath. Who did it? Ing Zongtian exclaimed in shock as he raised his head. That intense beam of light in the boundless darkness immediately attracted everyone's attention. The moment the light beam fell, a white figure slowly descended from the pillar of light. It's big brother Xiao Chen. It's Xiao Chen. It's the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. The Blue Dragon King is back. Those with good eyesight immediately saw the white-clad person's appearance and could not help exclaiming, "The heavenly Tao is back. I can feel it." Emperor Forsaken, who had already accepted death, suddenly became excited. The Thunder King revealed a horrified expression. How can this be? He was so severely injured. How did he recover in such a short time? The demonic god could no longer care about killing Emperor Forsaken. Its huge body shrank continuously. The demonic god did not release its demonic might, fearing that the heavenly Tao would kill it. Hence, it had no choice but to take the initiative to scatter its cultivation. The beam of light continued to expand. By the time Xiaochen landed, the entire profound domain had recovered. The demonic clouds were like heavy snow in winter, continuously melting under the radiance of the sun. The demonic clouds covering the entire Kunlun realm vanished at an extremely fast pace. Just like how justice would definitely prevail over evil, darkness would not cover the land forever. As long as someone dared to stand out and poke a hole, the light of the heavenly Tao would spread over the land. How painful! How piercing! My strength is gone. So tired, so sleepy. I don't have any strength left. What's going on? Why did I suddenly age so much? Why? Why did my old injuries relapse? Countless demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts were horrified to discover that all sorts of terrifying problems had appeared around them. Several demons even started crying in despair. Earlier, they had been full of energy and strong bodies. Now, their hair had turned white, and their bodies were riddled with injuries. No one would be able to accept this. Draining one's life force to heal one's injuries and strengthen one's combat prowess, the side effects would arrive sooner or later. By poking a hole in the sky and weakening the demonic god's strength, Xiaochen had only brought this moment forward. Saber. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the scattered lunar shadow saber on the battlefield turned into a beam of light and returned to his hand. The absence of Ao Jiao in the saber stunned Xiaochen for a moment. However, he could sense that Ao Jiao was still alive, so Xiaochen let go of this worry. Holding the saber horizontally in his hand, Xiaochen sent out a saber light. A tyrannical aura that looked down on the world erupted from his body. The saber light swept out in all directions. All the demons and demonic beasts within 50 kilometers of Xiaochen were struck by the azure light. Dark Church's Church Master, do you dare to fight me again? The saber light on Xiaochen's saber flickered as he pointed it at the Dark Church's Church Master. A strong aura spread out from Xiaochen's body, giving the impression that he was a powerful saber sovereign, ruling the world, unrivaled in all directions. Defeated opponent, this time, the heavenly Tao is not isolated. Those old monsters of the Blue Dragon Palace will not dare to come and save you. I will make sure you die thoroughly. The Dark Church's Church Master returned to the height of a regular person. He held back his overwhelming demonic might. With a gentle leap, he arrived before Xiaochen, not showing any fear. At this moment, the thousands of demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts fell into chaos. The cultivators and demonic beasts that had already charged up the mountain all retreated in a fluster. The state of their bodies suddenly plummeted from their peak to rock bottom, accompanied by all sorts of pain. The side effects of overdrawing on their potential erupted. They were now even weaker than regular people, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The Kunlun Realm's war banner rose up behind Xiaochen once more, fluttering loudly in the strong wind. The war banner did not fall. It was like a blazing fire, igniting the hot-bloodedness in everyone's hearts, turning it into a blazing flame. We cannot let them leave so easily. Rage burned in Juanshi's eyes. His entire body was drained of energy. However, he gritted his teeth and stood up in the end, trembling. The many fatigued Kunlun realm cultivators gritted their teeth and stood up. They tightly gripped their weapons and charged out with their final breaths. Although they were injured and fatigued, they had not overdrawn on their potential. They did not have the side effects of the demons. Before the Kunlun realm cultivators, the demons did not have any combat prowess at all. They fled in panic, utterly defeated. Miserable cries rang out at every moment. Those were the miserable cries of the demons. Good and evil would be repaid. It was not that there was no retribution, it was just that the time had not come yet. After massacring so many people of the Kunlun realm, it was time for them to pay their debts. As Xiaochen listened to the miserable cries, his expression did not change at all. He looked at the demonic god coldly and said, "This is their retribution. Soon, it will be your turn." Humph. Do you think that you can kill me by letting the might of the heavenly Tao descend again? Let me tell you, I will not die. As long as I am around, this war will not end. The Thunder King's eyes turned somewhat crazed. As he looked at Xiaochen, he hated him so much that his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. He was just one step away from killing all the Kunlun realm primes and obtaining the Rock of Origin. However, Xiaochen's reappearance shattered this beautiful dream. The situation of the battlefield also reversed. "You little bastard, you are even more loathsome than the Qing Emperor. If not for the fact that I had no choice, why would I nurture a tiger and invite disaster? However, since you do not treasure it, I will not show mercy either. Die." The demonic god leaped into the air and punched. Overwhelming demonic might erupted intensely on his fist light. That strong demonic might could knock back a prime with just demonic might. Show mercy? You'd best use your full power. Otherwise, you will die very quickly. Xiaochen casually swung his saber, not showing any fear of the other party. He met force with force, not dodging at all. Dang! The fist light and the saber clashed, producing a loud clang. The two each moved back 100 steps, evenly matched. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaochen's lips. Then, he held his saber with both hands and looked at the other party coldly. The Thunder King, the demonic god, felt stunned. However, when he saw the blood on Xiaochen's lips, he smiled and said, "What a surprise. You became so strong. Unfortunately, I am immortal. However, your flesh is your greatest weakness." Amid loud laughter, black sparks flew out of the Thunder King's fingers. With every step the demonic god took, a black lotus flower appeared under his feet. As the lotus flowers drifted in the air, the demonic god executed Thunder Hell. This time, the Thunder Hell was even stronger than the one the Thunder King executed. Flawless saber technique, heaven-swallowing stance. As Xiaochen swung his saber, countless mysterious phenomena shot out of his body. There was a bright moon, snowflakes, a lightning dragon, a blazing sun, and boundless saber lights. Xiaochen poured out all his comprehensions, eventually turning into a huge dragon head. The dragon head opened its huge mouth and sucked in all the lotus flowers, black lightning, and all the negative emotions. What martial technique is this? The Thunder King was startled. His Thunder Hell and the lotus flower mysterious phenomena were all gone. "I'll return them to you." Xiaochen shouted, and the saber in his hand spun around, sending out a pure black saber light spreading lightning and negative emotions. Pu ci. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of black blood. The saber light formed by his Thunder Hell chopped off half of the Thunder King's body. Although his body continuously recovered, the Thunder King felt an unprecedented worry when he saw Xiaochen's eyes. The Thunder King saw a strong confidence in Xiaochen's eyes and a hatred that even the sky and the sea could not contain. Chapter 1543. It looks like I have to get serious with you. Xiaochen, you are stronger than I thought. The Thunder King's body quickly recovered. Then, he waved his right hand, and a huge axe suddenly appeared in his grasp. Xiaochen's eyelids twitched slightly. This huge axe was also a transcendent divine weapon. During the king conferral ceremony, the other party had used this axe when he fought the heaven-abandoning fist. The past truly made one sigh. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Xiaochen. Earlier, the other party said that he regretted nurturing a tiger. Could it be that there was some hidden trouble? However, this thought disappeared in a flash, because the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed had already charged over. The demonic god wielding a weapon did not change its aura much, but it could let go of its arrogance. It no longer fought in a simple and crude manner. Instead, it played combat techniques with Shao Chen, which posed a greater threat to Shao Chen. In terms of combat experience, who could compare to the Thunder King, who had lived for more than 10,000 years? Perhaps the only thing that Shao Chen could rely on was his sharpness and his ultimate killing move. Dang! 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 The huge axe clashed with the saber. The two started an intense battle in the profound domain. The Thunder King had plenty of combat experience. However, Shao Chen's saber techniques were not weak either. Soon, the two fought for real, becoming increasingly ferocious. The two fought a frenzied battle, accompanied by the miserable cries of the demon race cultivators. As time went by, demon race cultivators fell in large numbers on the battlefield. The demonic world primes held on bitterly, placing all their hopes on the demonic god. They only hoped that the demonic god could turn the tide and kill Shao Chen before turning the situation around. Aside from focusing on the Thunder King, Shao Chen also split off a portion of his attention to observe the fight between Ying Zongtian and the other primes. The primes mostly held the upper hand in their fight. Only the Kunlun Palace's palace master fought against Xing Wang and Fa Wang alone, appearing perilous. Shao Chen found an opening and suddenly executed the divine lightning eye. Xing Wang, who was currently fighting with the Kunlun Palace's palace master, did not react at all. 3 lightning tribulations layered over each other and landed on him. Shao Chen, who had just experienced a lightning tribulation, gained a new understanding of lightning tribulations. The 3 lightning tribulations merged together and formed a statue of a deity made of lightning. Then, it came crashing down. Pucci. Severely injured, Kingly Punisher was unable to dodge at all. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed. How could the Kunlun Palace's palace master let go of such a good opportunity? He swung his saber and chopped Xing Wang in half. After finishing off one, the pressure on the Kunlun Palace's palace master immediately decreased significantly. In a one-on-one fight, even Xing Wang and Fa Wang would not be a match for him. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Shao Chen, you're really arrogant. With a sneer, the Thunder King swung his axe down. Boundless thunder roared in the sky. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky and was pulled down by the giant axe. Black lightning descended from the clouds and spread to the giant axe, causing the speed of the axe to suddenly increase by several times. Dang! Shao Chen, who blocked this axe with his saber, was knocked back 1 kilometer before he managed to stand stably. This is just the beginning. Shao Chen, let's see how long you can last. Even if I fight for half a year, I will not be able to exhaust my demonic energy. What about you? 3 days? 2 days? Or even 1 day? As the Thunder King held the giant axe, his words dealt a blow to Shao Chen's confidence, breaking down Shao Chen's fighting spirit. I don't need that long to kill you. At most, half a day. Shao Chen did not get angry or happy. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to charge over. Shao Chen needed to find an opportunity. As long as he could find one, he would execute all his killing moves and then combine them with his sure kill move to kill the other party. During this period, he could not give the other party any chance to catch his breath. Thunder Purgatory. After fighting for half a day, the Thunder King roared ferociously and used the same move. He did not believe that Shao Chen could break his domain this time. Black lotus flowers floated in the air once more, each one as heavy as a mountain. They contained extremely compressed demonic chi and flickered with black sparks. They could turn into sharp killing blades at any moment, catching one off guard. Whoosh! 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 Countless lotus flowers spun around, flying at Shao Chen in an airtight formation. Fish dragon art, like a fish in water, thousands of changes. In an instant, Shao Chen's feet moved about within an inch of space, moving thousands of times, creating countless human figures and saber lights. Some of the black lotus flowers were dodged by Shao Chen, while others were shattered by the saber. 1 Bodhi leaf, 1 world, 1 flower. The Thunder King formed hand seals with one hand, and the situation changed again. Every lotus flower that Xiaochen shattered turned into countless lotus flowers again. Caught off guard, the afterimages that Xiaochen created shattered one by one. Unable to dodge, his true body got struck by several lotus flowers. It was as if he had been struck by several mountains, and the huge impact sent him flying. The lotus flowers exploded, and countless strands of demonic qi and lightning ran amok in Xiaochen's body. The situation suddenly turned grim. Now was the time to kill in one strike. The Thunder King saw an opportunity. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he gave up on his plan to fight steadily, becoming more aggressive. Aside from frustration, the main reason was that the demonic world's demon monarchs were being killed one by one. The situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous to Xiaochen. If he waited for those supreme beings to free themselves and attack him together, it was very likely that he would be tortured to death. Even if Xiaochen did not die, he would have to flee to the demonic world and recuperate. It's coming. Xiaochen's heart sank, feeling somewhat nervous. This time, the other party went all out and finally revealed an opening. Sharp Spirit Finger. When the Thunder King's axe landed, Xiaochen quickly executed a secret technique that he had not used in a long time, the Sharp Spirit Finger. Xiaochen focused all his energy, vital qi, veritable essence energy, magic energy, and the demonic qi and black lightning running amok in his body. All of them were concentrated on a single finger. He had purposely revealed a flaw, waiting for this opportunity. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the berserk energy contained in the Sharp Spirit Finger knocked away the Thunder King's axe, causing it to fly out of his hand. However, the Thunder King still maintained the posture of holding the axe with both hands, chopping down with all his might. This finger was too fast and too strong. Xiaochen did not realize that he had lost the axe at all. By the time he reacted, Xiaochen opened his left hand. He had already finished storing up energy for the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon's killing move. A berserk tricolor dragon flew out of Xiaochen's palm. The Ice Blood Lightning Dragon immediately opened a huge bloody hole in the Thunder King's chest. Xiaochen's movements were smooth and coherent as if he had practiced them 100 times before. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The Thunder King's body had not even landed. Xiaochen's right hand, which held the saber, quickly followed up with a chop. A resplendent saber light chopped the Thunder King's body in half. Countless faces squeezed under the demonic god's skin, looking distorted and horrifying. Clearly, he was in incredible pain. Xiaochen, I'm going to kill you. I definitely have to kill you. After the demonic god reacted, he threw a palm strike at Xiaochen at a crazy speed. However, Xiaochen was already prepared. He placed his left hand on the tip of his saber and blocked this palm strike. However, he was still injured and went flying back while vomiting blood. Clearly, this palm strike from the demonic god was extremely painful. Dragon Blood's soul-breaking finger. Enduring the intense pain, Xiaochen executed his final sure-kill move as he retreated. Success or failure depended on this finger strike. After putting in a lot of effort, the Thunder King struggled free from the tens of thousands of faces, turning the demonic god back into him. After recovering his face, the demonic god laughed maniacally and said, "Xiaochen, this is the killing move that you planned for a long time, right? Unfortunately, it still cannot kill me. I am undying." However, as the demonic god spoke, he suddenly felt immense horror. The instant the retreating Xiaochen sent out that finger strike, his aura suddenly changed drastically. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Countless strong winds swept through the battlefield. At this moment, Xiaochen's aura truly suppressed the demonic god. This caused the demonic god to feel fear in the depths of his soul and immense pressure. After recovering his face with much difficulty, the Thunder God's face started changing again. At one moment, it was the Thunder King's face. At another moment, it changed into something else. That was the soul in the demonic god's body feeling fear and starting to struggle. A Soul Dao martial technique. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, the Thunder King felt extreme fear. He wanted to make a move and change something. However, he discovered that he could no longer control the demonic god. A scarlet light shot out from the tip of Xiao Chen's finger. Everything within 10 kilometers entered the scarlet space. With Xiao Chen's eyes, he could see through everything. Soul energy spread throughout the space. It was like there were no secrets in the world. The scarlet light with dragon patterns on it pierced through the demonic god's brain in an instant. Whoosh! The countless souls in the demonic god's body shattered. Countless beams of piercing black light burst out of the demonic god's body from the inside out. As the light bloomed, the demonic god's demonic might receded like a flood. Boom! The demonic god's body exploded. The might and pressure belonging to the demonic god vanished from the entire battlefield, vanishing from the world. Xiao Chen fell to the ground in exhaustion. He held his chest with his right hand and coughed. Then, he got up and headed for the place where the demonic god exploded. He wanted to verify whether the demonic god was truly dead. The tip of the saber sliced the ground, giving off sizzling sounds. Then, Xiao Chen walked over step by step. Only an image remained in the deep pit created by the explosion. It looked like it would vanish at any moment, flickering about. That was the Thunder King's soul. His soul was the strongest. Unlike the other souls, it was not destroyed by the soul-breaking finger. However, it was not far from destruction. Looking at the Thunder King's current state, it was clear. Xiao Chen relaxed. He knew that the demonic god was truly dead. Looking at the Thunder King's soul that looked like it would vanish at any moment, Xiao Chen asked, "Do you regret it?" The Thunder King's soul smiled and said, "Regret? I only regret that I did not ruthlessly kill you back then. Don't be happy too early. Unless you do not leave the Kunlun realm, you will not be able to escape death once you leave. I just die before you. The winner takes all. From the day I became the Dark Church's church master, I never regretted it." Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He felt that something was wrong. However, just as he was about to ask something, amid the maniacal laughter, the Thunder King's soul started to flicker intensely, growing fainter and fainter until it vanished. Even in death, this madman who toyed with the many Kunlun realm primes did not show any regret. Chapter 1544. This time, the demonic god finally died. As far as the eye could see, the entire fiend army had already been killed until it was beyond recognition. With the death of the demonic god, these demon cultivators and demonic beast kings became even more horrified, losing all their will to fight. Even the few demon monarchs chose to flee, not daring to linger in battle. After chasing the demon army out of the profound domain, no one gave chase. It was not that they did not want to, but that they were too tired. The Kunlun realm won against the deep abyss demonic world once again. However, the price they paid this time was much more severe than in any of the previous demonic calamities. Rivers of blood flowed in the Xian domain. Every single person who survived felt grief and sorrow. After the battle ended, the people in charge of the various sects gathered the surviving disciples. Many sects, from the sect leaders to the lower-level disciples, were all killed in this battle. Several disciples cried loudly as they looked at the corpses of their friends and family. The furthest distance in the world was life and death. That was a hurdle that could never be crossed. Once lost, there was no way to search for it. It could only appear in one's memories. When the scenes flashed, one would recall the past of their family and friends, leaving only grief. In an instant, the entire mystic region was filled with sorrowful cries. These unyielding men were all unyielding. These unyielding men did not cry even when they were in despair. Now that they chased away the demons, they could no longer hold back their grief and released it. Xiao Chen also felt regret in his heart. There were definitely people from the Dragon's Gate who died as well, including Lan Yu, whom he personally killed. In this battle, Xiao Chen's strength had improved significantly, and he had gained a lot. However, compared to what he lost, the price was too heavy. Big Brother Xiao. Many figures moved around the battlefield. Everyone was busy searching for the corpses of their family and friends. Mo Chen quickly led the Dragon's Gate's people to Xiao Chen's side. Beside her were Xianyuan Zhantian, Lan Xiaobai, Lan Yu, Kim Taeho, Gong Yangyu, and many Dragon's Gate doyens. Although they were severely injured, most of them were not dead. Mo Chen explained to Xiao Chen. The main reason was the Yinyang Grand Formation that Xiao Chen left, which united the people of the Dragon's Gate as one. Many of the Dragon's Gate doyens, who fought independently, joined the Saber Formation the moment there was danger. Among all the sects, the Dragon sect was considered to have suffered lesser losses. This result caused Xiao Chen to feel slightly at ease. Not long after, friends of the same generation appeared one after another, greeting Xiao Chen. Feng Xingsheng, Shui Lingling, and Juanxi, Bai, Yuan Su, and many of Xiao Chen's good friends were still around. At this moment, standing in the middle of the battlefield, everyone who had survived felt that it had not been easy. Everyone could feel that it was not easy to live. Xiao Chen, this time, the Kunlun realm is all thanks to you. Without you, Kunlun would not have won. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "That's not right. We were able to win by a fluke this time because everyone was united. We disregarded life and death and worked together in exchange for it. Everyone did their best. Just like all of you, I also did my best. They are the real heroes." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at the Kunlun realm cultivators who died in battle. Everyone followed his finger, shifting their gazes. Many scenes seemed to appear before everyone's eyes. There was the touching scene of Fu Hongyao stabbing Chu Yang with countless swords and falling down together. There was also Yan Shisan and Di Wuk, two outstanding talents, releasing the final light of their lives in exchange for a celestial demon monarch's head. There was also the shocking scene of the three holy masters' son, Xiao Hoju, dying in battle and Shiman Bao's entire family dying on the battlefield. Those vivid scenes, those familiar names. Thinking about it, those shared experiences seemed like it was just yesterday. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes as they felt a strange sorrow. These were all outstanding talents of the same generation. Everyone had interacted before, barging into the Forbidden Lands together and participating in the martial gathering together. There had been battles, trials and tribulations, as well as battles of wills and emotions. However, now, they could no longer see those people. Everything became a memory. During the great battle, everyone suffered together. It was easy to imagine that the Kunlun realm would be peaceful for a long time to come. The Kunlun realm would enter a period of cultivation and recuperation. With the lingering charm of the Golden Age, the Kunlun realm would develop very quickly. These outstanding talents who had experienced the baptism of war would definitely grow very quickly as well. It is too unfortunate that Di Wuk and Yan Shisan died, and Juanxi said in a somewhat choked voice as he rubbed his eyes. The place fell silent. Everyone felt very heavy in their hearts. Xiao Chen said, "Everyone, go back first and deal with the aftermath. There are still some loose ends that need to be taken care of. Goodbye." Everyone stepped forward and performed cupped fist salutes at the same time, saying goodbye to Xiao Chen. After the outstanding talents of the same generation left, the Kunlun Palace's palace master, Ingzongtian, and the others arrived before Xiao Chen. The four looked at each other. Everyone was somewhat speechless. After a simple greeting, the Kunlun Palace's palace master said, "Xiao Chen, you deal with the Dragon's Gate's matter as well. Leave the loose ends to the Kunlun Palace. We have experience with this." Ingzongtian said, "Of the 18 demon monarchs, only 8 remain. They all fled back to the demonic world. After you deal with the Dragon's Gate's matter, we can discuss what to do." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he said, "Leave this to me. I will make a trip to the deep abyss demonic world. With my strength, this time, I will be able to eliminate all the hidden dangers of the demon race." When the primes heard this, they nodded slightly. With Xiao Chen making a move, that would be for the best. "Everyone, I will take my leave first. There are still many matters of the deity race waiting for me to deal with." Emperor Forsaken appeared extremely fatigued. This time, the deity race suffered heavy losses. The death of the divine son, Di-Wuk, was a huge blow to Emperor Forsaken. I will take my leave as well. Everyone took their leave. They all had some necessary matters to deal with. Everyone was very busy on the battlefield. Shao Chen still had something to deal with, so he could not return to the Dragon's Gate for now. Although Shao Chen had the lunar shadow saber, the item spirit, Ao Jiao, had not returned yet. Although he could sense that she was fine, he still had to find her and understand what happened. After informing Mo Chen, Shao Chen followed his senses and found the restricted Ao Jiao 50 kilometers outside the profound domain. Shao Chen frowned slightly. Why is Ao Jiao here? Furthermore, someone is restricting her. When Ao Jiao saw Shao Chen, her eyes immediately darted around. However, she could not move at all. When Shao Chen saw this scene, he smiled faintly and went over to help her remove the restriction. The restriction set up was not malicious. It was just a restriction to trap people. However, the method used was quite brilliant. Shao Chen tried a few times before he managed to remove the restriction. It was very troublesome. You are finally here. I nearly suffocated to death. Did you kill the demonic god? Shao Chen nodded and said, the demonic god is already dead, and the remnant demon armies have retreated from the Kunlun realm. The war is over. We won. That's great. I knew you would be able to do it. You really did it. Shao Chen said indifferently, I won by luck. Tell me about you. Who restricted you? Why did you leave the lunar shadow saber for no reason at all? Ao Jiao sighed and said, aren't I helping you? After a person's head is chopped off, if it can be reattached quickly, it can still be saved. At that time, you held off the Thunder King. This was a rare opportunity. Naturally, I could not miss it. Shao Chen was stunned, and his expression changed drastically. Could it be that Len Yu is not dead yet? What happened after that? Did you save Len Yu? Ao Jiao said helplessly, I don't know. I just helped to stitch up her head and body. I don't know if I can save her or not. Then, someone snatched Len Yu away. I ran out to give chase. After that, this is what you see now. Shao Chen asked anxiously, did you see that person? What does he look like? How strong is he? If Len Yu did not die, then he would have fewer regrets in this war. I don't know. That person was too fast and very strong. At the very least, he is a prime. Ao Jiao lowered her head and said softly, sorry, this is all I can do to help. After thinking for a while, Shao Chen's expression turned much warmer. He said warmly, it's fine. I already roughly guessed who did it. Who is it? My greatest enemy. Chapter 1545. Shao Chen already had a rough guess as to who kidnapped Len Yu. More accurately, it should be the one who saved Len Yu. Someone who could interact with Len Yu and risk his life to save her. Furthermore, the only one who could do this without anyone noticing was Chu Chaoyun. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, who else could it be? However, this was a good thing. Len Yu would not die. After this battle, Shao Chen no longer had any regrets. He had done his best to kill the demonic god. Most of the people of the Dragon's Gate were still alive. This was already a great consolation. Ao Jiao, rest first. I'll make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. Shao Chen said softly as he looked at Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao nodded and turned into a beam of light, returning to the immortal spirit ring. The old dragon horse and the others had been waiting in the Blue Dragon Palace for a long time already, respectfully waiting for Shao Chen. Congratulations, young master, on killing the demonic god and eliminating a threat to the Kunlun realm. This battle severely injured the Dark Church. If the outside factions want to target the Kunlun realm, they will need at least tens of thousands of years to prepare. The moment the young woman entered the palace, she spoke up. Young master, seeing that your cultivation is even more stable and that you learned a Soul Dao martial technique, you must have met the blood-soaked dragon emperor, the old dragon horse said with a smile. Young master, tell us, what kind of person is this blood-soaked dragon emperor? There are many legends about him in the dragon race. The others rushed to ask Xiao Chen a bunch of questions. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and answered some of them. However, what kind of person was the blood-soaked dragon emperor? There was no way to give a simple summary. Like Xiao Chen, that person wore long white robes and had a sinister look on his face, looking like he was smiling. However, the cold killing chi in that person's eyes made it hard for others to associate that expression with a smile. This person's character was also extremely strange. One moment, he showed extreme disdain for Xiao Chen. Then, he told Xiao Chen all the important points of the Soul Dao martial technique in detail. What kind of character was this? A tsundere? These people probably could not accept that the blood-soaked dragon emperor, whom the dragon race revered as a legend, was such a strange person. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "The blood-soaked dragon emperor is very strong. I have not interacted with him for long, so it is hard to say what kind of person he is. These are all minor details. Young master, when do you plan to leave this banished land?" The old dragon horse asked simply and straightforwardly. Xiao Chen said thoughtfully, "I still have some trivial matters to deal with in the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, I am not ready yet. I am afraid I cannot leave for a while." The old dragon horse nodded and said with a serious expression, "No matter when you leave, there is one thing that you must do. Big Brother Long, go ahead. The reconstructed Dragon's Gate must leave behind the blue dragon totem for people to worship and worship." Xiao Chen said thoughtfully, "What's the reason? Do you know why no one can obtain the blue dragon martial spirit after the Dragon's Gate is destroyed? It is because the totem is no longer around. As long as the totem receives enough worship, the Dragon's Gate disciples who signed a contract with the totem will eventually have a blue dragon martial spirit. At that time, they will come to our blue dragon palace to take the test. As long as they pass the test, we will help them activate their blue dragon bloodline. As long as the sect prospers, the blue dragon bloodline will be reborn." At this point, the old dragon horse paused for a while before continuing. "Of course, there is a prerequisite to all this." "What prerequisite?" "The prerequisite is that you can become the dragon emperor," the Dragon's Gate said, enunciating every word as it looked at Xiao Chen. The other blue dragon palace's item spirit said, "Young master, this is an unavoidable responsibility as the master of the blue dragon palace. I hope you can understand that our blue dragon bloodline has been destroyed in the outside world for tens of thousands of years already. However, we have never given up or despaired. Now, we place all our hopes on you. Young master, you can definitely do it. Even the strongest blood-soaked dragon emperor chose you." Xiao Chen could feel the fervor, pride, and glory in their words. "Since I chose the blue dragon palace, I definitely will not give up. However, I have a question. Earlier, Big Brother Dragon, you said that after the Dragon's Gate's totem was destroyed, it would not be possible to give birth to a blue dragon martial spirit. Why can I?" The Dragon's Gates group exchanged looks, not knowing how to answer. In the end, it was the Dragon's Gates Gate that said, "Young master, actually, we discovered long ago that you have other secrets. It is not as simple as we thought. You can only unravel all this on your own. Even in the outside world, I have never seen such an exquisite cultivation technique for your Purple Thunder divine incantation. To think that it can allow one to dual cultivate immortal energy and martial energy, cultivating magic energy and essence energy at the same time. I believe that back then, the blood-soaked dragon emperor also discovered your secret. That's why he took the risk to pass on a Soul Dao martial technique to you, as your soul energy is very strong." The girl in her prime continued, "Actually, I also know the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. However, it is not as mighty as young master's. Furthermore, young master, this is your first time cultivating it. This is very unusual." Xiao Chen looked at the serious expressions of these people. These were major characters with much higher cultivations than him. "It is that incredible?" The few nodded at the same time and said, "Extremely terrifying." Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more about his secret. He could guess that it had something to do with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. However, it was not time to tell others yet. Big Brother Dragon, let me ask you something. Did you manage to figure out the origins of that dark church? After thinking for a while, the old dragon horse answered, it is the Black Lotus Church, an evil sect born from the Buddhist sect. It is not very strong, but the Buddhist sect has not been able to completely destroy this sect. This is sufficient to show that this Black Lotus Church still has some accumulations. This stunned Xiao Qin. Then, he asked seriously, Big Brother Dragon, take a look at me. Is there anything wrong with me? Let me take a look. Suddenly, the girl in her prime opened her eyes. Many stars flickered in her eyes. It was like everything in the world froze before her eyes. Xiao Qin felt a force travel around his body. However, he could not figure out the meridians and direction of this force. This is soul energy. For this girl to be able to use her soul energy so nimbly, she was at least 2 cultivation realms higher than him. What is that? The azure-clad man said, pointing to an indistinct clump of black qi at Xiao Qin's chest. Lotus flower seal. When Xiao Qin looked carefully, that was the silhouette of a black lotus. However, it was too blurry and hard to distinguish. Hong Yi, take a look and see if you can help him get rid of it. This should have been planted by that demonic god when you fought with him. Xiao Qin thought for a while. He had fought with the demonic god for too long and had too many opportunities to make a move. He simply could not imagine when the demonic god planted this seal on him. The girl in her prime nodded and gathered her soul energy at Xiao Qin's chest. However, after a few attempts, the black lotus flower seal would grow back. There was no way to get rid of it. Big Brother Long, this lotus flower seal is not harmful and will not cause any damage to the body. However, it has merged with young master's flesh and soul. It can only be removed once young master's soul and physical body are destroyed, the girl in her prime said helplessly as she withdrew her soul energy. The girl in her prime withdrew her soul energy and said helplessly. Xiao Qin's heart sank. No wonder the Thunder King said that he would not leave the Kunlun realm unless he did not leave. Otherwise, once he left, he would not be able to escape death. It was just a matter of time. The Dragon King studied it for a while. Then, he looked at Xiao Qin and said, it looks like there is really no way to get rid of this black lotus flower seal. This seal should be used to track people. However, I find it strange that the Black Lotus Church made such a big fuss to track you. In the past, I felt that it was too difficult for a faction like the Black Lotus Church to waste so many resources to obtain a rock of origin. I felt that they wanted something else. Perhaps the problem lies with you. The girl in her prime looked at the old dragon horse and asked, Big Brother Long, what should we do? With Xiao Qin's current strength, not to mention the Black Lotus Church's church master, even his subordinates can capture Xiao Qin. The old dragon horse said calmly, there is no need to rush. I have some ways to deal with this. When Xiao Qin decides to leave, I should be able to figure it out. In that case, many thanks, Big Brother Long, young master, you are too polite. Give me the Emperor Dragon Ring in your hand. I'll go and retrieve the divine material for the Soaring Dragon Ring. Emperor Dragon Ring? What Emperor Dragon Ring? Xiao Qin felt confused for a while before realizing that the old dragon horse was referring to the ring that his father left for him. Rumor has it that the dragon god obtained this ring during the Great Desolate Aeon. The original item was a special divine material. The dragon god did not completely comprehend its mysteries. He only polished it into a ring and passed it down from generation to generation, becoming the symbol of the Dragon Emperor. What happened after that? Haha. During the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's generation, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor treated it as the personal belonging of our Blue Dragon Bloodline's clan head, passing it down from generation to generation. No one gossiped about it? What gossiping? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor is a great contributor to the entire dragon race. Without him, the dragon race would not have its current glory. It would have declined long ago, the girl in her prime said disapprovingly. The old dragon horse smiled and said, actually, it is the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor who feels that this Emperor Dragon Ring has other mysteries. Although he cannot comprehend it, it does not mean that the blue dragon's descendants cannot. He is taking care of our bloodline. Although the other bloodlines are unhappy, this ring is just a symbol, so it is up to the blood-soaked dragon emperor to do whatever he wants. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt speechless. This blood-soaked dragon emperor was truly tyrannical. No wonder the blue dragon's descendants respected him. Chapter 1546. After walking out of the blue dragon palace, Xiao Chen continued to stare at the emperor dragon ring in his hand. Unexpectedly, this insignificant ring had such a great origin. It was actually left from the dragon god's era. The dragon god was the father of the three ancestor dragons. Before the world was created, when the universe was still in primal chaos, he was already a primal chaos god demon. Even during that legendary era, he was a famous existence. However, after the primal chaos era ended, these god demons all sealed themselves. However, they all had descendants. The three ancestor dragons were the descendants of the dragon god, representing the will of the dragon god. During the Great Desolate Aeon, they competed with the 10,000 races. Xiao Chen thought, the dragon god already knows the mysteries of the emperor dragon ring. It is just that the later generations found it hard to understand. Otherwise, the dragon god would not deliberately carve it into a ring, passing it down from generation to generation. Unfortunately, no one in the dragon race could understand it. As for Xiao Chen, he only needed to watch. This was something that the successive dragon emperors could not understand, so he could only watch. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Big Brother Dragon gave Xiao Chen a piece of Blue Dragon Divine Wood and a Divine Knife Skills inspection. The knife skills were not the saber of a bladesman but the carving knife of an engraver. Xiao Chen needed to personally carve the Blue Dragon Totem. At first, Xiao Chen thought that this would be a simple matter. After all, in the past, for the sake of practicing the life bestowal spell, he had studied carving for a while. Who knew, after hearing about it, he realized that it was a vast project. The Blue Dragon Divine Wood was 1 kilometer tall. The blue dragon carved in it would probably be several kilometers long. After carving the 10,000 dragon scales, they would look like ripples on water. There could not be any flaws. Otherwise, the charm of the blue dragon totem would not be as it should be. There were also the dragon claws, dragon tail, dragon horns, dragon head, and dragon eyes. They all had their own requirements. This was also why Big Brother Dragon gave Xiao Chen the Divine Knife Skills inspection. Without this inspection, it would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to carve the blue dragon totem with his current carving skills. Xiao Chen treated it as nourishing his heart. His cultivation could not advance any further, stuck at late-stage veritable essence stage in the Kunlun realm. The next realm, the Yin essence stage, required one to absorb the baleful Yin energy in the world. However, those were too low in quality. The old dragon horse did not recommend that Xiao Chen absorb them. More importantly, his cultivation had already reached the limits of the Kunlun realm. At this moment, Heavenly Star Island was already in the clouds, flying towards the heavenly starry ocean. After the great battle, Xiao Chen had finally calmed down. All he needed to do now was wait for the battle with Chu Chaoyun. There was another problem, the black lotus mark in his body. Elder Brother Long did not have a good way to deal with it at the moment. Thinking about it carefully, the Thunder King's words showed that he really wanted to kill him before he grew up. However, for some reason, he had never taken action. The Black Lotus Church is an evil sect that broke away from Buddhism. Why is it seeking trouble for me? Xiao Chen, speaking of Buddhism, have you forgotten something? Ao Jiao suddenly said from the immortal spirit ring. Did you forget something? Ksitigarbha. Xiao Chen stopped. He had really forgotten about the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He had been busy dealing with the demonic calamity. Now that the great battle had just ended, if not for Ao Jiao's reminder, Xiao Chen would have completely forgotten about this person. Xiao Chen had not even refined the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. Refining the Heavenly Flame's origin flame required time and a special method. Xiao Chen had not been able to find the method, so he could only put it aside for now. After that, he first busied himself with dealing with the Thunder King in the heavenly starry ocean and saving the various sections. After that was the demonic calamity. Shao Chen had no time to rest at all. Now, he had to carve the blue dragon totem. He nearly overworked himself. Where could the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva be? He must be at Meteor Trail City. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva must be using this opportunity to absorb the sins in the sky above Meteor Trail City. Shao Chen's face sank. He did not even have time to greet the Dragon's Gate's people. Instead, he leaped off Heavenly Star Island and rushed to the Tianwu Domain's Meteor Trail City. Shao Chen unfurled the blue dragon divine wings and flew very quickly. In less than 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived at Meteor Trail City. Shao Chen withdrew his wings and landed. Then, he looked up. Indeed, most of the red sin clouds above Meteor Trail City had vanished, leaving only a small patch. In the sky above the clouds, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's dermic body was currently absorbing the last of the scarlet clouds. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva gave off a peaceful Buddhist light behind him. Amid the bright Buddhist light, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked solemn and dignified, inspiring respect. The dermic body had the divine Vajra eyes. When the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva saw Shao Chen arrive, he opened his mouth and sucked, directly swallowing the last of the scarlet sins. Benefactor Shao Chen, you are too late. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva revealed a benevolent smile. Then, he withdrew his dermic body and quickly fled into the distance. It's not that easy to run. How could Shao Chen allow the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to leave so easily? He gently pushed off the ground and soared into the air, quickly giving chase. Since there is karma, there is karma. Everything is predestined. These sins were originally mine. Back then, the Qing Emperor took away the good and evil merit formula. Today, you return it to me. This is the cycle of karma. Benefactor Shao Chen, there's no need to obstruct us. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's true body sat on the golden lotus platform. As he looked at Shao Chen, he continuously retreated. Buddhist light flickered beneath the lotus platform, allowing him to move extremely quickly. Thus, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who was sitting on the lotus platform, was rather calm. He could even divert his attention to purify the last of his sins. Stop quibbling. Which one of you Buddhists isn't eloquent and eloquent? If you become a Buddha, how can you really let me go? Shao Chen had always been straightforward. Whether or not the other party absorbed sin had nothing to do with him. Whether he became a Buddha or not, or whether he had any ambitions, he did not care. However, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had a grudge with Shao Chen long ago. That would endanger his safety and might even hurt his friends. Shao Chen needed to nip this danger in the bud. Back at Heavenly Star Island Sea region, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's method of absorbing faith was also very evil. He did not care about the lives of his believers at all. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva smiled and said, Benefactor is a very understanding person. The karma between us has not been settled. After this Bodhisattva becomes a Buddha, I need to end this karma. Otherwise, it will become a negative karma. Unfortunately, you are no longer able to injure me. It is already too late. May the Lord Buddha praise me. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva formed a hand seal with one hand, and his figure suddenly vanished from Shao Chen's sight. Whoosh! Shao Chen stopped in midair and checked the surroundings with his spiritual sense. He discovered that the other party seemed to have vanished into thin air, nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Shao Chen. Just as Shao Chen was at his wit's end, someone suddenly called out his name in the sky. When Shao Chen looked up, he saw a palanquin rushing towards him. The 8-ghost palanquin. It's Qing Cheng. The person who came was the ghost race's Qing Cheng, the disciple of ghost mother Sun Shi. She had interacted with Shao Chen many times and could be considered a friend in times of adversity. Qing Cheng floated down from the palanquin. Like before, her complexion was pale, without a trace of blood. When Qing Cheng saw Shao Chen, she smiled and landed before her. Qing Cheng, why are you here? When Qing Cheng heard that, she covered her mouth and smiled. Me? This is the ghost domain. After the battle, if I don't return here, where should I go? Ghost domain? Xiao Chen's mind trembled as he thought of something. The Yellow Springs Purgatory. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva must have gone to the Yellow Springs Purgatory. No wonder the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva vanished without a trace. The Yellow Springs Purgatory was his lair. Sorry, I still have something important to do. I really can't chat any longer. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to rush to the Yellow Springs Purgatory. Qing Qing quickly stopped him and said, "Wait, tell me where you are going first." The Yellow Springs Purgatory. Qing Chang's expression changed slightly. She said sullenly, "Don't go there for now. When my master returns, we'll bring you there." "How about that?" Surprised, Xiao Chen said, "What's wrong? We've been to the Yellow Springs Hell before. Given our current strength, what's wrong with going there?" Qing Qing shook her head and said, "There is something you don't know. The current Yellow Springs Hell is really different from before. Why do you think our ghost realm has not gone to the Kunlun realm to meet up with you after the death of the ghost monarch? Why? Could it be because of the Yellow Springs?" "That's right. It's because of the Yellow Springs Hell, the final moments of the Ghost Emperor's life. He frequently appears in the Yellow Springs Hell, which makes him seem extremely strange. He even sealed the entrance to Hell, forbidding outsiders from entering." Qing Qing continued to explain, "Furthermore, many of his direct descendants are still in the Yellow Springs Hell, not killed. My master has attacked the entrance to Hell several times in an attempt to figure out what's going on inside, but to no avail." Xiao Chen muttered to himself. This was indeed a little strange. However, this only served to further prove that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was in the Yellow Springs. Chapter 1547. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. When it's time, I'll go with your master." Qing Qing smiled faintly and said, "I'll inform my master now. Let's go to the Yellow Springs Hell and wait for your master." The Yellow Springs Hell was one of the famous forbidden lands of the Kunlun realm. Its fame was comparable to the savage battlefield. During the immortal epoch, before the 6 paths of reincarnation broke, this place was the netherworld, in charge of the 3 realms and 6 paths, the reincarnation of all living things. In that era, if one did not become an immortal, they would be reincarnated forever. Based on the merits of good and evil, the underworld would judge and appoint them to reincarnate in the next life. Those who were evil would enter the path of beasts, and in their next life, they would be pigs, dogs, and beasts without intelligence. They would inevitably be slaughtered by others. On the other hand, those who committed great crimes and committed great evils would be tortured in hell according to their sins. It was a horrible sight to behold. Those who did good would be reincarnated as humans in the next life and walk the cycle of reincarnation. Those who had great merit could even directly enter the heavenly Tao. They were born with a celestial physique and were nurtured by the heavens and the earth. They were known as heavenly soldiers and generals. Now that the immortal Tao was broken, reincarnation no longer existed, and hell no longer existed. All that was left was the shattered Yellow Springs Hell. The past was like smoke. The facts of the past had become the legends and myths of today. In this era, reincarnation no longer existed, and there were no immortals in the world. Everyone could only live for one lifetime, and very few people believed in merit. But who could have known that a bodhisattva from the previous era had always been hidden in the infernal realm? He made a great vow that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. He waited for millions of years. His willpower and his heart towards Buddhism were both terrifying. It just so happened that such a person was an extremely ambitious person. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. They only knew how to take, not how to give. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was an extremely frightening existence. Strictly speaking, his origins were much greater than the Thunder King and the demonic god. Half a day later, Xiao Chen and Qing Qing arrived at the Tai Mountains above the Yellow Springs Hell. Grand Mountain was the same as before. The surrounding 50 kilometers were filled with Yin energy. Occasionally, one could see wandering souls and wild ghosts drifting about. At the foot of the mountain, there was a turbid river that flowed from the top of the mountain all the way to the ground. This river was the famous underworld river. It was also known as the River of the Dead, the Yellow Springs, and the River of Helplessness. However, the river had long since been incomplete. The cycle of reincarnation had shattered, and the heaven-stepped Dusk River had been broken into several pieces. Many of the strange characteristics of the river had been lost. If one walked down this river, they would reach 9 Hell's Purgatory. Xiao Chen, do you remember this river? Qing Cheng asked softly as she recalled some past events. Of course I remember. Xiao Chen looked around with some nostalgia. He remembered the last time he was here, there were many cultivators gathered at the riverbank. This time, only the sound of the river could be heard, and the surroundings were empty. When they crossed the river, something interesting happened. At that time, the boatman was Qing Cheng in disguise. Xiao Chen, Bai, and the others were almost caught in a dilemma. The memories stopped here. If they continued, the situation would become a little awkward. Hee hee. It seems like someone wanted to take off my clothes at that time. Although Xiao Chen did not want to remember, Qing Cheng took the initiative to mention it. She looked at Xiao Chen mischievously. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly. Just as he did not know how to answer, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ghost Mother Xuanxian. The smile on Qing Cheng's face faded, replaced by a serious expression. Blue Dragon King, sorry for making you wait, Ghost Mother Xuanxian said politely, showing great respect to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, Ghost Mother is too polite. I would like to know what is so special about this Yellow Springs Purgatory. Ghost Mother Xuanxian nodded and said, the entrance to the underworld river into the Yellow Springs Purgatory is blocked by a Buddha statue. That Buddha statue can draw energy from the underworld river and is very difficult to deal with. I organized a few groups of people but could not break that Buddha statue. I do not know much about what the Yellow Springs Purgatory looks like now. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like Ghost Mother Xuanxian did not know much. Come with me to take a look. In the past, one could not fly over the underworld river. However, to the current Xiao Chen, it was naturally not restricted. As for Qing Cheng and Ghost Mother, one was a greater heavenly martial emperor and the other was a holy master. It would not be difficult for them to fly there. Above the underworld river, Xiao Chen kept feeling a strange suction from below, trying to pull him down. Now, Xiao Chen had already touched the surface of Soul Dao martial techniques. He knew that this was the soul energy of the underworld river causing trouble. Although Emperor Wu and the others could not cultivate soul energy, their soul energy would definitely grow stronger as their strength increased. It was just that they could not use it. With Emperor Wu's soul energy, the suction from the underworld river was no longer effective. Xiao Chen flew along the underworld river, continuously descending. Soon, he arrived at the end of the underworld river. Xiao Chen saw the Buddha statue that Ghost Mother Xuanxian mentioned. It was a 1,000-meter-tall Buddha statue radiating golden light as it sat on the underworld river. The Buddha statue's huge body made the underground space seem small. The depths of hell are not for mortals. All of you, quickly retreat. Suddenly, the Buddha statue opened its eyes, and its entire body radiated golden light. Waves of Buddhist might caused the underworld river's water to surge endlessly. What a strong Buddhist might! Qing Cheng exclaimed with a slight frown. Ghost Mother Xuanxian said, there are many arhats behind the Buddha statue. They are laying formations, allowing the Buddha statue's strength to increase infinitely. Mortal? Are you not a mortal? Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Then, he stepped forward and punched. Rumble. The underworld river's water rose continuously and covered the Buddha statue, looking like it was covered in golden paint. The Buddha statue formed hand seals with one hand and blocked Xiao Chen's punch. Its golden body did not budge, and the Buddhist light became even more intense. Interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Xiao Chen shouted, and 10,000 dragon force gathered into a dragon cauldron. Then, the cauldron's force burst out. Xiao Chen was fast and ruthless. Before the Buddha statue could react, it got struck in the chest. Cracks appeared on the Buddha statue's body, spreading out like a spiderweb. Just as the Buddha statue looked like it was about to shatter, solemn Buddhist scriptures rang out behind it. The underworld river's water surged continuously. The cracks on the Buddha statue, which had already shattered, quickly mended. Soon, it was as good as new. That's it. This Buddha statue cannot be killed at all. We tried several times already, Ghost Mother Xuanxian said softly. This was not her first time seeing this scene. Xiao Chen carefully looked at the Buddha statue. After a while, he understood what was going on. I thought there was some trick to it. It is just using the underworld river's soul energy to recover. Acting all mysterious. Today, I will destroy your soul. Xiao Chen shouted coldly, and Dao Might appeared on his body. A faint halo appeared behind him. The moment the Dao Might appeared, it immediately suppressed the other party's Buddhist might. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a strong veritable essence energy formed a whirlpool in his palm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The strong suction continuously pulled the underworld river's water into the whirlpool. This sight stunned Qing Cheng. She had never thought that someone could pull the underworld river's water. When the Buddha statue saw this scene, it formed hand seals and sent out attacks at Xiao Chen. However, Ghost Mother Xuanxian blocked all the attacks, not injuring Xiao Chen at all. In reality, even without Ghost Mother Xuanxian making a move, Xiao Chen would be fine. However, with someone helping, it was better for Xiao Chen to focus. Soon, the underworld river under Xiao Chen's feet sank by 1 meter, separating the Buddha statue from the underworld river temporarily. Now! Xiao Chen punched. This time, after the Buddha statue shattered, no matter how loudly the Buddhist scriptures were chanted, the Buddha statue could not recover. When the Buddha statue shattered, a figure was sent flying out of it. It turned out that this Buddha statue was the dharmic incarnation of a Buddhist cultivator. Now that the dharmic incarnation was destroyed, the true body was revealed. The arhats chanting in the back all fled in all directions the instant the Buddha statue shattered. Xie Zishuan! Qing Qing exclaimed when she saw that person's appearance. This person was the ghost monarch's disciple, Xie Zishuan. It was hard to imagine that this person became a Buddhist cultivator. Don't call me Xie Zishuan. My dharmic name is Dao Xian now. You mortals, how dare you barge into my master's place? You will not have a good end. Shock filled Qing Cheng's face. She could not imagine how a perfectly fine person could become so strange. Don't find it strange. He has been purified, which is equivalent to brainwashing. He is now the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's slave. If we follow him, we will be able to find the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. This did not surprise Xiao Chen. He took the initiative to give chase. Ghost Mother Xuanxian and Qing Qing quickly followed. Chapter 1548. Xiao Chen and the other two followed far behind Xie Zishuan. As they walked, they discovered that hell had changed greatly. The gloomy darkness of the past had disappeared and was replaced by peace and serenity. Even the sky was clear. In the past, they did not see any wandering spirits or ghosts, much less any terrifying vengeful spirits or evil spirits. This startled Xiao Chen. Could it be that the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva purified all the vengeful spirits in hell? If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha. The sins on Xiao Chen had once been a part of hell. Back then, the Qing Emperor snatched them away. Now, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had already purified all the sins on the Qing Emperor and purified all the vengeful spirits in hell. Did that not mean that Xiao Chen had already accomplished his great ambition? With this thought, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked coldly at Xie Zishuan in the distance. Blue Dragon King, what's wrong? Ghost Mother Xuanxi asked, feeling confused as she stepped forward. Qing Cheng, who was at the side, felt confused as well. She did not know why Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. Xiao Chen muttered, we might have fallen for a trap. The other party probably lured us here on purpose. Ghost Mother Xuanxi and Qing Qing exchanged looks, both extremely shocked. What kind of enemy was this? Even the Blue Dragon King, who had defeated a demonic god, found it difficult to deal with. However, the two soon discovered that they had misunderstood Xiao Chen. However, that's fine as well. It saves me the trouble of traveling further. Let's just wait for him here, Xiao Chen said softly with a faint smile. Qing Qing thought to herself, the current Xiao Chen is really confident. Indeed, after a while, a Buddhist light appeared in front of them. You truly live up to being the descendant of the Qing Emperor. You are very smart and intelligent. I think you should follow this bodhisattva and enter the Buddhist sect. When you reach the Great Realm, I will take care of you. I will guarantee that you will rise quickly. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sat on a lotus platform amid Buddhist chants, appearing in the sky with a group of arhats. There was a novice monk on each side, holding a canopy above his head. The 800 arhats were all wearing kasayas and holding Buddhist flutes and beads in their hands. They formed seals with one hand and released circles of Buddhist wheels. Like the stars surrounding the moon, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva glowed with radiance. His face was kind and amiable, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke with a smile. You've already expiated all of the vengeful souls in hell? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He looked over and realized that he could no longer see through the other party. Benefactor Xiao, you guessed right. I left a clone to purify the aggrieved spirits of hell. Now that his main body had merged with his clone, he had already purified all the spirits of hell. My ancient Buddha Chi has already spread out of the Kunlun realm. As long as the Buddhist holy land outside receives my Chi, the Buddhist eminent monks will immediately come to receive me. As long as you are willing to put down the butcher's knife, you can become a Buddha immediately. With a Buddhist sect powerhouse making a move, we can easily leave this abandoned land. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva spoke. His appearance was very dignified, and his expression was solemn. His words were like the principles of the world, inspiring conviction in others. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and retorted, what if I am not willing? May the Lord Buddha grant you mercy. In that case, this old monk can only forcefully purify you and wash away your sins. The many arhats leaped out and looked at Xiao Chen malevolently. The Buddhist prayer beads in their hands gave off a bright light as they sent out many swastikas. The 800 arhats appeared very mighty. However, Xiao Chen had experienced the great war between humans and demons before. Such a formation paled in comparison. The 800 arhats only had the strength of 800 Emperor Wus. If it were an ordinary prime, Xiao Chen might feel some fear. After all, when 800 Emperor Wus attacked together, their destructive power was extremely terrifying. However, Xiao Chen was different. His blue dragon war body's physical defense already surpassed that of the heaven-punishing corpse god. Furthermore, his veritable essence energy surpassed primordial energy. Furthermore, the battle with the demonic god had given him many comprehensions. Although Xiao Chen's cultivation had risen, his combat prowess had increased significantly. Sharp spirit finger, break. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chen directly executed the sharp spirit finger when the 800 arhats attacked at the same time. Ka-ca. The countless seals instantly shattered, and the bodies of the 800 arhats exploded into pools of blood, dying on the spot. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Xiao Chen to kill the 800 arhats in one move. Xiao Chen said indifferently, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, you probably did not see my battle with the demonic god and are not clear on my strength. To think that you set this up to ambush me. Don't you know that this is exactly what I wanted? Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he glared. The blood in his body surged, and dragon might gathered. His eyes turned a dazzling golden color. These were the great desolate divine eyes that every descendant of the great desolate 100 races possessed. Under the strong pressure, the Buddhist light on the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva withdrew into his body, completely suppressed. He could not send out any Buddhist might at all. Damn it! How can you be so strong? Even the Qing Emperor back then could not reach your level. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva panicked. Originally, he estimated that Shao Chen would be at most as strong as the Qing emperor back then. However, how could the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva have expected that Shao Chen's strength had already surpassed that of the Qing emperor back then? Shao Chen was not someone that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who had just recovered some of his true strength, could deal with. Damn it. Right now, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wished that he could slap himself twice. To think that he thought himself clever and lured the other party to the Yellow Springs hell. Had he known, he would have found a place to hide and waited for the powerhouses of the Buddhist sects to bring him out of this abandoned land. The lotus platform flew quickly, carrying the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva back to the Yellow Springs hell. Wait for me for a while. Shao Chen instructed before giving chase alone. One chased while the other fled. Soon, the two crossed the gates of hell and arrived at the black and white Yellow Springs hell. The Yellow Springs Hell Road. Do not look back on the Yellow Springs Hell Road. Shao Chen recalled that back then, when he walked this Yellow Springs Hell Road, he had been on tenterhooks and extremely nervous. Today, he returned to this place and chased after the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, forcing him to flee. Fate played tricks on people in the world. Whoosh. 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 Strands of saber light shot out from Shao Chen, heading for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in front. Every strand of saber light illuminated this black and white world, making it colorful and bright. What the Qing emperor could do back then, Shao Chen could do as well. After comprehending the saber Tao's great Tao, he could do it even more easily. Speaking of which, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was rather unlucky. 10,000 years ago, he ran into the Qing emperor, who used the demonic Tao to enter the Tao. After 10,000 years, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva finally managed to turn things around. Then, he ran into Shao Chen, who was even more terrifying than the Qing emperor. This was enough to prove that the will of the heavens existed in the unseen world, not allowing an evil Buddha like him to bring disaster to the world. While it looked like a coincidence, in reality, the cause and effect were already set. Fate was hard to defy. Damn it. Why have the major characters of the Buddhist sects outside not made a move yet? Could it be that I schemed and guarded hell for so many years, but I am destined to fail at the last moment? As the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva dodged the saber light, he no longer looked as imposing as he did earlier. Now, he only appeared flustered and miserable. Poo-ci. A strand of saber light struck the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's lotus platform, and it immediately turned into nothing. Caught off guard, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva fell. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva landed on the sea of bitterness below, splashing water all over him. After he stood up, he continued running forward. The 6 paths of reincarnation lay in front. If he went any further, he would have nowhere to run. Buddha above, could it be that I, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, am I really at my wit's end today? The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva turned around in despair and looked at Shao Chen. His eyes were filled with rage. Shao Chen said lightly, "May I ask, Bodhisattva, do you still want to accept me as a disciple? Your dragon race is truly despicable. If not for the Taoist sects taking action back then, you would have long been converted by the Buddhist sects and become little dogs guarding the door. To think that I, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the illustrious name of a lifetime, was actually carried by a little dog like you." The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said indignantly. Shao Chen had heard the old dragon horse mention this before. For a period of time, the Buddhist sects nearly wiped out the dragon race. Many dragons were purified and turned into Buddhist guardian divine beasts. Later, due to the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, the dragon race found fortuitous encounters and barely managed to reproduce. Only after the blood-soaked dragon emperor did the dragon race rise again. Just at this moment, a ray of light suddenly descended and enveloped Ksitigarbha's body. The light illuminated the entire Yellow Springs. Shao Chen felt a piercing pain in his eyes and took a few steps back. Light of guidance? Ha ha ha. Heaven never bars one's way. Shao Chen, our matter will not end so simply. When I cultivate the golden body of the Buddhist sects, no matter where you hide, I will find you and end this karma. Escaping from death's door, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva laughed maniacally. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Could it be that Lu Ryue was taken away like this as well? However, it was not that easy for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to leave. Dragon blood's soul-breaking finger. Suddenly, a horrifying aura burst out of Xiao Chen's body. A will burst out of his body, merging with the entire world. The blazing might made the light of guidance dim somewhat. When the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva pointed, sin poured out continuously from his body, giving off a scarlet light. Ah! The sin rebounded, and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face twisted in pain. He wanted to say something, but before he could finish, the light of guidance took him away. Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back, entering deep thought. He did not know if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was dead or not. However, even if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was not in a good state, even if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva left the abandoned land, he would most likely be a cripple. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation in front. Chapter 1549. The primes revealed shocked expressions, all of them in disbelief. However, when I think about it, his strength should not be too horrifying. Otherwise, he could have immediately attacked the Kunlun realm after the demonic calamity, the Fox King analyzed calmly. Although it only had a simple silhouette, it was filled with boundlessly tyrannical aura. Whoosh! On the 1-kilometer-tall blue dragon divine tree, Xiao Chen hovered in the air. As he held the carving knife, his movements were slow but steady and smooth. However, he still did not turn around. When he was about to walk out, the human path of reincarnation shattered again. 6 paths of reincarnation, Sky Dome Immortal Lord, what are you trying to do? Do you still remember the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Chen thought of a possibility. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was a person of the immortal epoch in the first place. Hence, the heavenly Tao of this abandoned land did not erase any memories of him. When Xiao Chen heard that, he showed a calm expression. What should come had finally come. He roughly guessed what was going on. In that case, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, the last immortal. All the more, the heavenly Tao should not have erased any memories of him. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was already completely broken? However, even after waiting for a long time, the broken human path of reincarnation showed no signs of mending. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. The residences from the immortal epoch were now in the hands of the major factions. The instant Xiao Chen turned around, the broken human path of reincarnation silently mended and formed a complete reincarnation path. The force of the brush was as heavy as a mountain. The place where the brush landed was extremely sharp. The words naturally exuded a vast and tyrannical aura. The same principle applied to carving. The carving knife was the brush in the hands of the carver. Why? We suspect that there are still powerful people in the demonic world who have not appeared yet. Now that the demonic god is dead, this person immediately took over the position of the demonic god and launched this attack, Emperor Forsaken said as he looked at Xiao Chen. Ing Zongtian added, furthermore, this person should be extremely shrewd and good at enduring. When we were fighting the demonic world, he hid his strength and did not make a move. Mo Chen smiled. I guessed it. That's why I have been recording your name in a small notebook every day. Xiao Chen, you know him? Ing Zongtian asked. Master saw that you kept coming back and felt a little worried, so I came over. At Ghost Mother Sun Shi's level, she could feel the horror of Xiao Chen's strength. There was no one in the Kunlun realm who could threaten him. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, there is no need. I know who he is. The situation is worse than you think. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not tell Mo Chen the reason. He smiled and said, I will tell you in the future. I will definitely return to this Kunlun realm. I will go to Kunlun Mountain first. The Qin, the Yin Dao, the most about it, just, he, spirit, he, Qin, he, Qin, and all, and. The few of them explained with frowns on their faces. Their brows were filled with worry. At first, Xiaochen felt stunned. Then, he understood. The heavenly Tao would erase all traces of anyone who left the Kunlun realm. However, Ghost Mother Xuanxi smiled and did not refute. In reality, Qing Cheng had begged her several times before she reluctantly agreed. Right now, Xiaochen was not strong enough. It was not yet time to unravel the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's secret. There were too many unpredictable dangers. Naturally, Xiaochen saw it. His spiritual sense spread out for 5,000 kilometers around. He could even see the wind blowing and the grass moving. At the very least, the fight with Chu Chaoyun had not started yet. If he left, what would happen to the Kunlun realm? The remaining cycle of reincarnation was also shattered. However, Xiaochen remembered that it did not seem to be completely shattered. Xiaochen, something happened. The lower realms that our factions controlled were all uprooted. The experts we sent out never returned. Even the sovereign martial emperors did not return alive. After that, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord erased the scene, preventing Xiaochen from seeing it. Xiaochen waited here, staring at the cycle of reincarnation without moving. He wanted to see if it could mend. I do. He came from the Sky Dome with me. However, back then, I went to the Kunlun realm, and he went to the demonic world, Xiaochen answered calmly. However, it was hard to avoid some ripples in his heart. What? It's good that it's dealt with. In that case, why are you staring at the 6 paths of reincarnation? Qing Qing asked, feeling confused as she blinked. Mo Chen looked at Xiaochen, who was focused on carving the blue dragon divine wood. In it, when the Qing Emperor appeared, he walked the cycle of reincarnation and entered Earth. When Mo Chen heard that, her heart felt empty. However, when she thought about it, Xiaochen would have to leave sooner or later. Under the seemingly calm surface, a surging energy flowed in the dark. Nothing much. I was just curious. Let's go. Mo Chen quickly said, of course, I remember. You told me before. However, she could not dissuade Qing Cheng. So what if she came? Xiaochen smiled and said, if she remembers the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, then she should not forget me. Very wonderful. Unexpectedly, Big Brother Zhao's knife skills have such charm. Although I only dabbled in the art of carving, I can tell that Big Brother Zhao's carving skills are extraordinary. Just at this moment, Ghost Mother Xuanxian and Qing Qing appeared behind Xiaochen. Did Xiaochen see them? Emperor Forsaken, Ing Zongtian, Ghost Mother Xuanxian, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Fox King were all there. Now, they were all snatched away by a mysterious faction. Furthermore, Xiaochen did not know the other party's origins. Naturally, it was hard to avoid worrying. At that time, the entire Kunlun realm would crumble. All life would find it hard to escape destruction. Big Brother Xiao, Emperor Forsaken and the other primes sent a message, saying that they have urgent matters to discuss with you at Kunlun Mountain. After putting down the carving knife, Xiaochen landed firmly on the ground. Then, he looked at Mo Chen and said, Mo Chen, what do you think of my carving? Earth was the final refuge of the immortals. There, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord lived alone until the end. He personally buried the many immortals. Then, the Qing Emperor Xiao Teng arrived. Xiaochen returned to this place again. Back then, in the 3-life mirror, Xiaochen saw his past. The major factions had just experienced a demonic calamity, and they all suffered heavy losses. No one would be able to endure another great battle. Mo Chen looked at the blue dragon divine wood and saw that the skeleton of a blue dragon had already been carved on the divine wood. It was not time yet. The Qing Emperor only dared to go all out at the moment of his death. The heaven-punishing corpse god was an impatient person. Without waiting for Xiaochen to stand firmly, he spoke quickly. Since ancient times, the powerful outstanding talents would leave the Kunlun realm and pursue the martial Tao, reaching an even higher peak. All along, the Kunlun realm had been treated as their exclusive property, not allowing others to make a move on them. Xiaochen, Qing Cheng, and ghost mother Sun Shi left this Yellow Springs hell with some doubts. Knife skills were like calligraphy. They required the strength of the brush, the tip of the brush, and the spirit. At this point, Xiaochen suddenly recalled that when the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was taken away, Qing Cheng and ghost mother Sun Shi had not forgotten about it. Xiaochen said, "This is the blue dragon totem. When the totem is completed, I will probably have to leave." In the end, the battle that was fated and could not be avoided had finally arrived. Xiaochen stepped forward and arrived at the 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly Tao, Azura Tao, animal Tao, hungry ghost Tao, and hell Tao were all shattered beyond recognition. Emperor Forsaken said, "It is not that we fear him. The main thing is that we cannot figure out his strength, so we would like to ask for your help." As for the spirit contained within, that was a rather high level of understanding. Mo Chen did not really understand it. Xiaochen directly turned this abandoned land into a wasteland, all for the sake of his future. It was like the calm water of a river pushing the quicksand at the riverbed, moving slowly. In reality, Xiaochen's words were not false at all. Chu Chaoyun's goal was to unify the 3,000 lower realms and then swallow up the Kunlun realm, absorbing the luck of the entire Kunlun realm. When the two met, Xiaochen did not know what they said or what happened. Before the sky turned dark, Xiaochen arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Xiaochen turned his head and smiled. "It's fine. I already dealt with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's matter." 7 days later, Xiaochen, who was quietly carving the blue dragon divine wood in the back mountain of the Dragon's Gate on Heavenly Star Island, was interrupted by a piece of news that Mo Chen brought. Chapter 1550. Who? There is more to it than meets the eye? Ying Zongtian asked. Xiaochen looked at Chu Chaoyun. With his current cultivation, he could vaguely make out some of Chu Chaoyun's secrets. When we fought the demonic gods, he did not make a move to cause trouble. He was being reasonable. There is no need to doubt him. He is someone with the strength to turn the situation around. Xiaochen stood up and looked up at the starry heavens. Even though they were separated by millions of kilometers, it seemed like his vision clashed with that person's. The few primes exchanged glances with each other, their expressions somewhat grave. "Blue Dragon King, will send you off." It seemed like Xiaochen was always like this. Even though he caused a huge commotion, he remained hidden behind the scenes, preventing others from seeing through him or figuring him out. Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber and looked at it. Then, he said indifferently, "Little Ao Jiao, this might really be your last battle with me. Are you afraid?" It was like the lunar shadow saber could pierce through the entire world with just a slight movement. A golden light burst out and appeared in front of Chu Chaoyun. The peak characters of the Kunlun Mountain and the Kunlun realm had noticed this long ago. The intense light illuminated the entire Kunlun continent as bright as day. This was the reason for the mysterious phenomenon of night and day and the twinkling stars. Chu Chaoyun. The two did not say anything. They just quietly looked at each other in the depths of the starry heavens. Xiaochen nodded and said, "My family is in his hands." "Brother Xiaochen, what do you think we should do?" The heaven-punishing corpse god asked as he looked at Xiaochen. There were two extremely berserk energies in Chu Chaoyun's body. They repelled each other but were tightly bound together by a strong will. "Very good. I already helped her kill all the demon monarchs. The entire demonic world now respects her. Many demons are not innately inhumane. It is just that they were forced to do so by the existence of the demonic gods. In the future, there should be a brand new demon world. This is the condition I promised her back then. You don't have to thank me." Emperor Forsaken and the others abruptly stood up and looked at Xiaochen, making a request. Those who were originally full of confidence in Xiaochen started to waver. "What's there to be afraid of? I'm an artifact spirit. To put it nicely, I'm a spirit. To put it bluntly, I'm a slave. In my previous life, I met a good person like Sangmu, and in this life, I met a fool like you. For an artifact spirit, what else is there to pursue?" His face, which always carried a hint of a smile, had a heart that was colder and more ruthless than anyone else. If we besiege him without reason, then he won't be reasonable anymore. Against such an enemy, if he gives up even the slightest bit of his bottom line, then he won't be able to do anything. The price we have to pay is much heavier than we imagined. Xiao Chen hit the nail on the head and pointed out Chu Chaoyun's current situation. 3 days later, the entire Kunlun continent suddenly started shaking for no reason. A figure flew through the air in the boundless starry heavens, standing in the sky dome Immortal Lord's residence. Around him were the remaining 2,999 Immortal Lord residences. Xiao Chen did not understand how Xiao Chen's strength improved so quickly. Only after he figured it out would he understand the price he paid. The clash of light and darkness was not something Emperor Wu's body could endure. Not only would it be painful, but it would also leave behind hidden injuries. Such a mysterious phenomenon naturally startled everyone in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence. Chu Chaoyun's expression remained calm. His tone did not contain any emotion. Everyone, it's time. The mountains shattered, the seas surged, and the rivers flowed in reverse. The mountains shattered, the seas surged, and the rivers flowed in reverse. All sorts of strange things happened because of Xiao Chen. That was the power of light and darkness. Many years ago, Xiao Chen already felt that he would have to fight this person again after the youth competition. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "You don't understand the hatred in my heart. I never thought of killing that person. I only wanted to ask him one question. However, if I cannot absorb the luck of the entire Kunlun realm, I will not even be qualified to stand before him." The sky did not differentiate between night and day. Stars twinkled everywhere. Motes of starlight could be seen densely packed in the sky at every moment. Xiao Chen continued, "That is not the main point. Even if I lose, he will not do anything to my family." He was a person who had never been able to accomplish what he had set his mind to. There is a tacit understanding between me and him. There are some things that need not be said. Sometimes, Xiao Chen did not understand. However, after thinking about it, he realized that this might be the only way. Xiao. In the demonic world, Xiao Chen hid behind the demonic god. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm only knew the demonic god and did not know who Chu Chaoyun was. In the Sky Dome realm, given Xiao Chen's fame, no one cared who the person who lost to Xiao Chen was. However, Xiao Chen would not lie. This was especially so for such a matter. Xiao Chen said calmly, 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor killed the last Tianwu Emperor. As a descendant of the Tianwu Emperor, he has a duel with me. At that time, I will engage in a battle to the death with him. If I lose, everyone can think of a solution. The sharpness of this small sword pierced their eyes. However, their expressions were filled with excitement and shock. After a while, the white-clad Xiao Chen stood on the cycle throne. He finally saw Chu Chaoyun's face clearly. Xiao Chen said that person's name indifferently. However, the few primes showed confused expressions. They did not have any impression of him. That's not good. Since this person is so strong, let's attack together. Ah! The few primes were greatly startled. To think that Xiao Chen had such a handle on them. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile. If Chu Chaoyun were that simple, how could he have reached his current position? Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the center of the fluorescent sea under Chu Chaoyun's feet. Something seemed like it was about to burst out. Chu Chaoyun was like a clump of divine fire, lighting up the entire starry heavens. Every star gave off light because of him. It was a palm-sized sword with an exquisite design. It gave off a resplendent golden light, giving off a sharpness that made one's skin prickle. King Chang. Chu Chaoyun drew the sword and pointed it at Xiao Chen. The legend is actually true. Emperor Forsaken muttered to himself. Clearly, he knew some of the legends about the Tianwu Emperor as well. A group of people flew quickly in the starry heavens. Soon, they finally saw Chu Chaoyun in the depths of the starry heavens. There seemed to be a fluorescent sea under his feet. King Chang. Xiao Chen drew his saber and clashed with the incoming sword intent. This was a divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind. As long as Shao Chen had it, he would not need to take the Kunlun road and could leave this abandoned land. 10,000 years is a cycle. There is only one chance every 10,000 years. Blue Dragon King Shao Chen, if you do not draw your saber now, when are you going to do so? Only then could Shao Chen not care about this world at all. Only then could he harden his heart and destroy the entire world just to fulfill his wish. The wager was the entire Kunlun realm. Today, the 3,000 Immortal Lord residences finally merged into one. This affected the entire Kunlun realm. The powerful divine item floated quietly between the two. Its golden light was very tempting. Shao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like everyone in this world has it hard. In the past, I could not see through Chu Chaoyun. This scene was exactly the same as what Shao Chen saw in the past. The appearance of the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind made this group of primes feel that this matter was very thorny and unusual. The few of them all felt extremely surprised. Worry flashed in Ing Zongtian's eyes. Shao Chen has really met with an opponent. This person has an aura of primal chaos, one that leads to the peak of the great Tao. The 3,000 lower realms merged under Shao Chen's feet as he slowly approached the Kunlun realm. In the end, he still could not avoid his fate. In the lunar shadow saber, little Ao Jiao showed a calm expression as she turned into a beam of light and merged with the lunar shadow saber. The people of the Kunlun realm did not recognize the name Chu Chaoyun at all. Let's stop here. After saying that, Shao Chen's figure flickered. Occasionally, fragments of the stars flew at him, but he easily dodged them. Right. There is no need to talk about morality with such a person. To think that he wants to use the entire Kunlun realm to help him. There is no need to reason with him. Emperor Forsaken and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God both chose the most direct and effective method. They simply could not believe that such an expert still existed in the world without them knowing about him. However, they had not expected that this day would come in such a manner, using the entire starry heavens as a battlefield. That was the Sky Dome realm of the 3,000 lower realms. Shao Chen felt excited. He vaguely guessed that something was about to come out. In that case, we'll listen to you, everyone said helplessly in the end. Why the need to fight so bitterly? You are not in a good state right now. The best solution is to leave the Kunlun realm quickly and break through to the veritable essence stage. Otherwise, if you delay your physical body like this, it will become a hidden injury that will plague you for life. Shao Chen was the first to speak. How is Lang Yu? Like before, Lang Yu carried a sword on his back. His eyes flickered with a bright light as though he had been waiting for Shao Chen for a long time. Emperor Forsaken and the other primes watched from afar. Suddenly, they felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Chapter 1551. The saber was the tyrant of weapons, boundlessly tyrannical. The sword was the ancestor of all weapons, the sharpest. One could not use the edge of the saber to block the other party's sword. Shao Chen attacked from below. He gently raised his saber and chopped the incoming sword intent in half. This was the boundless starry heavens, dotted with stars and a picturesque heavenly river. This was also the final battlefield of two outstanding talents. Many people did not know what the outcome of this battle would be. Compared to the demonic god's vast invasion, Chu Chaoyun chose to be more hidden. Although the mysterious phenomenon in the Kunlun continent was strange, most cultivators did not know what was going on. Furthermore, they did not know that a battle that would decide their fate was taking place in the depths of the starry heavens. In fact, not many people knew about the name Chu Chaoyun. However, more and more peak cultivators of the Kunlun realm came to know about this battle. The many sovereign martial emperors and primes of the heavenly starry ocean landed beside Ing Zongtian and the others. They looked at the depths of the starry heavens from a great distance and saw two upright figures. They were like two resplendent stars, making the surrounding starlight appear much dimmer, unable to cover up the sharpness of these two. Shao Chen and Chu Chaoyun both stored up their auras, locking their gazes on each other, not wanting to miss out on any detail. Vaguely, there was an invisible clash between the two of them. This resulted in the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left buzzing and trembling continuously. Xiao Chen did not dare to attack rashly because he did not have a deep understanding of Chu Chaoyun. He had not fought with Chu Chaoyun for so many years. Xiao Chen did not know Chu Chaoyun's strength or combat style, so he could only wait and see. As the two faced off, their auras soared. Whoosh! The moment their auras reached their peak, Chu Chaoyun made the first move. He thrust his sword forward, gathering all his aura at the tip of his sword. His movements were like flowing water, incredibly smooth. His grasp of timing was very precise. However, the most brilliant thing was his understanding of the sword. The strength of the sword lay in its sharpness. It was indestructible and could break through anything. Chu Chaoyun was able to instantly gather all his aura at the tip of his sword without any gaps. It was sufficient to show that his attainments in the sword Dao had already attained perfection. The strength of the saber lay in its tyranny and violence. However, a tyrannical aura was not something that could be achieved in one go. He needed to keep accumulating, and the more he fought, the stronger he would become. Of course, if the opponent was weaker, he would have the advantage right from the start. There was no need for him to accumulate his strength, so it didn't count. Xiao Chen was the #1 saber cultivator of the current Kunlun sect. He understood this principle better than anyone else. The best choice was to retreat, temporarily avoid the sharp edge, and wait for an opportunity to strike. However, when faced with Chu Chaoyun's most advantageous attack, he absolutely could not retreat. Once he retreated, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they absolutely could not retreat. There was only one word: fight. Before the sword arrived, the sword aura had already arrived. This sharp sword aura blew Xiao Chen's long hair backward. The cold light at the tip of the sword grew closer and closer to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously and chopped down with his saber. At the crucial moment, his saber coincidentally met the tip of the sword. Chi! The saber and sword clashed, and sparks flew. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the sharp light in each other's eyes. Xiao Chen forcefully blocked this thrust. He felt his hand, which held his saber, go slightly numb. Blood seeped out of his palm. Needless to say, he was clearly at a disadvantage in this exchange. In such a situation, Chu Chaoyun clearly held the upper hand. He should not have clashed head-on. I thought that I had already improved very quickly. Unexpectedly, you were still able to keep up with me. Chu Chaoyun, it looks like you have suffered a lot in the past few years, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could not lose his momentum. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "This is talent. It is not something that can be achieved just by suffering. Take another sword strike from me." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, he twisted his wrist slightly. His sword aura did not decrease, continuing to stab at Xiao Chen's forehead. At such a close distance, Chu Chaoyun could easily send out a second sword strike. However, Xiao Chen would find it difficult to send out another saber strike to block the cold light at the tip of the sword that had yet to fade. Because there was nowhere to store energy, Xiao Chen could not execute his saber aura smoothly. It was like an assassin using a dagger to get close to him, preventing him from using a long weapon. Oh no! He cannot dodge this sword strike. Emperor Forsaken, who was watching from a distance, exclaimed. He started to worry for Xiao Chen. What an incredible swordsman. It is hard to imagine that the Kunlun realm has such a strong sword Dao expert. Even though Ing Zongtian did not like Chu Chaoyun, he had to acknowledge Chu Chaoyun's attainments in the sword Dao. Xiao Chen can only retreat. The heaven-punishing corpse god shook his head slightly. Being at a disadvantage right from the start was not a good sign. Dang! However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen blocked this sword strike and still sent out another saber strike. Xiao Chen spun around at an unimaginable speed. Then, when he turned around, he sent out a dangerous saber strike. To most people, Xiao Chen did not move at all. They only saw a saber light blocking that sword strike in an incredible fashion. After the second sword strike was blocked, the aura gathered at the tip of Chu Chaoyun's sword slowly dispersed. The sharpness of the sword strike was significantly weaker than it was at the start. At this moment, Xiaochen finally turned the disadvantageous situation into a draw. Metallic clangs rang out continuously. Before the sword strike faded completely, Chu Chaoyun chose to attack quickly. Sword images filled the sky like a storm, charging at Xiaochen. Xiaochen fought steadily, countering the moves as they came. In just a few breaths, the two exchanged 100 moves. A strong saber intent and sword intent spread out continuously as the saber and sword clashed. The saber intent turned into resplendent light that could be seen clearly from far away. The metallic clangs of the saber and sword clashing formed a storm-like melody. It stirred the heart and made one's blood surge. This was the most exciting melody in the world. As the saber and sword clashed, the instant the two brushed past each other, a mysterious phenomenon appeared behind them. A flawless moon appeared behind Xiaochen. Under the moon was a vast sea with dragons hidden in the water. A powerful imperial city stood behind Chu Chaoyun. The imperial banners fluttered on the city walls, commanding the world. The two were still evenly matched. Neither side showed any signs of being at a disadvantage. The two brushed past each other. The probing had already ended. Next, it was time to fight to the death with full power. Dao! Xiaochen shouted, and Dao Might appeared. A Dao disc appeared behind him, giving off a faint light. Carrying a boundless Dao Might, Xiaochen soared into the air and took the initiative to hack down with his saber. Dao! Who knew? Chu Chaoyun shouted, and a Dao disc appeared behind him as well. He had also comprehended the great Dao energy of the sword Dao and was not much weaker than Xiaochen. The saber and sword clashed in the air again. Blood leaked out of the two's mouths as they looked at each other in surprise. Xiaochen spun around, and the Taiji saber domain appeared. His body hid in the Taiji saber domain. Holding his saber, he charged over once more. The yin and yang energies in the Taiji diagram under Xiaochen's feet each turned into a saber dragon. One was bright and one was dark, appearing and disappearing. Chu Chaoyun pushed off with his feet, and light and darkness flickered around his body, forming a black and white sword domain. The two started fighting again. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain merged, clashing endlessly, clashing intensely. They were like two huge, invisible gears that merged together but spun in different directions. Ka! 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 The sounds of the clash shook the air. Everyone who heard it felt their hearts tremble, reaching deep into their souls. These two are truly evenly matched. With their cultivation of the saber and the sword, it is hard to tell who is stronger. Indeed, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose in this battle. I really wonder, where did this Chu Chaoyun suddenly come from? He is so inconceivably strong. He is the Tianwu Emperor's descendant. Everything is easy to explain. Don't forget, 10,000 years ago, it was the last Tianwu Emperor who severely injured the Qing Emperor, giving the Thunder King the opportunity to sneak attack. The breathtaking battle in the distance deeply shocked all the spectating primes and sovereign martial emperors. Be it Xiaochen or Chu Chaoyun, their attainments in the way of the saber and the sword far surpassed that of their peers in the Kunlun realm. The exquisite martial techniques they displayed already baffled some of the primes, who could not understand their true profoundness. Chapter 1552. Up in the starry heavens, the battle between Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun grew increasingly intense. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain layered over each other. Countless sabers and swords made of light soared up from the overlapping domains. The two exchanged 1,000 moves, but neither managed to gain a clear advantage. As the two exchanged attacks, they brought out the advantages of the saber Dao and the sword Dao to their fullest. Both sides had reached the peak of their respective saber Dao and sword Dao in the Kunlun realm. They were stuck at the same bottleneck. This was due to the Kunlun realm status, which could not compare to the outside world. If the two went to the outside world, their vast accumulations would allow them to quickly break through their respective bottlenecks. However, right now, it was clear that the two could not break through their bottlenecks. Just by relying on their saber techniques and sword techniques, it would be hard to determine a victor. Light and darkness fusion. Yin and yang as one. Chu Chaoyun shouted, and the two extreme energies merged in the black and white sword domain. Suddenly, his body burst forth with alternating black and white light. This looked extremely strange. A sword light flashed as it shot towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not show any weakness. The Taiji saber domain under his feet quickly merged with the two saber dragons, one bright and one dark. The saber dragons coiled around the saber and blocked the sword light of the other party's black and white sword domain. Boom! The two great killing moves clashed. It was like a star exploding, forming a horrifying shock wave that surged out. Xiaochen quickly retreated. However, the shock wave still struck him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Then, he pushed off a meteor and stood firmly. However, Chu Chaoyun was more severely injured than Xiaochen. His long hair was disheveled, and saber wounds covered his body. Occasionally, black qi poured out to heal these saber wounds. However, its recovery speed could not compare to Xiaochen's Azure Dragon War body. It was slightly inferior. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the other party. Then, he said indifferently, "It looks like your physical body is really your burden." Burden? A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He did not deny it or admit it. Perhaps. However, this will not stop me from defeating you. The limitless sword Dao, sword traversing the sky. Chu Chaoyun also walked a different path. Unlike Xiaochen's flawless saber Dao, his limitless sword Dao was extremely pure. The so-called Wuji was boundless and limitless. It implied that his sword Dao was boundless and endless. With this sword Dao as the core, he also created his own limitless sword technique. One sword across the sky, this was the first move of the limitless sword technique. With a flash of sword light, Chu Chaoyun charged over with his sword in hand. When the sword was drawn, it locked down the 9 heavens and completely froze the space. In an instant, Xiaochen felt that the space around him had been locked by a sword aura. Imperceptibly, it formed a prison that locked him up and prevented him from moving. Breaking. Flawless saber technique, void breaking stance. After executing the first move of the flawless saber technique, Xiaochen turned the tables and suddenly vanished. When Xiaochen reappeared, he released a resplendent saber light from his body, tearing through the air. Limitless sword Dao, 1,000 turns and 100 turns. Chu Chaoyun quickly changed his move, and his figure turned blurry. The sword light was ethereal and formless. Xiaochen's spiritual sense could not immediately lock onto the other party, much less make a move. When looking around, it looked like the other party's body was floating in a winding corridor, crisscrossing each other, creating a sense of spatial confusion. Limitless sword Dao, 10,000 swords become one. Chu Chaoyun took advantage of the moment when Xiaochen's aura was exhausted and his move was already over to charge back with his sword. After thousands of turns, the countless figures merged and turned into a sharp sword stabbing at Xiaochen. This sword strike was too fast, too ruthless, and too accurate. Xiaochen did not have time to change his move. He could only hold his saber horizontally in front of him to block this sword strike. Dang! Amid the clanging sounds, Xiaochen nearly lost his grip on his saber, forcing him to retreat quickly. No matter how strong your physical body is, if you keep getting beaten up, you can only lose. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. Then, he took advantage of Xiaochen's mistake and chased after him while holding his sword. The sword move was sharp and indestructible. The starry sword light flew at Xiaochen like a torrential storm. Ding! Ding! Dang! They were like raindrops landing on the ground, giving off a continuous, melodious sound. With one mistake, Xiaochen was pushed back again and again. Countless stars flashed by the two. The stars did not move, but the two were too fast. The stars looked like reflections, flashing rapidly. Chu Chaoyun's sword moves became increasingly ruthless. He only had one chance. He could not give Xiao Chen a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, his momentum would plummet, and his sword would lose its sharpness. Xiao Chen remained calm, not flustered at all. Right now, he had many ways to counter the other party. However, for some reason, he did not really want to do so. Just based on the saber and the sword, the two should be evenly matched. Their attainments were about the same. It all depended on who made the first mistake. However, with other factors, Xiao Chen held too much of an advantage over Chu Chaoyun. Be it the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, Dermic World, or the Divine Lightning Eye, they could all allow Xiao Chen to turn things around in an instant. Up until now, Xiao Chen had thoroughly figured out his opponent's strength. Chu Chaoyun's cultivation was at peak prime. However, he also cultivated the demonic race's cultivation techniques. Hence, he could contend with Xiao Chen alone. Chu Chaoyun's sword skills were about the same as Xiao Chen's saber skills. It was hard to say who was superior. Chu Chaoyun's trump card was the state of primal chaos, a state even stronger than the state of cycle. Before primal chaos split, there was no day or night. There was no time, no space, and no cycle. However, from the very start, Xiao Chen discovered that the merger of light and darkness was not perfect. The reason was that Chu Chaoyun's state of light and state of darkness needed to be perfected. Primal chaos was not as simple as light and darkness. He had forcefully fused them completely by relying on his own willpower. Perhaps that willpower was his greatest trump card. It could allow him to go further and fly higher. Of course, that was under the condition that he could leave the Kunlun realm. However, right now, Chu Chaoyun forcefully raised himself to a higher level. Compared to Xiao Chen, who fought steadily, advancing step by step, Chu Chaoyun was like a tall, dangerous building. Since Xiao Chen knows his own situation, why does he still want to fight me? Whoosh! As Xiao Chen pondered, he became distracted. Then, Chu Chaoyun stabbed his sword into Xiao Chen's chest. A black and white light flowed out of the sword and quickly entered Xiao Chen's body. The muscles and bones around Xiao Chen's wound immediately rotted. Blue Dragon King, you are distracted, Chu Chaoyun said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I was indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. A smile appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face as he said calmly, no one has ever been able to guess my thoughts. Very well. Before I kill you, let me hear you out. If you guessed correctly, I will not stab you with this sword. The tip of the sword stabbed into Xiao Chen's body pressed against Xiao Chen's chest, releasing strands of black sword qi. Strands of black sword qi surged out from the tip of the sword and wrapped around Xiao Chen's chest. As long as Chu Chaoyun wanted to, he could crush Xiao Chen's heart at any time. Do you really want to say it? I feel that it is better to prove it with my actions. Chu Chaoyun was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he saw 3 purple petals spinning in his eyes. When the petals layered over each other, the power of the tribulation lightning instantly descended. Chu Chaoyun was immediately blasted away. His clothes were tattered, and electricity flickered all over his body. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. A berserk tricolor dragon appeared in Xiao Chen's left palm. As the wind blew, it charged at Chu Chaoyun, who was injured by the tribulation lightning. Pu Ci. Chu Chaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. His internal organs ruptured, and he fell weakly onto a small planet. It was not over yet. Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as he executed Dermic World. Then, his huge body stomped on the small planet. Rumble. The small planet shattered on the spot. Chu Chaoyun was in a sorry state. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he no longer had any combat prowess. Chu Chaoyun lay on a rather large piece of the small planet. Right now, he did not even have the strength to stand up. Dermic World vanished, and Xiao Chen pulled out the sword at his chest and casually tossed it aside. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed on the asteroid. Then, He looked at Chu Chaoyun coldly and asked, "Am I right?" Chapter 1553. On the shattered meteor, Xiaochen looked at Chu Chaoyun and said indifferently, "You should know my strength. Before I entered the Blue Dragon Palace, I might not be as strong as you. However, after I entered the Blue Dragon Palace and obtained the bloodline inheritance, I broke through the shackles of Prime. No one in the Kunlun realm is a match for me. Since a long time ago, you said that there would be a battle between you and me. Even though you knew that you were no longer as strong as me, you stubbornly insisted on fighting me. In the past, I could not understand it. Just now, I finally understood why. In the end, deep in your heart. In the end, you were still unwilling to destroy the entire Kunlun realm to fulfill your wish. If you really wanted to achieve your goal, the battle between me and the demonic god would have been your best opportunity. However, you did not. This means that from the very start, your greatest goal was not to destroy the Kunlun realm. What are you trying to do? You are seeking death." Towards the end, Xiao Chen's voice became heavier as he enunciated every word. When Chu Chaoyun heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "You are right. Do it, then. Borrow your hands to kill me. That way, I will feel more at ease and not feel too guilty toward those remnant elders of the dynasty." Xiao Chen did not make a move. He said indifferently, "However, I do not understand why you seek death so much." Chu Chaoyun remained expressionless, his eyes numb. He said calmly, "I'm tired. Do it. I have been waiting for this day for a long time already. I can only say that Xiao Chen, you have not disappointed me." Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun, feeling that he was very pitiful. Who could avoid death in this world? However, some people were not born to live but to seek death. You seek death wholeheartedly and have no regrets? Regrets? None. After I merged the 3,000 lower realms, no one above Emperor Wu can enter. Only the people inside can come out. The people outside cannot enter. The Tianwu dynasty is already established. Those remnant elders like to dream, so I will give them a dream. I've already done what I promised Leng Yu. He had also fulfilled the dying wish of the last Tianwu emperor, the Tianwu emperor, to fight with you. I, Chu Chaoyun, have nothing to regret. Seeing the other party's calm expression, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "You are lying. Do you not want to leave and ask the first-generation Tianwu emperor why he abandoned you?" Hearing this, Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "To be honest, this is the reason I am most unwilling to live. You don't know how powerful he is, and you don't know how terrifying his background is." After pausing for a while, Chu Chaoyun revealed a self-mocking expression. He was not a person of the Kunlun realm in the first place. The establishment of the Tianwu dynasty was his springboard to leave the Kunlun realm. He has never cared about the survival of the Tianwu dynasty. They are just tools for him. Xiao Chen felt somewhat astonished. He had not expected the Tianwu emperor to have such a secret. "Send me on my way. I no longer have any regrets." "I am really tired," Chu Chaoyun said again, getting Xiao Chen to make a move. Xiao Chen remained silent for a long time. Just as Chu Chaoyun gave up and prepared to make a move himself, a force suddenly restricted his body. It was Xiao Chen. He made a move, but he did not kill Chu Chaoyun. Instead, he treated his injuries. Xiao Chen was a prime in the first place. His injuries recovered very quickly. With the help of an external force, his recovery was even faster. Just as Chu Chaoyun's injuries were about to recover, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the divine item that the Tianwu emperor left behind appeared in his hand. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly. "What are you trying to do?" "Nothing much. I'm just sending you out of this abandoned land. There are some things that you have to ask personally. When you are outside and truly have no regrets, we can have a good fight. In this life, one cannot live for others. Chu Chaoyun, don't disappoint me. I do not have many true opponents in this life." Xiao Chen controlled Chu Chaoyun and got him to activate the divine item. The palm-sized sword immediately merged with Chu Chaoyun's body. A vigorous energy started to erupt in Chu Chaoyun's body. His clothes fluttered about, and he had a malevolent expression. Clearly, he was in pain. Black lines appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face, looking like tentacles about to come out. These were the side effects of the clash of light and darkness. Xiao! A sharp sword light shot out from Chu Chaoyun's body. Caught off guard, Xiaochen went flying. The divine item slowly melted in Chu Chaoyun's body, suppressing the powers of darkness and light. Chu Chaoyun soared into the air, and a melodious sword hum came from his body. With a buzz, he broke the barrier of a world. Chu Chaoyun turned into a resplendent light, lighting up the entire boundless starry heavens. Boundless radiance radiated out from Chu Chaoyun's body. As the light spread out, all the stars in the starry heavens dimmed. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Kunlun continent saw a strange scene. In the pitch-black sky, only a resplendent star was shining brightly. Chu Chaoyun's body rose continuously. It felt like the entire world was getting further and further away from him. At this moment, the situation was already set. The restriction that Xiaochen left in Chu Chaoyun's body no longer existed. However, Chu Chaoyun could not change the situation of being brought out of this world by the divine item. Chu Chaoyun searched for Xiaochen's figure in the pitch-black space. Xiaochen's figure and appearance slowly turned blurry in his vision. In life, one cannot always live for others, Chu Chaoyun muttered to himself, mulling over Xiaochen's words. In hindsight, Chu Chaoyun seemed to be in control of the situation at all times, devising strategies. Everything, no matter how big or small, was under his control. Everything went according to his plans. However, in this life, Chu Chaoyun indeed lived only for others. He lived for the dying wishes of the last Tianwu emperor, for the remnant elders of the dynasty. It seemed like he never truly lived for himself. Xiaochen, I promise you. When I have no regrets, I will truly fight you again. After making up his mind, a brilliant light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Then, he vanished from this starry heavens, leaving this abandoned land. The instant Chu Chaoyun left, the starry heavens returned to normal. The stars filling the sky lit up one by one, and the night returned to calm. However, just at this moment, the heavenly Tao mercilessly erased all traces of Chu Chaoyun's existence in this world. Many of the primes and martial emperors watching the battle showed confused expressions, not knowing what happened. Only Xiaochen failed again when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Chu Chaoyun from his mind. This was the same as when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Lu Riyue from Xiaochen's mind after Lu Riyue left. It failed again. Everyone forgot about Chu Chaoyun's existence. Everything related to him was erased without a trace. It was like this person had never existed in the first place. The heavenly Tao was merciless. No wonder everyone questioned whether there was a peak above Prime. Whoosh! 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 The various primes and sovereign martial emperors found Xiaochen and quickly asked him what happened. Xiaochen wanted to explain. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he felt his entire body tremble. Countless strands of strange killing intent descended from the sky, firmly locking down on him. If he spoke, he would definitely be killed. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. The heavenly Tao was not just merciless, it was simply heartless. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain. Xiaochen casually brushed it off. Xiaochen glanced in the direction where Chu Chaoyun had disappeared before turning around and flying back to the Kunlun continent. 3 months later, the Blue Dragon Totem was completed. Then, Xiaochen visited all his friends in the Kunlun realm. This was the last time he met with everyone before he left. His first senior sister, Bai, Wu Xiaotian, Ying Zongtian, Yu Bingyun, he visited all his friends that he had interacted with before. The Deep Abyss demonic world was Xiaochen's final stop. That was where he met the only demon lord of the demonic world, Leng Yu. There were many places he could not bear to part with and many people he could not forget. However, he still had to leave the Kunlun realm in the end. It was just like what he said to Chu Chaoyun. There were many things that he had to do personally. No matter what Lu Rui's current situation was, at the very least, in Xiao Chen's heart, his former master was the person he loved the most in his life. Many words lingered in his ears like it was yesterday. Even if Xiao Chen hid his feelings in the depths of his heart forever, not touching them or thinking about them, that person was irreplaceable in his heart. This was an undeniable fact. Before Xiao Chen left, he entered the Blue Dragon Palace one last time. Big Brother Dragon and the other item spirits had been waiting for a long time already. Chapter 1554. You are leaving? The old dragon horse was the first to speak, guessing Xiao Chen's purpose in coming. Xiao Chen nodded. He had already done what he needed to do and met all the people he needed to meet. He needed to leave the Kunlun realm. Be it to search for Lu Rui or to climb to the peak of the martial Dao, he needed to leave this abandoned land. Big Brother Dragon Horse and the others were not surprised. However, there were some things that needed to be explained. The young girl behind him took out a spatial ring. Xiao Chen received it and sent in his spiritual sense. He discovered that it contained crystal stones flickering with a blue light, looking very crystalline. Such crystals felt like they had the aura of primordial energy. However, they were purer and more condensed. What is this? Xiao Chen asked as he withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at the young woman. I can feel the presence of primordial energy in this. However, it is much purer. The young woman explained, this is spirit jade, a natural ore in the outside world. Cultivators use this to trade. The so-called primordial energy of the Kunlun realm is actually innate spiritual energy in the outside world. When cultivators reach the innate realm, they can absorb it. Spirit jade grows underground. It takes hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years for a spirit jade vein to form. After such a long time of accumulation, the spiritual energy in the spirit jade is naturally much purer than the innate spiritual energy in the world. Big Brother Dragon Horse continued, there are about 2 million spirit jades in this spatial ring. The blue dragon bloodline declined, so I can only give you this much. The rest is to maintain the operation of the Blue Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen put away the spatial ring and thanked the old man. Big Brother Dragon, you are too polite. In reality, Big Brother Dragon Horse was indeed too polite. After Xiao Chen left, he would understand how precious spirit jades were. Furthermore, what Big Brother Dragon Horse gave Xiao Chen were all high-quality superior-grade spirit jades. The azure-clad man stepped forward and handed an ancient book to Xiao Chen. He said, this is the book of the epics. Most sects in the outside world give it to their disciples. Keep it well. It introduces the various things of the martial epoch, such as what cultivation realms there are after the veritable essence realm. There are many factions in the martial epoch. Some of the larger factions and sects have records of them. Xiao Chen took it and casually flipped through a few pages. It was a simplified version of an encyclopedia. Although it was not a secret manual, it was the most suitable for him at the moment. After leaving the Kunlun realm, he would not be clueless. Next, the artifact spirits took out some more precious personal items and left them to Xiao Chen. They were all Xian weapons used to save Xiao Chen's life at a critical moment. Finally, the old dragon horse handed a jade pendant to Xiao Chen to wear. As he placed the jade pendant on his chest, an ice-cold aura flowed out of the jade pendant and poured into Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen immediately felt a lot better, as his aura was greatly suppressed. On the surface of the jade pendant was an ancient Buddha sitting on a lotus platform with a serene expression. On the back were the words Jingxin. This was originally a Buddhist amulet. Later, someone polished it into jade. Although its shape changed, its effects remained the same. It can calm the mind and calm the heart. Of course, the most important thing is that it withdraws its aura. It can reduce the Black Lotus Seal's aura to the minimum. The dragon horse Big Brother had put in a lot of effort. In reality, he was the one who carved the original Buddhist amulet. For the sake of helping Xiao Chen suppress the Black Lotus Seal, the dragon horse Big Brother strengthened the effect of the jade pendant's aura withdrawing. However, you have to remember that this jade pendant cannot completely suppress the Black Lotus Seal. You still have to be careful. When Shao Chen felt the Dragon King's concern, he thanked him solemnly. This could be considered to have resolved his greatest hidden danger. Thinking about what the Thunder King said before he died, Shao Chen could not truly feel at ease leaving the Kunlun realm. If the Black Lotus Church surrounded Shao Chen the moment he left, that would be too unjust. I would like to ask Big Brother Dragon, where does the White Dragon race stay? Shao Chen had not forgotten his greatest purpose in coming to the Blue Dragon Palace. The Dragon Horse Big Brother replied sullenly, that is simple. Just go out and ask around, and you will know. However, I believe that the person you are looking for will not be in the White Dragon race's territory. Who would be willing to pay such a high price to pull your friend out of the abandoned land? There is only one reason. Your friend's bloodline is extremely special and has great potential. Such a genius would normally be in Ancestor Dragon City. That is where the demonic geniuses of the various dragon race bloodlines gather. The resources there are the most, and the competition is the most intense. Ancestor Dragon City, Shao Chen thought to himself, it looks like Lu Riue is most likely in this Ancestor Dragon City. As for where Ancestor Dragon City was, Shao Chen did not ask. He knew nothing about the outside world. Even if he told Shao Chen, it would be hard for him to understand. Now that he knew the name, he would just ask around in the future. Seniors, Shao Chen will take his leave first. I will leave the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate to you. Shao Chen walked to the palace doors and performed a cupped fist salute. The Dragon Horse Big Brother smiled and said, don't worry. I think that Las Mo Chen will be qualified to push open the palace doors soon. The Dragon's Gate's recovery will be faster than you think. Take care on your journey. The group sent off Shao Chen with their eyes, feeling somewhat regretful in their hearts. Shao Chen carried their expectations. Only when Shao Chen became the Dragon Emperor would the Blue Dragon bloodline truly flourish. However, to become the Dragon Emperor, Shao Chen would have to face not only the various demonic geniuses and geniuses of the dragon race but also the inheritors of the other great desolate 100 races and the many ancient holy lands. The pressure of such competition was much greater than in the Kunlun realm. Once Shao Chen left this Kunlun realm, he would welcome the entire martial epoch. The abandoned land of the thousands of great realms was not even a drop in the ocean. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Ingzongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes and sovereign martial emperors of the Kunlun realm were waiting. When Shao Chen's good friends learned that Shao Chen was coming to challenge the Kunlun Road, they had been waiting for him for a long time to send him off. Come, look. The Blue Dragon King is here. As the sun set, a white figure flew towards the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. This was Shao Chen, who had come out of the Blue Dragon Palace. Little brother Shao Chen, this Kunlun Road has always been known as the Road to Death. For several tens of thousands of years, no one in the Kunlun realm has dared to challenge it. Today, it all depends on you. Ingzongtian glanced at the people at the side before turning his head to speak to Shao Chen. Shao Chen took out a jade strip and handed it to Ingzongtian. This jade strip contains a strand of my will, a tenth of my strength. If I die, this jade strip will shatter. If I do not die, the will in the jade strip will grow stronger as my main body grows stronger. Ingzongtian put away the jade strip and said, take care of yourself. I hope that you can make a trip back while I am alive. Tell Big Brother what the outside world is like. Shao Chen said seriously, I definitely will. After a simple exchange with the people he was familiar with, Shao Chen stepped onto the Kunlun Road alone, heading for the unknown world. As the heaven-punishing corpse god watched Shao Chen's back, he muttered, I wonder if he can succeed or not. After all, this is the Kunlun Road. There were too many legends about the Kunlun Road. No matter how strong Shao Chen was, everyone still worried for him. The Kunlun Palace's palace master said, don't worry. It will be much easier for Shao Chen to clear this Kunlun Road than we expected. He has been suppressing his strength all this while. When he reaches the Kunlun Road, he will not have to continue suppressing it. When everyone heard this, they were startled. Right now, Shao Chen's strength was already very horrifying. Unexpectedly, this was still not Shao Chen's limit. On the mountain path, Shao Chen, who was about to enter the clouds, suddenly turned around. His gaze landed on Bai, Mo Chin, first senior sister, and Yu Bingyun. Sorry, I finally have some free time, and now I have to leave alone again. Xiao Chen was not a heartless person. He and Bai had depended on each other for many years, and their relationship was the deepest. First senior sister was the person who took care of him the most since he came to the Kunlun realm. Mo Chen established the Dragon's Gate and helped him the most. Yu Bingyun was someone who had gone through thick and thin with him, a confidant who had gone through life and death with him. Xiao Chen could not bear to part with each of them. He swore to himself that he would return to the Kunlun realm one day. Not for himself but for these people that he could not bear to part with. Chapter 1555. The main peak of Kunlun Mountain towered into the clouds. No one knew what lay beyond the summit. They only knew that it was a path to heaven, a path that led to the outside world, a path to escape this abandoned land. Since ancient times, there had been too many legends about the path to heaven. However, no matter how they spread, there was not much useful information. Xiao Chen's figure entered the clouds, completely vanishing from everyone's sight. The instant he passed through the clouds, Xiao Chen's body felt relaxed for some reason. It was like the restrictions he was born with in his body disappeared. Xiao Chen understood that the heavenly Tao could no longer affect this place. The laws could no longer restrict him. After calming himself, Xiao Chen continued forward. The mountain path was rugged. Slowly, the environment on both sides changed at some point in time. The clouds were no longer there. Both sides were empty. There were many spatial storms in the empty space. When the countless spatial shards blew by, they flew around like shards of glass. As Xiao Chen walked on the mountain path, he felt the might of the spatial shards. He no longer dared to underestimate them, so he carefully avoided these spatial shards. The spatial shards here were on a completely different level from those in the Kunlun realm. The space here was clearly of a higher level. For example, it was like the difference between the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. This place should be a transition point between the Kunlun realm and the outside world. The space in the outside world should be of a higher level. Earlier, a spatial shard passed by Xiao Chen. He had been somewhat careless. Who could have imagined that it would leave a 1 centimeter deep wound when it passed by him? It was very scary. Xiao Chen looked at the summit. He did not know how long he would have to walk to the peak. Furthermore, he did not dare to fly here. As he walked, the danger of getting cut by the spatial shards would increase. If he were unlucky and got swallowed up by a spatial storm, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine that scene. No wonder this Kunlun road was also known as a dead end. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Chen walked forward step by step, carefully avoiding the spatial shards. If he could not avoid them, he would use his saber to chop them apart. As the top bladesman of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen's skills with the saber had already reached great heights. Sometimes, when he could not chop the spatial shards apart, he would use force to break them. Oh no! A spatial storm passed above Xiao Chen without any warning. A strong suction pulled his body down. Blue dragon divine wings. Greatly startled, Xiao Chen quickly unfurled his blue dragon divine wings and struggled against the suction of the spatial storm. Xiao Chen's body spun continuously under the spatial storm, unable to control it. In the spatial storm, many spatial shards flew over. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's movement technique, the fish dragon art, was very proficient in dodging over a short distance. Otherwise, even if they weren't pulled into the storm, they would be cut into pieces by the spatial fragments. When the spatial storm drifted away from his head, his body landed on the ground. Ka-ca. It sounded like something had shattered. The startled Xiao Chen looked down and saw a rotting corpse. He did not know how long it had been there. His original sovereign body had already completely decayed, and he crushed it with a single stomp when he landed. Beside his palm, there was a rusty broken knife. "I'm sorry, Senior. It was unintentional," Xiao Chen said softly. This was a senior bladesman whom he had accidentally crushed. For this senior to be able to leave a corpse on the Kunlun road and not dismembered on the spot, he must have been a famous person in the Kunlun realm. Sighing, Xiaochen continued on his way. The rest of the road was littered with skeletons. Every short distance they walked, they would see a skeleton. The pressure on the mountain increased. Slowly, it became difficult to even lift one's feet. However, there was still a long distance to the top. Suddenly, he realized that it had been a long time since he had seen any corpses. Xiaochen came to his senses and stopped in his tracks. Why weren't there any corpses? Clearly, this was a forbidden zone. Most of the people who charged into this place didn't leave behind any corpses. Hu Qi. Suddenly, 3 spatial storms blew over from above. Xiaochen paled slightly. Before Xiaochen could react, he was lifted into the air, flying towards the center of the 3 spatial storms. Xiaochen struggled with all his might. At the same time, he circulated his vital qi. Strands of dragon-shaped energy moved around and gathered into 2 cauldrons. With a loud shout, Xiaochen punched the air 3 times. Each punch boomed like thunder. He used the huge rebound to push himself back. As for the spatial shards flying over, Xiaochen simply ignored them. He could only let these blind shards fly past his body. After punching 10 times, Xiaochen, who had exhausted all his vital qi, finally landed on the ground. Xiaochen's body was covered in wounds, dripping with blood. His white robes were dyed scarlet. His injuries and fatigue prevented Xiaochen from continuing forward. He could only stop to rest and recover from his injuries, recuperating his vital qi. Even when resting, Xiaochen had to be careful. He looked around and paid attention at all times, unable to relax. This was because the spatial storms here did not follow any pattern. It looked like the summit was less than a kilometer away. However, for some reason, Xiaochen felt that it was a very, very distant place. After that, with every step he took, he would experience 3, even 4, spatial storms. Toward the end, there would be even more terrifying spatial tiers. These spatial tiers would close instantly. If he was not careful and got pulled in, he did not know when he would come out again. It might be 100 years later, or it might be a lifetime. On this 1-kilometer path, Xiaochen took 3 steps forward and took 1 step back. He even had to rest midway, walking for more than 40 days. After almost 1.5 months, he finally arrived at the summit. This period of time was truly a nightmare. In the future, Xiaochen would not want to recall this experience. It was too torturous. Xiaochen turned his head back and looked at the Kunlun road, entering deep thought. Even Xiaochen was in such a sorry state. If the primes of the Kunlun realm wanted to take this path, they would die for sure. This path should not be so difficult. It was practically a path of death. Something must have happened, resulting in such difficulty. Perhaps the people of the Black Lotus Church really did something to it. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze. There was no longer any path ahead. He looked up and saw a huge spatial whirlpool in the distant sky. Is this the spatial tunnel to leave the Kunlun realm? Xiaochen muttered to himself, looking travel-worn as he looked at that spatial whirlpool. Go! Xiaochen pushed off the ground and did not hesitate to fly towards that spatial whirlpool. At this final step, it was much safer. He did not run into any trouble as he ascended. However, just as Xiaochen was about to reach the spatial whirlpool, something strange happened. Black lotus flowers flew out of the spatial whirlpool and quickly formed a huge hand that smashed at Xiaochen. A strong force gathered in the palm. When the pressure pressed down, Xiaochen felt like he was suffocating. Sharp spirit finger. With this finger, Xiaochen retreated quickly. Then, cracks appeared in that huge black palm. The cracks quickly mended, but the palm continued to descend on him, wanting to squash him to death. Flawless saber technique, cloud-reaching stance. Xiaochen did not hesitate to execute the flawless saber technique's cloud-reaching stance. Lofty aspirations surged in Xiaochen's chest. His blood surged as he soared into the sky. Ka Xie. The saber struck that huge palm, and cracks spread out again. Ice, blood, lightning, dragon. Ice attributed and lightning attributed energies merged in Xiao Chen's left palm. A drop of blood dripped from his palm, and a berserk tricolor dragon appeared. Then, the wind blew and the huge palm ferociously smashed into it. After a series of strikes, the huge black palm suddenly scattered, turning into many lotus flowers drifting in the air. Xiao Chen's heart sank. To think that the lotus flowers were not destroyed and still showed signs of regathering. However, the speed of regathering was extremely slow. Xiao Chen thought to himself, indeed, the Black Lotus Church did something. Aside from me, no one in the Kunlun realm can block that earlier strike. Xiao Chen wanted to completely destroy these lotus flowers. However, after trying a few times, he discovered that after the lotus flowers shattered, they would still split into countless lotus flowers. This was very similar to the thunder hell that the Thunder King once executed when he possessed the demonic god. This would only slow down the speed of the black lotus flowers regathering. It would not be of much use. Never mind. I'll enter the spatial whirlpool first. Xiao Chen shook his head and chose to give up. Then, his figure flashed into the spatial whirlpool. Chapter 1556. As his body entered the spatial whirlpool, Xiao Chen looked forward. There was only one path in the whirlpool. At the end of the tunnel, a faint light could be seen. After testing it out, Xiao Chen discovered that it was very easy to move forward. However, when he moved backward, it felt like the entire world was moving backward. He had only experienced this feeling when he was reversing time and space. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder people said that it was much more difficult for the people of the outside world to enter than for the people of the Kunlun realm to leave. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm only had to deal with those spatial shards and spatial storms. To the experts of the outside world, their realms far surpassed that of a supreme being, so they did not fear the spatial storms at all. However, every step they took in the passageway of the spatial vortex was equivalent to reversing time and space. Although the passageway was not long, it was enough to make one suffer. Furthermore, according to the old dragon horse, the stronger one was, the greater the obstacles one would encounter. Xiao Chen was a little worried about what he would do when he returned in the future. However, at this point, it was useless to think about these things. He could only shake his head and brace himself to move forward. Fortunately, the Black Lotus Church did not follow up on this spatial passageway. It would be extremely difficult for the other party to tamper with this spatial passageway. The moment Xiao Chen stepped out of the spatial vortex, he looked back and discovered the place he had come from. It was a black whirlpool. The entrance of the whirlpool was like the mouth of a monster. Xiao Chen looked around. This place was the resplendent starry heavens, boundless and boundless. He did not see the Kunlun continent. Xiao Chen thought for a while. It looked like the Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this universe, truly an abandoned land. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chen found that this starry heavens was very different from the Kunlun realms. Firstly, the level of space was different. Here, one would not be as free as in the starry heavens of the Kunlun realm. He had to constantly consume true essence to maintain himself in the starry sky and not drift away. The spatial pressure was immense, and his speed and strength were greatly restricted. Xiao Chen flipped his hand, and the cycle throne appeared. Then, he gently landed and sat on it. 7 divine weapons appeared, each guarding a direction, forming a simple formation. Kicking Xiao Chen, he resisted the pressure from the starry sky. Sitting on the throne, Xiao Chen began to study the book of the epochs that the azure-clothed man had left him. He had to understand the outside world as soon as possible. Book of the Epochs, the end of the Great Desolate Era. The Great Desolate Continent shattered into countless fragments, and the world entered the Epoch Era. The first sentence introduced the origin of the epoch, and it immediately drew Xiao Chen's attention. There was a lot of novel knowledge that Xiao Chen had never come into contact with before. It broadened his horizons and allowed him to have a new understanding of the universe. In the beginning, the universe was chaotic. There was no heaven and earth. Only then did the heavens and earth split apart, and only then did the boundless great wasteland continent come into existence. It was a post-mythological era where all the races fought for supremacy, and the descendants of the gods and devils appeared. That era was too far away. Only the most ancient records of the 10,000 races in the untainted land had records of that era. As for the chaotic era, that was even more distant. The great desolate continent shattered into pieces. Even the smallest piece was half the size of the Kunlun continent. The billions of pieces formed countless worlds of various sizes. Thousands of worlds formed the epic era that followed. The epic era had risen and fallen for many epochs. After the immortal epoch came the current martial epoch. With the birth of the new epoch, the lands of the old epoch would be excluded from the new epoch, becoming abandoned lands. 3 days later, Xiaochen finally finished reading the book of the epochs. Xiaochen let out a long sigh. The Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this entire world. The outside world was much larger than Xiaochen had imagined, somewhat surpassing his expectations. He now had a certain understanding of the current martial epoch. After the veritable personage realm, there was the primal core realm, the cloud sea realm, the divine vein realm, the faux god realm, and the true god realm. Before the veritable personage realm were the ordinary realm and the innate realm. In the vast sea of people, there were probably billions of people cultivating in the martial epoch. However, most people would remain in the ordinary realm their entire lives. With some talent, they would advance to the innate realm. Only after becoming a connate life form and passing through the 9 heavens of connate could one be called a perfected being. For example, Xiaochen had broken through to the enlightened being realm in his 30s. Even in most places in the outside world, he could be considered an outstanding talent. However, the Book of the Epochs also recorded that the cultivators with the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline had mostly reached the peak of the veritable personage realm at his age. Among them, there were many with outstanding talents who broke through to the perfected being realm. His talent was not bad, but the resources in the land of exile could not be compared to those in the outside world. His years of experience and combat experience were incomparable to the geniuses in the outside world. It couldn't be said that they were truly weaker than each other. Xiaochen thought to himself, I need to find baleful Yin energy quickly and advance to the Yin essence stage. After the Yin essence stage, there was the Yang essence stage. When the 3 essences merged to form the primal core, one could break through from the veritable personage stage to the primal core stage. In the Book of the Epochs, Xiaochen had seen a rough star map left behind by the azure-clothed man. Roaming the starry sky without a star map was equivalent to courting death. Not only were there all sorts of astral beasts in the starry sky, but there were also many astral pirates. More importantly, if a cultivator wanted to move freely in the starry sky, they needed the strength of a primal core realm cultivator. A veritable personage would barely be able to roam the starry sky, but they would not be able to remain in the starry sky for long. The expenditure of veritable essence energy would be too much. Xiaochen recalled the information he saw on the star map. The land of exile, the Kunlun realm, was near the profound light great realm. As for the profound light great realm, it was in the purple sun region. There were at least 1,000 existences similar to the profound light great realm in the purple sun region. Xiaochen needed to make a trip to the profound light great realm first. Firstly, he could scout out the situation there. Secondly, he could search for or purchase some baleful Yin energy. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiaochen used the magic energy in his sea of consciousness to drive the cycle throne to the profound light great realm. The air resistance in the starry sky was very low, allowing one to fly very fast. However, the air here was thin, and the pressure and light were extraordinary. If one was not careful, one might die. Those with lower cultivations than those who had not broken through to the veritable personage realm would not be able to survive in the starry sky. Originally, Xiaochen would find it hard to fly for long in the starry sky. Fortunately, he had the cycle throne, which he could drive with magic energy, saving him a large amount of veritable essence energy. Chi! After flying for millions of kilometers, Xiaochen passed by an asteroid belt and strange sounds came from there. There are many astral beasts in the starry sky. These astral beasts are extremely hard to deal with, and some are extremely strong. This was Xiao Chen's first time roaming the starry sky, so he raised his guard. Normally, he would not pass by such complicated environments. Instead, he would go around them. However, this time, it seemed like he could not avoid them. Suddenly, several black bats flew out of the asteroid belt. They were all huge, looking like strange beasts. Due to the low air resistance in the starry sky, these huge bats moved extremely fast. Furthermore, these bats had strong auras. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary astral beasts. Every bat should have the strength of a veritable essence stage cultivator. Xiao Chen did not panic. He remained calm, wanting to test the combat prowess of these huge bats. Kill! Pride of the 7 divine weapons tore through the air. A saber light flashed, and a huge bat that bore the brunt of the attack got chopped in half. The saber light contained great Tao energy, making it easy to kill. Clang! Pride returned, leaving behind the corpses of several huge bats in the starry sky. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he wrapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. It looks like my combat prowess is completely unrivaled in the veritable essence stage. I think that not many can comprehend great Tao energy in this cultivation realm. With the support of great Tao energy, Xiao Chen's strength surpassed that of an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator. Unfortunately, I did not run into any essence stage astral beasts, so I cannot test out my true limits. Just at this moment, something strange happened. All of a sudden, a flock of giant bats flew out of the asteroid belt. Some of them had golden patterns on their bodies. When Xiao Chen checked, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were at least essence stage giant bats. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. Flee! Without even thinking, Xiao Chen suddenly stood up. The throne merged with his white robes as he quickly flew away. Chapter 1557. With so many giant bats, Xiao Chen could not deal with them all. Furthermore, there were a few leaders among them. This made things even more difficult. Running was the best option. However, Xiao Chen's speed was much slower than that of these ferocious beasts that grew up in the starry heavens. Their bodies needed to adapt to the environment of the starry heavens. Furthermore, the school bus had just arrived and was not used to the complicated environment of the starry heavens. Soon, a swarm of giant bats surrounded Xiao Chen. When they got closer, Xiao Chen discovered that these giant bats were nearly 10 meters long. They had sharp beaks and huge wings. The scariest thing were their claws. They were incredibly sharp and flickered with a cold light. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, these giant bats let out sharp cries at the same time. The cries were ear-piercing and unpleasant, penetrating into the depths of one's mind. Sound wave attacks. Xiao Chen's face sank. The sound wave attacks of these giant bats were not simple. They were all infused with mental energy. Most importantly, he was in the middle of the encirclement, so the giant bat's sound waves were all focused on him. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen tremble in fear. If he was not careful, he might end up an idiot, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Dragon Tone Art. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen decisively executed the Dragon Tone Art. A purple whirlpool gathered in his chest. A huge dragon image coiled above his head. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen roared ferociously. Roar! Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which far surpassed that of a regular person's, erupted with this roar. Not only did the giant bats fail to injure Xiao Chen, but they were also severely injured by the rebound of the dragon roar. It was no longer possible for the giant bats to attack Xiao Chen with sound waves. Revealing a smile, Xiao Chen looked around the encirclement and fixed his gaze on a giant bat with a golden line on its back. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader. Even if this group of giant bats wanted to cause trouble for Xiao Chen, they did not have the courage to do so. Whoosh! After making up his mind, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he executed the fish dragon art and charged forward. The giant bats that pounced at him along the way were all easily dodged, leaving only broken afterimages. Chee! Suddenly, a gust of wind flashed in front of him. The wind was as sharp as a knife, and it scratched Xiao Chen's cheeks, leaving 2 bloody marks. Retreat! Bewildered, Xiao Chen quickly retreated. Only then did he realize that the golden-edged bat had flown over his head. What a close shave! If he hadn't dodged in time, his head would have been crushed on the spot. Just thinking about the giant bat's golden claws, which flickered with a faint light and overflowed with cold light, made one shudder. However, this also firmed up Xiao Chen's decision to kill this golden-edged bat first. After a few rounds with this golden-edged bat, Xiao Chen actually suffered a small loss. He couldn't help but shout, "Saber!" The 7 divine weapons merged together. Xiao Chen grasped the scabbard. He did not want to end up in a battle to the death, so he executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and he felt intense pain. Then, he quickly hacked out with the divine weapon. Ka-ca. Who could have imagined that the golden-edged bat's claws would firmly grab the saber in the time it took for a spark to fly? What great vital chi! Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he failed to draw his saber. The golden-edged bat flapped its wings, and its sharp teeth flew towards Xiao Chen, forcing him to abandon his saber. Just at this crucial moment, the golden-edged bat suddenly lost all signs of life. Xiao Chen's heartbreaking stance ignored defense, directly attacking the target's heart. At this moment, the golden-edged bat's heart shattered, dying on the spot. Ka-ca. A saber light flashed. Xiao Chen drew his divine weapon and chopped off the golden-edged bat's golden claws. When looking at the cold, golden light and sharp claws, even a fool would know that these were good items. After killing this golden-edged bat, Xiao Chen did not linger. This group of astral beasts was harder to deal with than he had imagined. If there was no need, he would not linger. Look! There is a person being chased by a group of demon-tone bats. So, it is a veritable essence stage rookie. No wonder he offended the demon-tone bats. When such astral beasts work together, even peak primal core realm experts would have to retreat. The demon-tone bats are one of the overlords of this area. This person is dead for sure. Should we save him? What's there to save? Firstly, he does not have the emblem of a sect. Secondly, he has no experience. With one look, we can tell that he is an unreliable loose cultivator. As Xiao Chen retreated, a fortress ship passed in front of him. A group of people on the ship watched the scene of him being chased. When Xiao Chen looked over, he felt somewhat startled. This fortress ship was very fast. This should be an astral ship specially made for traveling in the starry heavens. It should have formations that could adapt to the starry heavens. Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of this in the Book of the Epics. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, a strong aura swept over Xiao Chen. A primal core realm expert. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling bewildered, a cold snort rang out by his ear. Scram further away. Don't lead the demon-tone bats in our direction. Otherwise, this old man will take your life. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a blue-clad old man at the top of the fortress ship, looking at him coldly. It turned out that Xiao Chen was heading to the profound light world. The direction he was retreating in happened to be the same as this fortress ship. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to bother with this person, so he did not bother explaining. However, he still had to be wary of this person's strength. Xiao Chen lowered his speed. After all, it was not like he could not deal with the demon-tone bats behind him, it would just be more troublesome. On the fortress ship, a man and a woman stood behind the blue-clad old man. The man was handsome, but his lips were rather thin, and he looked somewhat fickle. The woman had some baby fat on her face, but her facial features were delicate. While she was not very pretty, she was very likable. Master, that person does not look like a bad person. We can save him, the woman whispered as she looked into the distance, at Xiao Chen, who was slowly disappearing from her vision. The young man smiled and said, "Junior sister, you are too young. With one look, it is clear that this person is deliberately leading the demon-tone bats in our direction. If we save him, we will fall into his trap. Then, we will take the opportunity to leave. If he is more malicious, he might even take advantage of the situation to rob us. But Master, how can a primal core realm expert fear a veritable essence stage cultivator? The woman argued, but she did not have much confidence. The blue-clad old man sighed and said, "Faye, your senior brother is right. At such a time, it is better to avoid trouble. With your character, I am really worried about how you will compete with others when you go to Profound Een Island." "Master, don't worry. Luo Nan will definitely protect junior sister well." The young man immediately stepped forward and expressed his stance. However, the blue-clad old man shook his head and did not say anything. "If you go to Profound Een Island, you might not even be able to protect yourself. Why the need to boast?" The blue-clad old man did not think much of these two disciples. One was strong but soft-hearted. The other was biting off more than he could chew and was too arrogant. However, it was good for him to temper himself. The competition within the sect was still gentler. Outside the sect, suffering a little was good, tempering his character. 3 days later, the blue-clad old man delayed Xiao Chen for a while, so he simply stopped fleeing. He fought as he retreated, tempering his combat experience in the starry heavens and adapting to the environment of the starry heavens, as well as the higher-level space of this great world. By relying on the fish-dragon art, Xiao Chen could make thousands of changes in an instant, moving like a fish in water. Xiao Chen killed the 3 leaders of the demon-tone bats one after another. Not a single one of the ordinary demon-tone bats managed to escape. The vast magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness turned into mental energy, which he sent out through the dragon tone art. This allowed him to not fear the demon-tone bats' killing sonic attacks. As Xiao Chen recuperated on the cycle throne, he thought about his war trophies. There were many pairs of demon-tone bat claws. There were even 4 pairs of golden claws, the claws of the demon-tone bat leaders. These claws were tougher and sharper, like divine materials. More accurately, they were of a higher quality than the divine materials of the Kunlun realm. Based on that primal core expert's tone, he seemed to fear these demon-tone bats. Even primal core experts fear these demon-tone bats. It seems like I can make use of them. When Xiao Chen thought of an idea, he took out a carving knife and a pair of demon-tone bat claws. Then, he slowly started carving. After another 7 days, Xiao Chen recovered to his peak state. He frowned slightly as he was carving the demon-tone bats and stopped what he was doing. A gentle breeze blew in front, and the 7 divine weapons protecting the throne buzzed and trembled. This aura, there are primal core cultivators fighting in the distance. Xiao Chen stood up and gently tapped his forehead with a finger. The heavenly eye flew out and hovered in the air, watching from afar. After a while, when Xiao Chen saw the situation of the battle, his lips curled up in a smile. It was a small world. The fortress ship from 10 days ago ran into astral starry heavens pirates. Chapter 1558. With the observation of the heavenly eye, Xiao Chen could see every movement in the distance. There was a smaller pirate ship in front of the ship that the blue-clad old man was on, but it was even faster. The bow of the ship rose, and a black scimitar banner hung on it. The entire ship was covered in sharp edges. This was especially so for the bow, which was as sharp as a knife. Although this ship was small, it was much faster than the other ship. It was also nimble. No matter how the other ship changed directions, the other ship could not shake off the pirate ship. The other ship was even forced to keep kicking back. Clearly, the two had been fighting for a long time already. Only then did Xiao Chen catch up. Otherwise, given Xiao Chen's speed, he would not have been able to catch up to the blue-clad old man's ship. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the pirate ship, revealing a fervent expression. "Master, is there any way to deal with this black scimitar pirate group? We have already been hiding for 2 days, but we still cannot avoid them," the young disciple, Luo Nan, asked with a somewhat grave expression beside the blue-clad old man. The Black Scimitar pirate group was one of the 10 strongest pirate groups in the nearby starry domain. The blue-clad old man said, "I'll go and talk to them." Brothers of the Black Scimitar pirate group, this old man is a second-generation elder of the Tieni sect. Can you give the Tieni sect some face and not make things difficult for us? Otherwise, our Tieni sect is not that easy to bully. The Tieni sect was one of the stronger sects in the vicinity. The sect had a spirit light venerate, who surpassed the core cloud realm, holding down the fort. However, it was not a local sect of the profound light great realm. Although the Tieni sect was rather far away, it still had some prestige. If the Tieni sect was smart, this pirate group would probably give it some face. Ha ha ha. This old man is not blind. I saw your Tieni sect's banner long ago. Cut the crap. If you want to pass through here, hand over 100,000 spirit jades. Otherwise, this old man will have to go far away. A black-clad man holding a scimitar laughed maniacally on the pirate ship. Whoosh! 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 30-odd people charged out from behind this black-clad man. All of them were at least veritable essence stage. Many of them were at the essence stage or young essence stage. There was even one person who had reached the half-step primal core realm. The veritable personage realm consisted of 3 stages: veritable essence stage, essence stage, and young essence stage. The strength of the pirates on this pirate ship could be considered quite elite, comparable to some small sections. This was especially so for the black-clad man. He was at least a late-stage minor primal core realm cultivator. 100,000 spiritual jades? You must be a maple, right? Let me tell you, it's impossible. A trace of killing chi flashed on the blue-clad old man's face. He said sullenly, "Just a mere pirate, and yet you dare to be so arrogant." Ha ha ha, then let's cut the crap and kill all of them. The pirate leader revealed a sinister smile and shouted. The pirates on the pirate ship laughed strangely and charged out. All of a sudden, the cultivators of both sides quickly exchanged blows in the air. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Xiao! Xiao Chen withdrew the heavenly eye and revealed a doubtful expression. This pirate leader seemed to have another purpose. It didn't seem like a robbery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with an unacceptable price. I don't care about that. The grudges between the two sides have nothing to do with me. It's that pirate ship. Xiao Chen suddenly had an idea. When he saw the speed of the ship earlier, he was already somewhat envious. Then, he thought about how his cycle throne was like a tortoise compared to that ship. Compared to that pirate ship, it was like a snail. The core of an astral warship is the formation, followed by the warship materials. If I can obtain the formation and modify the cycle throne, is there a chance? Opportunities came from fighting. If one fought, there would be. If one did not fight, there would be no chance at all. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen made up his mind. Then, he quickly headed for the place where the two sides fought. At the place where the battle was taking place, both sides were somewhat anxious. On the whole, the Black Scimitar pirate group held the advantage. Furthermore, their numbers were continuously expanding. The blue-clad old man was very strong, practically suppressing the pirate leader. His combat style was ruthless and decisive, and he was extremely experienced. However, the situation of the disciples on the ship was somewhat unsightly. It was simply a one-sided massacre. They cried out miserably whenever they felt any pain. As for those pirates, they laughed strangely. These people, who kept their heads turned around, had a frighteningly ruthless combat style. The more injured they were, the stronger their baleful auras became. Fortunately, the two disciples of the blue-clad old man held on to the ship's side. Otherwise, they would not be completely defeated. Xiao Chen glanced at the situation of the battle. Then, his gaze fell on the pirate ship. "Senior brother, look! Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats?" The girl named Feier exclaimed when she saw Xiao Chen's figure. Her eyes lit up. "Junior sister, look! Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats?" The thin-lipped man did not believe it. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's figure, he was somewhat stunned, nearly getting injured by the pirates. Damn! Am I seeing things? To think that he is still alive after being chased by the demon-tone bats. Even primal core realm cultivators cannot endure the sonic attacks of the demon-tone bats. They will end up hallucinating and severely injure their mental energy. The blue-clad old man, who was fighting with the pirate leader, also saw Xiao Chen. Hope immediately ignited in this experienced old man. A person who could escape from the demon-tone bats was definitely not simple. Perhaps he could tip the balance. Young hero, will you lend us a hand? Our Tianyi sect will definitely thank you heavily in the future. The blue-clad old man had completely forgotten that he had misunderstood Xiao Chen and told him to scram far away. Xiao Chen did not care about the blue-clad old man, continuing to fly forward as if he did not hear what the old man said at all. Ha ha ha. Interesting. To think that you treat a veritable essence stage bladesman as a treasure. However, what's more interesting is that he did not abandon you. Ha ha ha. When the black-clad man saw the situation, he started laughing loudly. However, the black-clad man only laughed halfway before he could continue. Xiao Chen flew straight towards his pirate ship. Damn it! How dare he target my precious ship? Quickly, go and get a few brothers to chop him up. He is just an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. Is he tired of living? Immediately, 3 of the pirates fighting on the ship heard their leader's orders. Then, they immediately flew out and chased after Xiao Chen. The blue-clad old man revealed a confused look in his eyes. He could not figure out Xiao Chen's intentions. What is he doing? Going to the pirate ship? Isn't that just sending himself to death? There were still experts stationed on the pirate ship. Brat, stop right there. Of the 3 pirates chasing Xiao Chen, the one who specialized in speed was the first to charge over. Then, he quickly hacked down with his saber. Ka-ca. When the saber light landed, Xiao Chen shattered into pieces. Before this pirate could rejoice, he discovered that he had struck only an afterimage. What fast speed! The 3 pirates were startled, their hearts thumping wildly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen dodged this saber strike so calmly. The pirate whose saber light missed looked at the shattered afterimages in front and was stunned for a moment. Die! Suddenly, a figure charged out of the shattered afterimages in the air. This figure was like a sharp saber, giving off an unparalleled sharpness. Before this pirate could react, he got punched. 2 cauldron force, together with the great Dao might, instantly exploded. The pirate corpse was covered in shattered bones, turning into a clump of blood mist. An essence stage cultivator. It seems like, he is not much. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he withdrew his fist light. Right now, Xiao Chen urgently needed to figure out his strength. However, this was clearly not the time yet. Old 7. The 2 pirates behind were greatly startled. They could not accept this. Old 7 died, just like that. Xiao Chen glanced over indifferently. However, he did not care so much. He gently waved his sleeves. And somersaulted in the air, spreading his arms and continuing to fly towards the pirate ship. This scene shocked many of the people present. No one had expected this white-robed bladesman to kill an essence stage cultivator so easily. Senior brother, he does not seem to be an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator. A bright light flashed in Fei Er's eyes as she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, perhaps he can help us. Stop dreaming. No matter what, he is still a veritable essence stage loose cultivator. If you go to the pirate ship, there is a half-step primal core expert guarding it. You will die for sure. However, he can indeed help us attract some islands, Luo Nan said indifferently, not showing any emotion. Xiao Chen easily dodged the attacks of the 2 pirates. Soon, he landed on the deck of the pirate ship. Boom! The 2 pirates behind panted slightly as they landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, they shielded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the skinny bladesman on the left. He said, a young essence stage cultivator. Not bad. I can feel baleful yang energy in your body. You are really not afraid of death. You do not show any fear when you see the two of us. The skinny man emphasized his words as he looked at Xiao Chen with a surging murderous intent. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. The two of you? You have the strength, but your aura is not enough to scare me. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged out from his body. During his 20-odd years in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen had experienced many trials and tribulations. The so-called aura was a reflection of a person's experience and mental state. Xiao Chen's mental state was far from what the two before him could compare to. As for experience, Xiao Chen was a legend in the Kunlun realm. How could these two weaklings compare to him? The moment Xiao Chen's strong aura appeared, the invisible aura put immense pressure on the two pirates, forcing them to take a few steps back involuntarily. Xiao Chen revealed a mocking smile as he said coldly, "You are full of openings. No matter how high your cultivation is, it is useless." Chapter 1559. For a person to have a strong aura, they either had a truly noble background or had experienced the vicissitudes of life amidst a storm of blood, experiencing all sorts of joys and sorrows, becoming a legend. Clearly, Xiao Chen was the latter. Such an aura was even more oppressive than that of those with noble backgrounds. The two Black Scimitar pirate group members standing in front of Xiao Chen trembled slightly. The pressure they felt was even greater than when they faced their boss. "Stop trying to mystify us, you insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman." The young essence stage pirate on the left suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted ferociously. Then, he drummed up his courage and charged at Xiao Chen. "Do you think that bluffing and deceiving others and yourself can boost your courage?" Xiao Chen revealed a disdainful smile. The other party attacked like the wind, possessing a strong aura. However, the other party's footsteps were messy, his expression nervous, and his heart flustered. If Xiao Chen stood still, there would be fewer openings. If he moved, there would be more openings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the other party's saber light was about to chop down. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage on the ground. In the next moment, a leg appeared. Xiao Chen's foot moved past the other party and accurately kicked the other party's chin, finding many openings in his saber move. Ka-ca. The pirate flew into the air. When he landed, he sprawled on the ground and twitched continuously. However, he did not get up again. The remaining essence stage pirate was frightened silly. He actually fled, no longer daring to block Xiao Chen's path. Naturally, there was no need to bother with these so-called nobodies. Although these pirates had pretty good cultivations, their mental states were far inferior to Xiao Chen's. It was like a beggar meeting the crown prince of a dynasty. No matter how strong the beggar was, he would be intimidated by the latter's aura and become fearful. Xiao Chen kicked open the ship's door and walked in without hesitation. He entered. This white-robed bladesman charged into the Black Scimitar pirate group's ship. How can this be? How can this veritable essence stage fellow be so heaven-defying? Such a scene shocked not only the Tianyi sect disciples. Even the group of pirates was incredibly shocked, wondering if they were seeing things. Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother, like I said, this white-robed bladesman is not simple. Look, he has already entered the hold." Luo Nan thought to himself, if it were me, I could deal with these three pirates. However, it would be hard to say if they wanted to be as relaxed as Xiao Chen. Humph. He is seeking death. There will definitely be half-step primal core experts guarding the control room of the warship. Bunch of trash. You cannot even block an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. A bunch of trash. You can't even block an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. How dare you? The pirate leader, who was currently fighting with the blue-clad old man, was so angered that his entire body trembled. He wished that he could personally go over and kill Xiao Chen. Xiao's spirit of fighting, he, and said, he, one and he, of, blood, and of, old ghost, don't be too pleased with yourself. My second brother is guarding the ship. He's seeking his own death. I don't need to send more people. The black-clothed man was in a bad mood, and said with resentment. At this moment, the situation was delicate, no longer like before. The blue-clad old man said sullenly, in that case, let's see if your subordinates kill my disciples faster or if I defeat you faster. As long as either side ended the battle, the victor would immediately be decided. Now that the 3 pirates were gone, the pressure on the Tianyi sect's disciples was much more relaxed. Most importantly, Luo Nan and Fei Er, these 2 outstanding talents of the Tianyi sect, were far stronger than those of the same cultivation realm. After familiarizing himself with the pirates' fighting style, his true strength was slowly being unleashed. The internal structure of the pirate society was unique. More than 10 rooms of different sizes with various purposes were created. Xiao Chen headed straight for the core control room. His spiritual consciousness had already sensed that there was a half-step core cloud realm cultivator in the control room. The dragon blood soul-breaking finger silently accumulated power as he hurried along. Xiao Chen was not prepared to clash with a half-step primal core realm expert. This was not the time, either. Killing in one strike and then quickly obtaining the core formation was the way to go. Ka Xie. Xiao Chen kicked open the doors to the control room. A rather young, middle-aged man in the room looked at Xiao Chen coldly. The youths these days are getting bolder. To think that an insignificant veritable essence stage cultivator dares to target our black scimitar pirate's ship. The middle-aged man shouted ferociously. Then, he waved his hand and charged at Xiao Chen. Baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy slowly flowed around his palm, forming a subtle balance. His body also entered a certain balance, becoming compatible with the world. When the middle-aged man leaped up, the entire space moved with him, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chen. Whoosh! The middle-aged man moved very fast, not intending to give Xiao Chen any time to catch his breath, preparing to court death. However, a finger stretched out in the time it took for a spark to fly. A scarlet light flickered on the fingertip. A Soul Dao martial technique. Panic flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He wanted to retreat quickly, but he was already very fast in the first place. Retreating was easier said than done. Xiao Chen only stretched out his finger and tapped the middle-aged man's forehead. It looked like the middle-aged man offered himself up. The eyes of the second-in-command of the pirate group slowly dimmed. His soul was severely injured. To think that he did not die on the spot. The soul of a half-step primal core realm expert was extraordinarily resilient. Startled, Xiao Chen lowered his arm and clenched his palm into a fist. Then, he punched the second-in-command's dantian with 2 cauldron force. Bang! A hole appeared in the roof of the control room. The second-in-command vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Second brother. The pirate leader, who was fighting with the blue-clad old man, happened to see this scene. When he saw his second brother get knocked back, he showed no signs of life. The pirate leader immediately went berserk, utterly enraged. How can this be? My second brother is a half-step primal core realm cultivator. He cannot do anything to an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. Return to the ship. All of you, return to the ship and kill that brat. The black-clad man was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. He called out, and the pirates on the ship scattered back to their pirate ships. A light flickered in the blue-clad old man's eyes. Actually, he could have kept the pirate leader here. However, the experienced and astute him chose to give up. Master, a half-step primal core realm expert died on the pirate side. Let's call second martial uncle out and kill all these pirates. There was also a half-step primal core realm expert guarding the control room on the ship. Luo Nan immediately suggested after he arrived beside the blue-clad old man. Master, let's make a move. If we still don't, that white-clad bladesman who saved us will die. The blue-clad old man's expression did not change. He ignored Luo Nan's impulse and Fei Er's anxiety. He said indifferently, "It is not time yet. I need to watch first." Inside the control room, Xiaochen knew everything that happened outside like the back of his hand. Life bestowal spell. With a soft cry, many demon tone bat sculptures flew out of the control room. There were more than 20 of them. Finally, there was even a golden demon tone bat. "Boss, it's the demon tone bats. There are so many demon tone bats. There are even chief-level demon tone bats." When the pirates who just landed on the ship saw a group of demon tone bats suddenly fly out, they were all frightened silly and retreated in a fluster. A few pirates were too slow. The demon tone bats' sharp claws dug deep into their chests, breaking a few ribs on the spot. Blood spurted out, and the pirates were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Chi! Chi! The golden demon tone bat appeared, and its sharp claws dug deep into the roof of the pirate ship. The other demon tone bats stood in a row around it, squeaking strangely. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the enraged black-clad man, his heart instantly turning cold. Demon tone bats. Damn it. Since when did my pirate ship become a bat nest? A strange look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. At this moment, he finally made a move, charging out with a half-step primal core realm expert and a Tianyi sect disciple. The blue-clad old man spoke righteously, appearing very righteous. He shouted, "Black Scimitar, today is the day you pirates die." Chapter 1560. In the core control room of the pirate ship, Xiaochen forcefully pried open the deck, and the starship's formation appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. Xiaochen was immediately dazzled, unable to take it all in. The formation below the deck flickered with light. The formation was no more than 100 meters wide. It actually had more than 10,000 nodes. There were other formations within the formation, all interconnected, formations within formations. Every node had a spirit jade in it. The pirate ship did not look very big. At the core of the formation, there was an exquisitely shaped formation plate engraved with complicated patterns. This formation plate was definitely the work of a grandmaster. Activating it would require a significant amount of resources. A total of 10,000 spirit jades. Who knew how long it would last? I miscalculated. I should not have blasted that fellow to death. Xiaochen frowned slightly. This formation was very complicated. He could not figure it out immediately. It would be great if Imochen were here. Given her attainments in formations, she would be able to figure it out with a few glances. However, there should be a formation diagram in this control room. Such a complicated formation would be very troublesome to repair. Xiaochen muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin with his right hand. His gaze swept across the control room, searching for the hidden mechanism or the hidden interlayer. After a while, Xiaochen discovered something. He found a wooden box in a secret compartment under the control panel. After opening it, there were 3 formation diagrams and a detailed star chart. The star chart included not only the purple sun region but also the nearby astral domains. Good stuff. The star chart that Big Brother Long gave me is already very old. This star chart is really perfect. Xiaochen studied it and was surprised to discover that this star chart had markings of the nearby trade routes. There were also records of the valuable stars, remnants, and resources on the stars. It truly lives up to being a star chart used by pirates. It is really detailed. Now, it is mine. Xiaochen smiled faintly and placed it in his universe ring. Then, he looked at the formation diagram. It was indeed complicated. Every formation diagram was folded, and there were a total of 3. After putting away the formation diagram, Xiaochen sized up the formation below. Then, he took out the formation plate. Immediately, the flickering light disappeared, and the formation came to a stop. It is indeed a good item. Just the materials alone are extraordinary, Xiaochen commented bluntly as he held the array plate and sensed it. Next up was the spirit jades on the nodes. 10,000 spirit jades was not a small sum. Although Xiao Chen had 2 million spirit jades on him, such things did not appear to be a lot. "Boss, something happened to our ship." The pirates fighting the Tianyi sect were greatly startled as they spoke in a fluster. The pirate ship's spirituality had completely disappeared, and some of the glowing water chestnuts had stopped flashing. The entire ship shook violently in the starry sky. "My ship!" The pirate leader's lungs were about to explode. The Black Scimitar pirate group, which ran amok in this region, actually had their ship hijacked. This would definitely become the greatest joke among their peers. However, they could only watch helplessly as the demon-toned bats guarded the ship's hold. Although these pirates were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Furthermore, there was still the Tianyi sect's large-scale counterattack. This group of pirates could neither advance nor retreat. All sorts of loud sounds came from the ship's hold. The strong pirate ship shook continuously in the starry sky. No one knew what was happening inside. However, no one knew that it was definitely not a good thing. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry." The black-clad man was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. His movements were disrupted, and several wounds appeared on his body. The pirates' morale plummeted, and they persisted bitterly, losing their initial ferocity. Following a loud explosion, the hull of the ship collapsed, and the deck began to peel off non-stop. The perfectly fine pirate ship became bare, leaving only the outline of the ship's skeleton. Pussy. When the black-clad man saw his treasured ship in such a state, he could not help vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He finally understood what Xiao Chen was doing. Xiao Chen was using brute force to tear apart the valuable parts of his ship, piece by piece. Now, Xiao Chen met with someone even more ruthless than him. "Brat, I, Hu Fei, will not share the same sky with you." During the intense battle, the pirate leader took some time to glance at Xiao Chen. Then, he became so angry that his entire body trembled. Xiao Chen did not hear what the pirate leader said at all. He held his chin and looked at the skeleton that made up the ship. Suddenly, the pirate leader's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly and reached out to touch a branch. That was the backbone of the entire ship, the most important support point. How many resources had been expended to forge this skeleton? The pirate leader knew this the best. Crack. Xiao Chen pulled hard, and the entire ship's skeleton shattered, instantly falling apart. Xiao Chen tore apart a perfectly good ship just like that. Before the pirate leader finished speaking, the blue-clad old man took advantage of this opportunity to strike the pirate leader's chest. The pirate leader sent the blue-clad old man flying. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said in a trembling voice, "You are ruthless. You are ruthless." Since the situation was already over, the pirate leader did not dare to linger. The surviving pirates scattered in all directions, fleeing miserably in the starry heavens. After chasing away the pirates, the many Tianyi sect disciples and the two elders looked at Xiao Chen in silence, deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine that this white-clad bladesman before them forcefully tore apart the Black Scimitar pirate group's pirate ship. "Senior brother, should we take him down? He should have the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. If we refine the many parts of the pirate ship, they will be invaluable divine materials." The half-step primal core realm old man beside the blue-clad old man sent a voice projection as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Don't get anxious. I originally wanted to let those pirates go back and deal with him. Who knew, a group of demon-toned bats flew out. This fellow is somewhat strange." The blue-clad old man's eyes flickered. After a while, he arrived before Xiao Chen with a wide smile. "I really have to thank you for allowing the Tianyi sect to escape danger this time. Would you like to come to my Tianyi sect's ship and have a chat?" The blue-clad old man asked very enthusiastically. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart as he carefully put away the bone structure in his hand. Xiao Chen intended to use the pirate ship's formation to upgrade the cycle throne. He came up with the idea on the spur of the moment and dismantled the entire pirate ship. Unexpectedly, the harvest was bountiful, far surpassing his expectations. As for this old man before him, Xiao Chen just smiled at him. After so many years in the Kunlun realm, he had seen all sorts of people. Xiao Chen clearly knew what the blue-clad old man was thinking. The other party's tricks were not very clever. That's not good, right? I wonder where that group of demon-toned bats flew off to. Who knows when they will fly out again? At that time, someone will tell me to scram again. Xiao Chen said indifferently with a cold expression. He was not a fool to board the ship. The blue-clad old man smiled awkwardly. It's a misunderstanding. Earlier, I thought that young hero wanted to harm this ship. It really was a misunderstanding. That's right. My master is a good person. Now that you saved us, come on up and have a seat. Come on up and have a seat. You are going to the profound light great realm, right? We can bring you up. The girl with some baby fat, Fei invited Xiao Chen. Junior sister, why are you being so polite to him? Master invited him out of goodwill, yet he is putting on airs. If he is not coming, then so be it, the thin-lipped man, Luo Nan, mocked as he rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen. Goodbye. After all, the other party was a primal core realm expert. Even if he harbored evil intentions, Xiao Chen could not afford to offend him. Waving his hand, Xiao Chen turned to leave. Wait. The blue-clad old man seemed to have made up his mind about something, suddenly calling out to Xiao Chen. The wary Xiao Chen did not rush to turn around. He only prepared for the dragon blood soul-breaking finger as he silently executed the divine lightning eye. What a strong wariness. The blue-clad old man noticed Xiao Chen's wariness and felt slightly startled. However, he did not intend to attack Xiao Chen. The blue-clad old man feared those elusive demon-toned bats. Before he figured out what was going on, he would not take the risk. You saved the lives of our entire ship. This old man has nothing to repay you for. However, I know a place with extremely high-quality baleful energy. I can tell you about it. The moment the blue-clad old man said that, the disciples of the Tianyi sect and that old man were all shocked. They could not understand why the blue-clad old man would tell such a secret to an outsider. Peak-grade baleful energy. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he thought quickly. Even though he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, he did not dare to act rashly. Although he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, the other party's offer had indeed tempted him. Agree? Or not? Chapter 1561. No problem, no problem. You can stay on this ship for the time being. Venerable meant that he was an expert worthy of respect. In order to have a chance to become a true god in the future, one had to build a good foundation in order to become a true god. Isn't that obvious? With a single glance, one could tell that he was a wandering cultivator without a sect. If they were from a righteous sect, they would have reported their names long ago. Fei happily agreed. After her master left, she looked at Xiao Chen and asked impatiently, Big brother Xiao Chen, which great realm are you from? Which sect are you from? You are very strong. Perhaps Xiao Chen wanted Fei and Luo Nan to interact more with Xiao Chen because he wanted to use this opportunity to investigate his origins. When the other party raised his hand, it felt as though he was fused with space itself. With a single leap, it felt as though the entire surrounding space was lifted up by the other party. The enlightened being realm was divided into 3 small realms, true essence, yin essence, and yang essence. Only by combining the 3 essences and forming an inner core could one enter this realm. When Fei saw Xiao Chen hesitating, she kindly reminded him. As for primal core realm experts, even if they used their trump cards, they would not be able to harm their opponent. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, Young hero is right. This old man can only help you to this extent. After all, how can such a resource be without an owner? When Luo Nan heard this, he felt upset. This junior sister seemed to be overly concerned about this fellow. Profound Island was a land of fortuitous encounters. There were many high-quality baleful energy hidden in the depths of the earth vein. There were even peak-grade baleful energy. However, fiend resources were limited. Ordinary disciples could only rely on essence stones. However, some of the best essence stones were not much worse than qi. According to the rules of the Jianghu, one had to be outside. Unless the other party brought it up on their own initiative, they were not allowed to inquire about the other party's background. It was considered a taboo. Xiaochen laughed bitterly in his heart when he saw the other party's innocent eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "All right, I will thank Elder first." Yin essence stones and Yang essence stones were very valuable treasures in the perfected being realm. The supreme grade baleful Yin energy was too important to him. Xiaochen was very clever and immediately understood. He looked at the blue-clad old man and said, "You want me to pretend to be a Tianyi sect disciple and enter profound Yin Island? The reason is because of you. Just like you said, don't ask about other people's origins unless they are willing." Xiaochen, in particular, respected him very much. "It's fine. Brother Luo Nan is too polite. Miss Fayer, actually, your senior brother is right. If someone isn't willing to expose their own clan, they must have some misgivings." The blue-clad old man smiled calmly and said, "I still have a small request. Wherever there is a baleful Yin energy, there will be Yin essence stones. You only need to absorb the Yin baleful energy. I will leave the Yin essence stones for the other disciples to use." Back then, for the sake of this profound Yin island, the various sects fought each other. It was not easy to come up with this compromise. If not for his opponent's carelessness and the fact that he had coincidentally collided with his dragon blood soul-breaking finger, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to say. When the half-step primal core realm pirate second-in-command made a move on the pirate ship, Xiaochen knew that he was not a match for him. Xiaochen frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" "Big brother Xiaochen, just agree. My master is sincerely repaying you. Senior brother Luo Nan and I also have to hand over Yin essence stones to the sect. In fact, this pirate ship incident might even have something to do with it. However, this profound Yin island did not belong to the Tianyi sect alone." At the same time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert drank tea and chatted in a tea hall within the ship. The focus was on Xiaochen, who was wandering around on the deck. Xiaochen remained calm and collected, silently dispersing the divine lightning eye and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. The blue-clad old man before Xiaochen was strong and shrewd with age. Interacting with this old man was like asking a tiger for its skin. If one was not careful, one would end up getting eaten. The blue-clad old man pointed to Fei and Luo Nan. Then, he said, "This year, Fei and Nan did well, standing out in the competition between their sect members and obtaining the right to go to profound Yin Island. Senior brother, why did you give this fellow such benefits? He is not from a sect, has no one to rely on, and is decisive in killing. With one look, it is clear that he is a loose cultivator." 1 hour later, Xiaochen understood the ins and outs of the matter. As for half-step primal core realm cultivators, if they did not use Dermic World, the divine lightning eye, the ice blood lightning dragon, and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger, it would be hard to say who would win. It was best to absorb peak-grade baleful Yin energy and peak-grade baleful Yang energy in the Yin cloud realm and the Yang essence stage. Xiaochen turned around and looked at the blue-clad old man. "It is rare for senior to be so kind. This junior does indeed need peak-grade baleful Yin energy to advance to the Yin essence stage. As the saying went, in order to become a god, one had to first become a human. Of the billions of cultivators, only 10% could break through to the mortal realm. Those who could break through to the innate realm were even fewer." The half-step primal core realm expert was still brooding, not understanding the blue-clad old man's actions. "It's that simple?" Xiaochen remained silent. It seemed like he had not seen such a naive girl for a long time already. As long as the other party had a chance, she could kill him at any time. Xiaochen smiled, not minding it. His eyes could understand the ways of the world. Instead, the islands were managed by the surrounding large sections. At this time every year, the various large sects would send out veritable essence stage or Yin essence stage outstanding talents to compete on the islands. Senior brother, how can you say that? Fei said angrily. Master wants us to properly entertain our honored guests. Quickly apologize. Fei seemed to understand, but not really. After a while, she nodded and smiled. Big brother Xiao Chen, you really know a lot. With one look, I can tell that you are a good person. On this trip, Xiao Chen wanted to go to a star close to the profound light great realm. Xiao Chen already made up his mind to take a risk. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen boarded the ship with Xiao Chen. The three casually walked on the deck, admiring the scenery of the boundless starry heavens in the night sky. The Tianyi sect disciples on the deck all respected the three. The blue-clad old man did not care. He laughed straightforwardly and stood up. Fei Nan you are all cultivators of the same generation. You can interact with them. At the same time, help me properly entertain them. Your martial uncle and I will take our leave first. In my opinion, they are no weaker than the elite disciples of those rank 2 sections. The blue-clad old man was a primal core realm expert. What was the primal core realm? Luo Nan asked sarcastically, not waiting for Xiao Chen to reply. Luo Nan's words angered his junior sister. To Xiao Chen, it meant that he knew a lot and was definitely a good person. Done. The blue-clad old man spoke casually. However, Xiao Chen could feel the bloodshed in his words. Cultivators who could reach this level could be called venerates in the Great Thousand Realms. Breaking through to the veritable personage realm and becoming a primal core realm expert was worthy of respect, regardless of one's age. Luo Nan felt upset in his heart. However, he still said reluctantly, sorry, I was too rash earlier. Brother Xiao Chen, please don't take offense. As Luo Nan looked at the other party, the hidden meaning in Xiao Chen's words was very straightforward. Are you that nice? The female disciple named Fei smiled politely at Xiao Chen when she heard that. However, Luo Nan feigned indifference, not moving at all. Since ancient times, riches and honor came from danger. This person who dismantled the Black Scimitar pirate's ship with his bare hands was filled with mystery in their eyes. The blue-clad old man was an experienced person. Aside from asking for Xiao Chen's name, he did not say anything else. We should just directly kill such an existence. He definitely has the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. That is something worth cities. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, that's easy. Please come on board for a chat. I will tell you in detail. There was an island on that star called Profound Een Island. What is this? When Luo Nan heard that, he nearly vomited blood. These words were not an exaggeration at all. The sect had a Cloud Sea powerhouse, who surpassed the primal core realm, holding down the fort. It turned out that this Tianyi sect came from the enlightened Great Realm, a rank 1 sect that bordered the profound light Great Realm. The blue-clad old man waved his hand and said, young hero, please do not misunderstand. This matter is rather complicated. Now, Xiao Chen more or less understood what he understood. Ordinary Een Essence stage and Yang Essence stage cultivators would not be a match for him unless he was an outstanding talent of a sect. Chapter 1562. The blue-clad old man said indifferently, Junior brother, you still do not see things clearly enough. Although this Xiao Chen is only a veritable Essence stage cultivator, he has an extraordinary air about him. Think about it. How would a regular veritable Essence stage cultivator behave when they see the two of us? The half-step primal core realm expert quickly said, they would definitely be very respectful and amiable. It is normal for them to try to suck up to us if they feel uncomfortable. Before a veritable Essence stage cultivator, a primal core realm cultivator was a godlike existence. The blue-clad old man nodded. What about him? He is neither servile nor overbearing, extremely calm. With one look, it is clear that he is someone who has seen a lot of things. Such a person either has a noble background or has experienced many things. He looks young, so it cannot be the latter. It can only be the former. Could he be a rank 2 sect disciple or a noble clan disciple? The half-step primal core realm old man was startled when he heard that. If that was the case, then they could not touch him. If they touched someone with a deep background, then the consequences, yes and no. Senior brother, what do you mean? The blue-clad old man smiled strangely. It is true that he comes from a noble clan. However, look at him. He cannot even find a good baleful energy, wandering the starry heavens alone. Is there such a noble clan? Then? Senior brother, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, ha ha ha. In that case, I'll say it directly. He is indeed a noble clan disciple, but his clan should be in dire straits. It is more likely that it was destroyed. That's why he is wandering the starry heavens, hiding from his enemies. The half-step primal core realm old man's eyes lit up. After a while, he gave a thumbs up and said, Senior brother, you can even guess that. You are amazing. Given this, it explained why Shao Chen could kill the second-in-command of the pirate group. How could such a fallen disciple not have any life-saving trump cards? This also explained why Shao Chen's aura and bearing came from. Noble clan disciples had seen many experts since they were young. How could they be so respectful to two primal core realm cultivators? This was also why these disciples in dire straits had more treasures than ordinary loose cultivators. Just the formation diagram and formation plate of the pirate's ship were enough for the two to make a move against Shao Chen. Furthermore, there was Shao Chen's identity. No matter how one looked at it, this white-robed bladesman was a fat lamb. The blue-clad old man smiled in an unfathomable manner. I'll get Fei and Luo Nan to interact more with him. Youths should be less wary of each other. We should be able to get some information. In that case, why did we send him to Profound Een Island? If his strength increases, it will be disadvantageous to us. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, You do not understand this. If we let him go to Profound Een Island, he can help us collect Een essence stones for free. This can be considered our contributions to the sect. Secondly, the intense competition on Profound Een Island will definitely exhaust many of his trump cards. How much can he improve? If I wasn't worried about his trump card, I could have easily crushed him. The half-step primal core realm old man smiled and said, Excellent. Senior brother, with such meticulous planning, even if that Shao Chen had 9 heads, he would not be able to escape your grasp. Humph. This kind of person is already in decline, yet he is still proud and arrogant, believing himself infallible. He is the one who refuses to recognize reality. Now that he ran into me, I can teach him a lesson. A greedy look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. As the saying went, the world was dangerous. The danger was in the world, and the evil was in the human heart. Back on the deck, Fei and Shao Chen chatted happily. Occasionally, bell-like laughter rang out. This made Luo Nan, who was following at the side, extremely jealous. He could not interrupt even if he wanted to. As Luo Nan looked at Shao Chen, he hated that he could not use his gaze to kill Shao Chen. This was Shao Chen's first time seeing someone from the outer realm. He did not understand many of the local customs, sect grades, cultivation techniques, and divine weapons. After all, the Book of the Epochs only recorded a general idea. It would not record everything in detail, no matter how big or small. Fei Er's thoughts were pure. When Shao Chen occasionally asked questions, she would enthusiastically answer them. Shao Chen learned that the sects were the leaders of the Great Thousand Realms. Sects were divided into 7 ranks. Below rank 7, they were all unranked sections. Any sect with a rank had at least 10,000 years of accumulations. The Tianyi sect was a rank 1 sect with a Cloud Sea Realm Supreme Elder holding down the fort. As for a rank 2 sect, it required at least 3 Cloud Sea Realm existences to be considered a rank 2 sect. Generally, second-rank sects were powerful and would control more than one great world. They did not need to be like a rank 1 sect, which controlled an entire great realm. As for rank 3 sects, they were already considered extremely strong, with divine vein realm powerhouses holding down the fort. They were absolute overlord-class existences in thousands of great realms of an astral domain. Take the Purple Sun region for example. Any random disciple of the 4 rank 3 sects would be respected by a primal core realm powerhouse. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt deeply moved. This great thousand realms truly had limitless possibilities. No wonder so many cultivators of the Kunlun realm since ancient times stepped onto the Kunlun road without hesitation. It was getting late, so Xiao Chen took his leave to rest. He planned to think about how to deal with that blue-clad old man. Junior sister, I'll send you back. You should be tired from the battle with the pirates today. When Xiao Chen finally left, Luo Nan immediately showed a smile. Senior brother Luo, master is looking for you. Just at this moment, a disciple walked out of the ship and spoke respectfully. Luo Nan felt depressed. After so much difficulty, he finally got a chance to be alone, but it was ruined again. Fei smiled and said, Senior brother, go and see master first. There is no danger on the ship. I can go back alone. Luo Nan stared at Fei back in a daze. Senior brother, it's time to go. Oh. I'll go right away. Inside the tea room of the ship, after Luo Nan bowed, the blue-clad old man asked with a smile, Nana, that Xiao Chen spent so much time with the two of you. What did he say to you? Luo Nan could not help cursing in his heart. This Xiao Chen did not say a single word to me. He chatted with junior sister the entire time. Reporting to master, that Xiao Chen chatted with junior sister the entire time and did not speak to me, Luo Nan said honestly even though he felt somewhat upset. The blue-clad old man said, yes. What did they say? Luo Nan nodded and repeated what junior sister Fei said, word for word. The more the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man heard, the more they felt that something was wrong. Why did this sound like they were exposing their wealth? They told Xiao Chen everything about the Tianyi sect situation. Fei even gave Xiao Chen a simple summary of the two's strength. However, Xiao Chen's tone showed great respect for the two old men. The moment he heard it, he knew that it was a careless remark. Stop right there. Who's asking you all this? I'm asking what that Xiao Chen said, the half-step primal core realm old man rudely interrupted Luo Nan with a cold expression. Luo Nan spoke happily. He remembered his junior sister's words. Zhang Xian was stunned by the interruption. Ask Xiao Chen. He couldn't wait to kill that brat, so how could he remember what that brat said? Tell me, what did Xiao Chen say? Don't leave out a single word. The blue-robed old man said expressionlessly. Sensing that his master and martial uncle were somewhat angry, Luo Nan flushed red. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember what Xiao Chen said. Master, martial uncle, I really can't remember. Please punish me. Plop. Luo Nan fell to his knees, not daring to raise his head. Trash, what are you thinking in your head? Get out of my sight. The blue-clad old man felt enraged as he waved his hand to chase Luo Nan away. Luo Nan felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He had been suppressing a bellyful of anger in the first place. When he finally got a chance to be alone with his junior sister, his master and martial uncle called him over and ruthlessly lectured him. What is going on? Luo Nan felt so depressed that he wanted to cry. The blue-clad old man could not be blamed for being angry. Originally, he wanted to dig out Xiao Chen's background with the two of them. Who could have imagined that they would not dig out anything? Instead, they ended up exposing their own background. Who could not be angry? Senior brother, this brat is somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-clad old man showed an unfriendly expression as he snorted coldly. This brat is somewhat skilled. However, he chose the wrong opponent to fight with me. Just wait and see. Chapter 1563. Xiao Chen was dancing on the edge of a knife. The world was dangerous, and the human heart was hard to fathom. Xiao Chen had understood this many years ago. Previously, Xiao Chen had no value in the other party's eyes. Hence, the only comment he received was scram. The word scram was very clever. Only round things could scram. Humans were not round, they were straight. When a person said, "Scram," the subconscious thought was, "If you don't scram, I'll make you scram." When Xiao Chen tore apart the black scimitar pirate's ship with his bare hands, the blue-clad old man's attitude changed drastically. Of course, it was not because Xiao Chen had saved him. In fact, Xiao Chen had not even thought of saving the blue-clad old man. It would be foolish to expect a person who could say, "Scram," to understand gratitude. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew that this person had ulterior motives. However, since he wanted to obtain the baleful Yin energy, he had no choice but to take the risk and fight with him. The fortress ship was divided into 10 odd rooms of various sizes. In the room that belonged to Xiao Chen, he raised his head and looked around, entering deep thought. In this place, any movement would not escape the blue-clad old man's eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen brought out the power of his ice domain. Immediately, snowflakes filled the room, and cold chi spread out. The space in the room immediately turned blurry. Amid the drifting snowflakes, Xiao Chen looked like he was cultivating with his eyes closed. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man, who were observing Xiao Chen, exchanged glances. They both saw fear in each other's eyes. What strong ice-attributed energy! He probably comprehended a domain, the half-step primal core realm old man said. Although the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms had higher cultivations than those of the Kunlun realm, they could not compare to Kunlun realm cultivators in terms of wills and domains. The reason was simple. The Kunlun realm's martial cultivation was limited. Most cultivators could not advance further and could only focus on wills and other aspects. However, the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms did not have such restrictions. As they cultivated, they spent most of their time on their cultivation. Life was limited. It was inevitable that there would be gains and losses. It looks like his primary cultivation technique should be ice-attributed. We should pay more attention to him. After the blue-clad old man understood the situation, he no longer paid much attention to it. Although the ice domain was powerful, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was not something that could be made up for with just the ice domain. In truth, Xiao Chen was cultivating the divine lightning eye amidst the hazy frost chi. The third layer of the divine lightning eye was clearly unable to threaten an existence at the level of the blue-robed old man. At the very least, it had to be at the fourth layer. As for the fourth layer, it was a qualitative change for the divine lightning eye. Being able to overlap the first 3 lightning tribulations would result in 6 lightning tribulations, and its might would increase by several times. The blue-robed old man would never have imagined that, compared to the ice domain, the lightning Tao was his main cultivation. Furthermore, they would not have imagined that Xiao Chen was someone who comprehended the complete saber Tao. Half a month later, the ship stopped in the air above a star near the profound light great world. This was the mystic Yin star. Most of the surface of the star was the Dead Sea, which was unsuitable for ordinary creatures to live in. There was only one piece of land. It was Profound Yin Island. The Tianyi sect disciples all came out from the deck and looked at the island below. Those with good eyesight could see that the terrain of the island was very complicated. There were many steep mountains and complicated valleys. Vaguely, a terrifying aura lingered in the air above the island, not scattering. The blue-robed old man walked out and called over Xiao Chen and the other 2. "You all can go down first. According to the rules, our ships can only circle in the air." When Luo Nan heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. "We are going down ourselves?" "That's right. It's all the same. This unwritten rule has been around for many years. After we go down, there is a gathering point of the various sects on the island. You will know everything when you go there." Fei looked at the blue-robed old man somewhat nervously and asked, "Master, what do we need to pay attention to?" The blue-robed old man smiled warmly and said, "Little brother Xiao Chen, I'll let you know. There are some things that I can't say." Xiao Chen looked at the blue-robed old man, feeling somewhat confused. "Little brother Xiao Chen, these 2 disciples of mine have not experienced much wind and rain. I'll leave them to you to take care of Profound Yin Island." When Luo Nan heard that, he felt unconvinced. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of junior sister. Our Tianyi sect does not need to rely on outsiders. How dare you say that? The blue-robed old man reprimanded Luo Nan with a stern expression. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, don't mind. Little brother Xiao Chen, I'll leave everything to you. Seeing the blue-robed old man's sincere appearance, most people would find it hard not to let down their guard. Xiao Chen did not say anything, only nodding slightly. Go on, then. Don't embarrass the Tianyi sect. The three of them flew off the warship and landed on a flat land on Profound Een Island. Just at this moment, two cultivators wearing blue armor from the gathering point on the mountain peak shouted coldly, who are you? What business do you have on Profound Een Island? When Luo Nan and Fei Er heard this, they felt the other party's domineering attitude. Come to think of it, this should be an expert from another sect stationed here. Before Luo Nan could rage, Xiao Chen stepped forward and said, we are disciples of the Tianyi sect. We are here to search for baleful Een energy. The Tianyi sect? Hand over the Tianyi sect identity token. We want to verify your identity. After the two blue-armored cultivators checked, they looked at Xiao Chen and asked, you are Yi Bai? This identity token belonged to another Tianyi sect disciple. The words, Yi Bai, were carved on the back. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am Yi Bai. How can I help you? It's nothing. You do not seem to have a high cultivation. Unexpectedly, you are the leader. It is just strange. Come with us. After returning the identity tokens to the three, the two turned around and left. The group traveled on the mountain path like it was flat ground. One could often see cultivators wearing similar armor on this peak. Xiao Chen discovered that this blue armor contained a gentle fire-attributed energy. It should be used to resist baleful Een energy. The three of you, listen up. As the cultivator leading the way walked, he said, this Profound Een Island opens to the public once a year. Right now, it does not belong to any sect. Everyone is equal when they enter. Everyone has to do things according to the rules here. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences. Luo Nan felt very upset when he heard this, wanting to rebut a few times. Fei Er felt somewhat nervous. However, when she saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, she felt more at ease. There are not many rules here, just 3. First, you can stay here for only 1 month. After 1 month, you have to return to this gathering point. Second, there are no rules in the competition of the same generation. You can use all means. Third, if you have any grudges, you have to forget them after you come out. Fei Er's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She whispered, is the competition that intense? It is just baleful Een energy, yet it is so cruel. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, cruel? When this Profound Een Island was first discovered, the fight between the various sects was probably 10 times crueler than this. Baleful Een energy and baleful Yang energy were too important to cultivators in the veritable essence stage. Cultivators of this realm were the foundation of a sect. The importance of Profound Een Island to these sects went without saying. It would be strange if the competition for such a strategic location was not cruel. At this moment, Luo Nan became much more reserved. Junior sister, this place cannot be compared to the Tianyi sect. Be careful. Fei Er nodded and did not say anything more. Xiao Chen, Luo Nan, and Fei Er followed. Soon, they arrived at the highest point of the peak. There were many stone houses scattered in the area not far from the gathering point. The disciples of the other sects are already living in those stone houses. You can choose any one that is empty. When everyone is here, you can formally explore Profound Een Island. After saying that, the 2 armored cultivators headed for the gathering point. Most of the stone houses were already occupied by cultivators. The 3 casually chose one, not picky in this regard. This one. Luo Nan pointed to a desolate stone house and immediately went in. After entering, the 3 each chose a corner and sat down to rest. Now that there was no one around, Fei Er asked out of curiosity, Xiao Chen, my master said that there are places to take note of. He wanted you to tell us what we need to take note of. After saying that, Luo Nan looked at Xiao Qin as well. Although he did not like Xiao Qin, he was also somewhat curious. Why did their master get an outsider to teach them? Xiao Qin looked at the two and saw the word inexperienced on their faces. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin said, "It is useless to say it now. When the time comes, we will naturally know." Acting all mysterious, Luo Nan muttered. Then, he closed his eyes and ignored Xiao Qin. Fei glanced at Xiao Qin. She kept feeling that this person was unfathomable. However, her intuition told her that Xiao Qin could be trusted. On an early morning 7 days later, all sect disciples, heed my orders. Profound Een Island is officially open. The voice boomed in the ears of the three, rumbling like thunder. Xiao Qin, Luo Nan, and Luo Nan felt stifled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from this voice. Chapter 1564. This person is very strong. He is probably a major primal core cultivator. Xiao Qin frowned and murmured in his heart. The core cloud realm had only 2 stages, minor primal core and major primal core. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Although the blue-robed old man was strong, he was only a minor primal core cultivator. The pressure he felt from this voice was far inferior. Under the urging of the voice, the disciples of the various sects who came to search for the Een fiends walked out of the stone houses. Xiao Qin casually looked around and found that there were about 100 people. Some sects sent more than 10 people at once. It was extremely rare for sects like the Tianyi sect to send only 1 or 2 people. After checking, Xiao Qin understood. In terms of strength and talent, the Tianyi sect's Fei and Luo Nan were among the best of this group of people. It seemed that the Tianyi sect was a sect that pursued an elite policy. Actually, during the battle on the pirate ship, Xiao Qin had already discovered that although the two of them were only at the veritable essence stage, they were able to fight against many Een essence stage pirates. He had both talent and strength, but he lacked some experience in the Jianghu. Most of the sect disciples who came to search for baleful Een energy were at the Een essence stage. Only a few were at the veritable essence stage. Xiao Qin pondered, it seems that in this place, the true element boundary is the real master. So. From the stronghold on the mountain peak, 3 figures flew over like lightning, coldly looking at Xiao Qin and the other disciples who were about to enter the hinterland of mystic Een Island. The leader of the group of 3 was a white-haired, black-robed old man. His entire body was filled with an austere aura. Everyone, including Xiao Qin, felt an invisible pressure, like a tiger looking at its prey. A major origin core realm expert. Xiao Qin thought to himself that his previous guess was indeed correct. An expert of this level was truly frighteningly strong. Just a glance from him was enough to make him shudder. The white-haired, black-clad old man's gaze was like a sharp blade wherever it passed. It made people feel as if there was a blade in front of their eyes. His head was spinning, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Xiao Qin did not dare to be careless. He restrained his aura and avoided the old man's gaze. Mystic Een Island opens once a year. Now, all of you can enter the interior of Mystic Een Island. Everyone listened quietly, not daring to be presumptuous. Profound Een Island is a blessed land with ferocious beasts that are terrifyingly strong. Don't let your guard down. There are strange beasts guarding the Een specters, so you have to act according to your own strength. After pausing for a while, the white-haired, black-clad old man pointed into the distance. The interior of Profound Een Island is in this direction, about 500,000 kilometers away. Later, there will be a transportation formation to send you there. Back then, over a dozen sects fought over this Profound Een Island, and many people died. You juniors should cherish this opportunity. Now, I will check your identities for the last time. What sect do you come from? Tell me your strength. If you lie, I'll kill you without mercy. The white-haired old man's gaze landed on a young man and he said, You first. I am Wei He from the Clear Feather sect. I am at the middle stage of the Een essence realm. Before the white-haired old man's gaze, no one dared to lie. The various sect disciples stepped forward and reported their backgrounds in detail. Fei and Luo Nan both felt worried for Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen gave himself away, not only would he suffer, but he would also implicate the two of them and even the Tianyi sect. Yi Bai from the Tianyi sect. I am at the peak of the veritable essence realm. Xiao Chen said calmly before the white-haired old man's gaze. Yi Bai? The white-haired old man exchanged glances with the two people beside him. Their gazes revealed a trace of surprise, clearly shocked. It's over. Luo Nan's body trembled slightly, and his expression sank in anxiety. However, Xiao Chen remained calm. He believed that he did not give himself away. The Tianyi sect is truly incredible. You have been in this veritable essence realm for many years already, right? The white-haired old man asked seriously as he looked at Xiao Chen with a sharp gaze. Xiao Chen nodded, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. I have been sharpening my sword for 3 years, and today, I will not advance to the Yin essence realm unless I obtain the best baleful Yin energy. The moment Xiao Chen said that, he attracted the attention of several people. Good. You are ambitious. I hope you will gain something on Profound Yin Island. Go down, then. The white-haired old man and the two people beside him did not notice anything strange. They only felt that the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was unusually dense and dense. Xiao Chen's cultivation was incredibly stable, far surpassing that of the sect disciples here. The sect disciples here were all elites of the various sections. However, Xiao Chen still stood out from the rest. This was what shocked the two people. Normally, such people were proud and arrogant. They believed that they would definitely be able to spread their wings and soar into the sky in the future. Before advancing to the veritable personage realm, they would properly temper themselves. Before obtaining the best baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy, they would not advance rashly. Seeing Xiao Chen settle down, Fei and Luo Nan heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Nan thought to himself, this fellow does not look like much, but his acting is pretty good. You, report your name. Lotus Sect's disciple, Feng Yun, Peak Yin Essence Stage. Just at this moment, another person reported his sect. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, Buddhist sect disciple. Xiao Chen felt a familiar aura from that Feng Yun. Fei smiled and said, does Big Brother Xiao Chen not know? The Lotus Sect's disciple is a rank 1 sect subordinate to the Black Lotus Church. They come from the same great realm as our Tianyi sect. The Black Lotus Church. This startled Xiao Chen. However, his expression did not change, not saying anything. It should just be a coincidence. There could not be such a coincidence. The Black Lotus Church should not have discovered his tracks so quickly. Even so, he still needed to be cautious. After the 100-odd people verified that there was no mistake, they were all given a jade strip. The jade strip had been refined. Only the person holding the jade strip could enter Profound Yin Island's interior. After putting away the jade strip, the group of people lined up and entered the transportation formation. While waiting, there were people in the surroundings. Luo Nan and Fei discussed the various dangers of Profound Yin Island's interior in whispers. I heard from my senior brothers in the sect that the environment of this Profound Yin Island's interior is very complicated. There are swamps, mountains, rivers, and ferocious beasts lurking everywhere. This is especially so for places with baleful Yin energy. There will definitely be ferocious beasts, even core cloud realm ferocious beasts. Fei exclaimed in shock, that can't be, right? There are even venerate level ferocious beasts? There are. Suddenly, a handsome-looking disciple came over and the three of them hurriedly looked over. He. The three of you, I am the Clear Feather Sect's Wei He. So, it was the first person to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, they were all lined up together. After the other party introduced himself, the three had to do the same. Yi Bai, just call me by my name, Xiao Chen said calmly. How would I dare? How would I dare? Big Brother Yi is someone that even the island's guardian elder views in a different light, Wei He quickly replied humbly. Luo Nan looked at the other party and asked, "Earlier, you also said that there are primal core level ferocious beasts. How did you know?" "It is just a legend." According to legend, the best baleful energy on this profound island has already existed for 10,000 years and is guarded by primal core level ferocious beasts. That's impossible. The island's guardian elder already hunted down the 10,000-year-old peak-grade baleful energy long ago. How could it be our turn? Wei He smiled mysteriously. There is something you do not know. No one knows where that 10,000-year-old baleful energy is. According to legend, that baleful energy already has its own intelligence and can fly. How did you know? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Wei He smiled and said, "The Clear Feather sect is in the profound light great realm. Naturally, we know some secrets. However, this is just a legend. Many people who were tempted by it and blindly pursued it ended up with nothing. We wasted 1 month for nothing. Everyone, just listen to me." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. If there was really such a thing, perhaps he might have a chance. His dragon-seeking secret skill could also be of some use in searching for gloomy specters. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Xiao Chen did not think that he could leave this profound island safely after obtaining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. It was better to focus on some peak-grade baleful energy. Chapter 1565. Soon, it was Xiao Chen's group's turn. They stepped onto the transportation formation, and light flickered. 500,000 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they were at a small transportation formation on a mountain peak. A few old men stood guard by the transportation formation. "Remember, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, you have to leave. If you run into danger along the way and want to give up, you can come here in advance to receive protection." The few old men gave their final instructions. Xiao Chen's group looked around and saw a swamp below the center of profound Island. Rivers crisscrossed in the distance. Farther away, there seemed to be boundless mountains. "The 3 of you, do you want to form a team? The center of profound Island is filled with danger. It would be better for us to take care of each other." Wei He smiled at Xiao Chen's group of 3. "Senior brother, big brother Xiao, what do you think?" Fei felt somewhat tempted. After all, 1 more person meant 1 more force. Luo Nan looked at this Wei He. He looked handsome and had an extraordinary air. Before Xiao Chen could answer, he quickly rejected, "There's no need." Wei He smiled and said, "That is really unfortunate. Let's part ways here." After the group left, Fei said, "Senior brother, why did you reject him so quickly? After all, it is a kind gesture from him." Luo Nan opened his mouth to say something. However, he found that he could not say anything reasonable. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Although this way he looks friendly, he came with the sect." However, he did not leave with his fellow sect members. Either he is used to being alone, or he has a bad reputation, so his fellow sect members are not willing to bother with him. Luo Nan nodded and said, "That's right. Senior brother, my eyes are very sharp. I noticed that this fellow was up to no good long ago." Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen, you also noticed something suspicious. "You have some good eyes." Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. He looked around, observing the geomancy of the surroundings. Baleful energy was called Earth Ghost in geomancy. It was an extremely ominous existence. Aside from some special tombs, such things would not exist near dragon veins. The more dangerous the geomancy of a place, the more likely it was to have baleful energy. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen flew into the sky. Without Luo Nan and Fei noticing, he silently opened his heavenly eye. Within 100,000 li radius, the mountains and rivers, the grass, the trees, the flowers, the birds, the insects, and the beasts, as well as the busy disciples of the various sects, everything could be seen. Xiao Chen quickly recalled the records of the dangerous geomancy lands in the Paradise Secret Canon, matching them to the terrain before him. This place is really strange. It's actually a land of death. Could it be that this mysterious Een star itself is an ominous star? Shaking his head, Xiaochen retracted his heavenly eye and slowly descended to the ground. Big brother Xiaochen, what are you looking at? Fei asked curiously. Xiaochen said honestly, let me see if I can find some places where baleful Een energy is hidden. So godly? Hee, Een energy is hidden underground. Could it be that your eyes can see through it? Everyone relies on luck to find baleful Een energy. When you reach a place where baleful Een energy is hidden, you will naturally sense it. Luo Nan did not fall for Xiaochen's trick. He said in disdain, junior sister, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will find good baleful Een energy. Xiaochen did not refute. Luo Nan was right. This was how the sect disciples of Profound Een Island searched for baleful Een energy. However, this method was not only inefficient, but it also could not find baleful Een energy that was more than 1,000 years old. As time passed, the baleful Een energy absorbed increased, and the baleful Een energy would continuously sink. Even when the baleful Een energy was deep underground, the baleful Een energy that could be sensed was mostly 100 years old or several hundred years old. After looking in a direction, Xiaochen walked over based on his memory. Xiaochen remembered that there was a dangerous geomancy land in the northwest. The land was away from the sun, and the surroundings were steep. Scattered starlight fell from the sky, surrounding many withered trees. Senior brother, follow big brother Xiao. Trust him. After Fei reminded Xiaochen, she followed after Xiaochen. You want me to follow him? Dream on. Luo Nan said furiously, feeling incredibly frustrated. After about 7 minutes, Luo Nan, who was at the back of the group, silently followed behind Xiaochen and Fei with a sullen expression. Fei smiled and said, Senior brother, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Luo Nan blushed slightly. I was just worried about junior sister's safety. Fei covered her mouth and giggled endlessly, making Luo Nan feel even more embarrassed. After a long time, Xiaochen stopped in front of a flat ground. Xiaochen raised his head to look at the sky, then at the surrounding terrain. Then, he made some calculations in his heart. Xiaochen was confident in using feng shui to find spirit veins and tombs. However, he did not dare to be careless when searching for baleful Een energy. He could only say that there was a high possibility. Success or failure depended on luck. However, one thing was certain. Either he couldn't find it, or once Xiaochen found it, the Een energy was definitely more than 1,000 years old. Therefore, even if there were occasional mistakes, it could be tolerated. There is baleful Een energy in this place? Junior sister, you don't really believe it, right? Luo Nan closed his eyes and sensed. Not to mention the aura of baleful Een energy, he did not even feel Een attributed energy. Fei rolled her eyes at Luo Nan. Then, she looked at Xiaochen and asked, Big brother Xiaochen, is there really baleful Een energy in this place? Xiaochen answered honestly, I don't dare to be sure either. I can only say that there is a chance. In that case, let's give it a try. Big brother Xiaochen, what should we do? Fei encouraged Xiaochen. She rather trusted him. Xiaochen smiled and said, You should just call me Yi Bai here. It would not be good to give myself away. Fei stuck out her tongue and said, All right, I understand, senior brother Yi Bai. Junior sister, let's go quickly. We cannot waste any more time. It would be too unfortunate if we do not find a single baleful Een energy in 1 month. Fei smiled and said, Let's give it a try. Senior brother, go and help out. Senior brother Yi Bai, it's time to make a move. Luo Nan was not willing. However, since Fei gave the order, he could not disobey. Luo Nan drew out a divine weapon, infused his veritable essence energy into it, and stabbed it down. The ground immediately cracked, giving off loud sounds. Luo Nan, who was responsible for keeping watch, quickly sent out a hand seal. Space trembled slightly, scattering the loud sounds in the air. It was not enough to startle everyone. Xiaochen glanced at Luo Nan and smiled to himself. This person really listened to his junior sister. Even though Luo Nan clearly did not like Xiao Qin, he still did his best to keep watch. As the crack in the ground deepened, there was still no baleful yin energy. Fei slowly revealed a disappointed expression. Haha. How is it? I told you that there is no baleful yin energy, right? Luo Nan said with a smile at some point in time, revealing a cocky expression. Fei gave Luo Nan a strange look. Senior brother, why are you so happy that there is no baleful yin energy? Could it be that you are not here to search for baleful yin energy? Of course not, Luo Nan quickly denied. Then, why are you smiling? Seeing Fei's innocent eyes, Luo Nan could no longer smile. If he continued, he would become a fool again. You two stand guard above for a while. I'll go down and take a look. Xiao Qin, who had been staring down, did not hear what the two said. Right after he spoke, he jumped down. This startled Luo Nan and Fei. The environment of Profound Yin Island's interior was complicated, even more dangerous than the surface. How could he jump down on a whim? Junior sister, stand guard. I'll go down and take a look. This fellow is too rash. Fei nodded and said, in that case, senior brother, be careful. Luo Nan smiled faintly and said, don't worry. This senior brother is not as rash as that white-clad brat. I will definitely be fine. The crack was very deep. The further down he went, the heavier the cold qi and yin attributed energy. When Luo Nan landed, he fell heavily. It turned out that Luo Nan had not noticed the cold qi. His legs had already gone numb, and he could not feel anything before he touched anything. The moment Luo Nan touched the ground, he fell over and over. When Luo Nan managed to stand up after much difficulty, he saw a white figure flash in front, so he quickly gave chase. Bang! Luo Nan only cared about chasing after Xiao Qin, not knowing to lower his head. So, his head crashed into the wall again. As Luo Nan chased after Xiao Qin, he panted. Even after putting in all his effort, he could only see a white figure. The underground environment was very complicated, so Luo Nan suffered a lot as he stumbled around. Fortunately, he did not run into any ferocious beasts as he followed Xiao Qin. After some time, Luo Nan sensed that the white figure in front finally stopped. Luo Nan's eyes lit up, and he rushed over. Ignoring his aching body, tattered clothes, and sorry state, he panted, I finally found you. Follow me, so cold, what's going on? Suddenly, Luo Nan felt that something was wrong. Only then did he discover the corpse of a ferocious beast in front of Xiao Qin. The entire area was filled with yin-attributed energy. Even Luo Nan felt a chill in his bones. Luo Nan looked around and saw a black, sinister wind silently gathering at the limits of the area, giving off a cold light. Baleful yin energy. Chapter 1566. Luo Nan shivered when he verified that he did not see wrong. There really was a clump of baleful yin energy in front. Based on the light it gave off and its color, it was definitely at least 1,000 years old. Then, Luo Nan swept his gaze across the ferocious beast corpse in front of Xiao Qin, feeling somewhat incredulous. To think that Xiao Qin dealt with the ferocious beast guarding the baleful yin energy in such a short time. Xiao Qin turned his head and glanced at Luo Nan. Finding it strange, he asked, how did you end up like this? Luo Nan's clothes were tattered, and he looked haggard. Scratches covered his face. The other party had been following behind Luo Nan, but there had been no battle. Who knew, the moment Xiao Qin said that, Luo Nan immediately became angry. This fellow. If not for him, how could I end up in such a sorry state? To think that he even asked why. He must be doing this on purpose to anger me. Senior brother Luo Nan, senior brother Xiao Qin, are you there? Just as Luo Nan was about to lose his temper, his junior sister's voice rang out from behind. Luo Nan glared at Xiao Qin and said, the interior of Profound Yin Island is incredibly dangerous. If not on account of junior sister, I definitely would not care about you. I won't bother with you this time. After saying that, Luo Nan turned around to lead Fei over. 1,000-year-old baleful energy? After seeing the baleful energy, Fei's expression filled with pleasant surprise. Senior brother Yi Bai, you really found it. You are really incredible. Luo Nan coughed a few times to show that he had found it as well. Fei smiled and said, Senior brother Luo Nan is incredible as well. It was not easy for you to be injured to this extent. Fei glanced at the ferocious beast corpse in front and then at Luo Nan's injuries. Her first impression was that Luo Nan killed the ferocious beast. Xiao Chen smiled and did not refute. Feeling embarrassed, Luo Nan quickly changed the topic. This 1,000-year-old baleful energy is sufficient for the three of us to advance to the essence stage at the same time. With such a high-quality baleful energy, the quality of the essence energy we condense will definitely be extraordinary. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, we need to ensure that the baleful energy is complete for it to bring out its greatest effect. After refining a complete strand of energy, the primordial energy will be even purer. When the time comes, the primordial core that I condense will also be of a higher grade. This was what Xiao Chen had seen in the Book of the Epics. However, most cultivators rarely had such conditions. Ordinary cultivators used essence stones. Being able to absorb essence energy from baleful energy was already a great blessing. Who would dare to think of refining the complete baleful energy? Only the elite disciples of third-rank sects, the disciples of great clans, or the peerless geniuses who possessed the bloodline of the desolate era could have such conditions. Luo Nan immediately said angrily, you aren't thinking of monopolizing this baleful energy, right? Fei quickly advised, Senior brother, don't be angry. Big brother Xiao Chen definitely does not mean that. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He took 2 steps back and said, choose for yourselves. This baleful energy is not suitable for me. The moment Xiao Chen said that, Luo Nan and Fei immediately felt stunned. I already said that big brother Xiao Chen is not that kind of person, right? You still do not believe me, Fei said as she rolled her eyes at Luo Nan, making Luo Nan feel very uncomfortable. Senior brother, your talent is higher than mine. You can refine this baleful energy. Remember to apologize to big brother Xiao Chen later. Junior sister, how can I do that? Furthermore, I cannot apologize to him. What's wrong? You are not going to listen to me? Behind, Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he watched the two speak. Since coming out of the Kunlun realm, he had felt a rare warmth from the two. This baleful energy was indeed not suitable for him. His goal was very clear. He needed a baleful energy that was at least 5,000 years old. To become a deity, one had to first become a human. In the veritable personage realm, one had to lay a good foundation. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. The process of refining baleful energy was an extremely dangerous process. If one was not careful, one might suffer a backlash from the baleful energy. This would injure all the meridians in one's body. Hence, one needed someone to protect them. Fei accompanied Xiao Chen the entire time. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Chen continued to cultivate the Divine Lightning Eye's 4th layer. Aside from refining the Cycle Throne, Xiao Chen spent most of his time on the ship on cultivating the Divine Lightning Eye. Xiao Chen could already layer 6 lightning tribulations. However, he was not very familiar with them. His success rate was not high yet, so it could not be considered a true breakthrough. More importantly, there were too many people watching, so he could not truly execute it. Xiao Chen, little yellow feather is about to wake up. It can already communicate with me. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao's voice suddenly came from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he revealed a smile on his face. This little fellow is finally coming out. It looks like the solar true flame of the Zodiac Hall is still somewhat effective. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that he would have to wait another 100 years. Being able to wake up so quickly was a pleasant surprise. Hee hee. It told me that when it woke up this time, it even recovered some of its memories from its previous life. Take good care of it first. Remember, don't let it mess around. This place is not that difficult. Yes. Half a day later, Xiaochen suddenly felt a strong aura spreading out. The vast veritable essence energy contained an extremely cold energy. Everywhere it passed, a layer of frost covered the surface of the cave. Crack. Crack. When the cold wind blew, countless frozen rocks fell down and turned into ice shards flying everywhere. It looked like countless snowflakes drifted in the cave. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and 6 spinning purple petals flashed in his right eye. Success. Luo Nan successfully refined this 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and formally advanced to the Yin essence stage. As an elite disciple of the Tianyi sect, Luo Nan had been stuck at the veritable essence stage for more than a year, unable to advance. Now that he finally had this opportunity, refining a complete strand of baleful Yin energy, his strength naturally soared. Xiaochen slowly stood up, and the frost covering his body fell off, unable to penetrate his physical body. Junior sister, I successfully refined this strand of baleful Yin energy. Luo Nan's complexion glowed, and the injuries on his face vanished. His aura seemed to have changed significantly. Fei smiled and said, I just knew that senior brother could do it. Quickly, go and apologize to big brother Xiaochen. If not for him, how could you have such an opportunity? You should know that not just anyone can enjoy a complete baleful Yin energy, even a rank 3 sect disciple. At this moment, Luo Nan felt incredibly confident. As he looked at Xiaochen, he was filled with the pride of a superior. In the past, Luo Nan found Xiaochen pleasing to the eye. Now, he felt that Xiaochen was not a match for him at all, that they were not on the same level. Apologizing to Xiaochen was no big deal. Luo Nan casually stepped forward and smiled. Sorry for the earlier offense. Xiaochen, sorry. Xiaochen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the other party, he nodded and said, Congratulations. For some reason, when Luo Nan heard these 2 simple words, he felt his pride vanish without a trace. After the 3 collected all the nearby Yin essence stones, they walked out of the crack. By the time they came out, the sky was already dark. The 3 set up a bonfire and decided to rest for the night. Xiaochen stood up and said, I'll stand guard. There's no need. Let senior brother Luo Nan stand guard. Senior brother Yi Bai should be rather tired today, Fei said quickly, not wanting Xiaochen to be so tired. Luo Nan also volunteered, saying, Xiaochen, just rest well. With my current strength, it would be more suitable for me to stand guard. Xiaochen smiled to himself. Since this person wants to fight, let him. Stars dotted the sky, and the night sky was beautiful. By the bonfire, Xiaochen took out a flask of wine and started drinking alone. The wine was the 1,000-year flame that Imochen brewed. However, he did not feel happy drinking it today, feeling somewhat bitter. He wondered how his old friends in the Kunlun realm were doing. Fei Er's bright eyes looked bright in the night. As she looked at Xiaochen, she asked, Senior brother Yi Bai, why do you always look like you have something on your mind? Something on my mind? Xiaochen did not deny it. Then, he left the familiar Kunlun realm alone, thinking about his old friends who died in the demonic calamity. He felt like it was yesterday. The great 1,000 realms were boundless and boundless. He deeply understood how insignificant he was. He felt lonely, sad, and somewhat hesitant. How could he let go of these? There was also the Black Lotus Church, the faction that caused the demonic calamity in the Kunlun realm. He did not know when he would be able to uproot it. He also did not know if elder sister Ryue was doing well. Xiaochen changed the topic. He smiled and said, Junior sister Fei seems to like senior brother Luo Nan a lot. Fei blushed and said somewhat helplessly, even big brother Xiaochen, an outsider, can tell. However, senior brother Luo Nan cannot. However, everything about senior brother Luo Nan is good. He is just somewhat. Somewhat what? He lacks some of his manliness. I like great heroes. Senior brother is sometimes somewhat childish. Xiao Chen smiled and said, one day, he will become a great hero for you. Fei squinted slightly. Her large eyes, which had some baby fat on her face, looked exceptionally cute. I hope so. At the same time, the half-step primal core realm old man on the Tianyi Sex ship received a piece of top-secret news. When the blue-clad old man heard it, his expression turned grave. Is this news true? This news was simply too shocking. Unexpectedly, the sect sent a portrait saying that this person was wanted by the Black Lotus Church and told them to keep an eye out for him. It is absolutely true. The news came from the Lotus sect leader. He accidentally leaked it to our great thousand realms. Rumor has it that the Black Lotus Church has already issued a bounty for all its subordinate factions. The blue-clad old man said gravely, to think that this fellow actually has a connection to a huge faction like the Black Lotus Church. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we continue fighting? There's no need. Although we are not a subordinate faction of the Black Lotus Church, we will still be rewarded for killing him. For the sake of the Black Lotus Church's rewards, we can bear this price, the blue-clad old man said coldly and emotionlessly. A murderous intent flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke coldly. Chapter 1567. The night was beautiful. Xiao Chen, who was drinking the 1,000-year flame, did not know. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man knew of Xiao Chen's conflict with the Black Lotus Church because of a leaked arrest warrant. He was prepared to completely fall out with him and stop dealing with him. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from him, there was also a bonfire. A man and a woman were chatting as they warmed themselves by the fire. The two of them came from another great world and came from the same sect, the Spirit Star Palace. The man was called Bai Feng and the woman was Lu Yi. They were the junior brother and junior sister. Due to their high strength and deep relationship, the two of them did not move together with other disciples. There was no lack of such groups in the hinterlands of profound Een Island. After all, it was better to distribute baleful Een energy with as few people as possible. Senior brother, we're really lucky. 300 years of Een energy. Lu Yi said happily with a smile on his face. It is only 300 years of baleful Een energy. It is nothing. It is not enough for us to reach the peak of the Een essence stage. We were quite lucky. We were randomly chasing a ferocious beast, but we didn't expect to accidentally sense the existence of Een spirits. Bai Feng shook his head, not satisfied. Furthermore, he was extremely cautious. We should be more careful from now on. It seems like someone is watching us while we are absorbing the baleful Een energy. Senior brother, you're worrying too much. We've already walked so far and checked several times. We've already shaken off that person. Lu Yi said nonchalantly. It is better to be safe than sorry. Let's not sleep tonight. I'll listen to senior brother. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and the bonfire swayed left and right. Who is it? Bai Feng and Lu Yi showed stunned expressions as they stood up at the same time warily. So it's a friend from the Spirit Star Palace. Don't be nervous, I am the Clear Feather Sex Wei He. I was just chased by a ferocious beast, and it wasn't easy for me to get rid of it. When I saw the fire here, I came over. In the darkness, Wei He revealed an expression of pleasant surprise as he looked at the two. Seeing that it was only the other party, Bai Feng and Lu Yi heaved sighs of relief. So, it is the Clear Feather Sex Wei He. However, my junior sister and I do not accept outsiders as our team. Since you're alone, please leave. Bai Feng calmly asked the guest to leave. It was the middle of the night, and the other party clearly wanted to be his partner. Naturally, he would not allow it. Wei He smiled in surprise. I did not even say anything, and brother Bai already guessed my intentions. In that case, I will not force you. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, and the bonfire was suddenly extinguished. A terrified scream rang out in the dark night, and then abruptly stopped. Junior sister. Bai Feng cried out in pain. In that instant earlier, his junior sister, who had lost her vigilance, fell to Wei He's hands. So. A strong wind blew, and in the darkness, a few more figures appeared. Bai Feng focused his mental energy in his eyes. The darkness of the night could not obstruct his vision. He looked at the approaching people with a livid expression. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, Clear Feather Sect, Lotus Sect Temples Feng Yun, Flying Cloud Manners Tuoba Lang. I will definitely kill you all to take revenge for junior sister. Aside from Wei He, there were 4 other people. They were all in essence stage experts. Wei He sneered, Revenge? Don't think too much about it. Don't worry, I'll send you and your junior sister back to the sect later. Haha. It is just in the netherworld. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun laughed loudly and charged over with the other 4. After a while, Bai Feng, who fought 1 against 5, fell into a pool of blood, dying unwillingly. As Wei He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, he said coldly, Brother Feng Yun, it is your turn. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun smiled faintly. Then, he formed hand seals, and a lotus flower appeared under his feet. A black Buddha image appeared behind him, and the baleful Yin energy in the 2 corpses was slowly forced out. The 2 had just refined the baleful Yin energy and had not completely merged the Yin essence energy with their flesh. Hence, the Lotus Sect Temple's method could force it out. The 5 did not say anything. They just sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed this pure baleful Yin energy, consolidating their cultivations. When the baleful Yin energy was completely absorbed, Wei He opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. This is really comfortable. If this continues, our Yin essence stage cultivation will continuously improve. This is several times better than absorbing the baleful Yin energy on our own. This is all thanks to Brother Wei He and Brother Feng Yun. Without the 2 of you working together, we would not have had such benefits, Tuoba Lang said with a smile at the soaring cloud mountain manor. Wei He said humbly, it is mainly thanks to Brother Feng Yun. Without Brother Feng Yun's Lotus Sect seal, no matter how good my eyesight is, it would not have been enough. Wei He's eyesight was startlingly good at judging people. He could tell who had just absorbed the baleful Yin energy and who had completely refined the baleful Yin energy and merged it into their flesh. With one glance, Wei He could tell who was the target for the 5. 1 month is just the beginning. When the time comes, all of us will definitely reach peak Yin essence stage. Bai Feng's and Lu Ye's corpses were still warm, covered in blood. However, the 5 seated cross-legged chatted happily, not caring about them at all. Even though the night was dark, it could not beat the hearts of these 5. Early the next morning, just as Xiao Chen's group was preparing to depart, Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring that little yellow feather was about to break out of its shell. The 2 of you, I'll go and take a look first. Wait here for a while, Xiao Chen said to Fei and Luo Nan as he turned around. Luo Nan wished that Xiao Chen would go far away so that he could spend more time with Fei, so he quickly agreed. Big brother Xiao Chen, be careful, Fei warned, thinking that Xiao Chen was going to search for the hiding place of the baleful Yin energy again. After leaving the 2, Xiao Chen saw that there was no one around, so he took out the golden crow egg. The golden crow egg was already covered in cracks. Soon, the eggshell completely shattered. Then, little yellow feather appeared amid the golden flames, spreading its wings. A large amount of golden light poured out. Xiao Chen had been prepared long ago. He flung out his sleeves, and saber lights flew out. The saber lights formed a sealed saber formation, covering up all the mysterious phenomena. When the light scattered, little yellow feather, which had undergone a nirvanic rebirth, appeared before Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao. Compared to the previous glistening little fellow, this time, little yellow feather was covered in feathers with a withdrawn golden light. It looked rather ordinary. All its sharpness and the might of a holy beast were hidden under its feathers. Ao Jiao spread her arms wide and said joyfully, little yellow feather, come over quickly. Little yellow feather spread its wings and happily flew to Ao Jiao's side, chirping non-stop. The last time little yellow feather was born, it had been like a baby. Ao Jiao had brought it up single-handedly. Xiao Chen knew that Little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao had a good relationship. He smiled faintly and did not disturb them. After a while, Ao Jiao turned her head and said, "Xiao Chen, Little Yellow Feather said that it can help us search for baleful Yin energy. This kind of cold Yin energy conflicts with its attribute, making it very easy to find." When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. The golden crow was an extremely young attributed creature. It was naturally sensitive to such baleful Yin energy and found it uncomfortable. Although the golden crow did not like it, if it was willing, it would be much easier to find the source. However, after thinking for a while, Xiao Chen still rejected it. "Thank you for its kind intentions. However, it just came out, so don't let it take the risk. I have my own ways to search for baleful Yin energy." No, it said that there is a Yin attributed energy that it particularly hates here. Even if it hides in the immortal spirit ring, it will still be able to feel it. It needs to be eliminated. Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. So the golden crow was doing this for its own good. He had thought that the golden crow had changed its character. That's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. It must be the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. For the golden crow to feel uncomfortable in the immortal spirit ring, it had to be the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Other baleful Yin energy would not be this horrifying. Xiao Chen said gravely, "Ao Jiao, tell it to find the source of this baleful Yin energy. However, it mustn't move alone. After it finds it, just inform me at the fastest speed." When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, she quickly reminded Little Yellow Feather several times before letting it leave worriedly. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "This little fellow won't mess around, right? I already reminded it many times." "It should not mess around," Ao Jiao said uncertainly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Never mind. Let's go back first. If anything unexpected happens, we can just leave this profound Yin star." Over the next few days, Xiao Chen used the dragon-seeking art to search for dangerous lands. Perhaps Xiao Chen used up all his luck on the first day. After searching several times, Xiao Chen and the others did not find any baleful Yin energy. Instead, they ran into danger. Finally, just as Luo Nan could no longer endure it, the three found another 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy 10 days later. Xiao Chen did not say anything. No matter how Fei rejected, he gave up this baleful Yin energy to her. When Fei successfully refined this baleful Yin energy, the three came out of the crack. "Brother Wei He, there are 3 people coming out of the ground. They seem to be disciples of the Tianyi sect. Take a look and see if they found anything." The scene of the 3 coming out happened to catch the attention of Wei He's group, who were searching for targets in the distance. "The Tianyi sect? I have a deep impression of them. Let me take a look." Wei He smiled faintly and shifted his gaze over. Chapter 1568. After Wei He saw clearly, he nodded and said, "It is indeed the Tianyi sect's people. That girl should have just refined the baleful Yin energy not long ago. Furthermore, that baleful Yin energy is of high quality. The baleful Yin energy we absorbed earlier cannot compare to it. However, the Tianyi sect's people are not easy to deal with, especially that Yi Bai. Even the 3 primal core realm cultivators have a whole new level of respect for him." That's right. Out of so many people, only Yi Bai was asked a few more questions by that old man. "Should we make a move?" The 5 hesitated somewhat. After all, although they were ruthless, they were not stupid. They didn't want to suffer a double loss after trying to get the bride. Just as the 5 hesitated and were about to give up, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. He said seriously, "There is no need to be so conflicted. No matter how powerful that Yi Bai is, he is just a veritable essence stage cultivator. How strong can he be? At that time, we just need 2 people to delay him. As for the other 3, we can deal with Luo Nan and that girl after dealing with the other 2. It will be easy for the 5 of us to deal with Yi Bai. Furthermore, Brother Wei He already said that the baleful Yin energy that girl absorbed is of extremely high quality. Why can't we take the risk? Feng Yun's long speech swayed the other four somewhat. Wei He entered deep thought and said that Yi Bai is indeed not simple. However, if we suddenly make a move, we will still have some confidence, just like how we dealt with Bai Feng and Lu Yi. Soon, the five of them came to a consensus and began to discuss countermeasures. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun revealed a smile. Since we have already decided, let's discuss the details. We cannot make any mistakes, the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yi said calmly. Wei He nodded and said, Brother Tuoba is right. Otherwise, if we leave any loose ends, it will be problematic for us. I feel that we should do this. When Xiao Chen's group of three walked out of the crack, they did not know that they were being watched. Senior Brother Yi Bai, many thanks. Unexpectedly, I, Fei would have such a day. Fei who refined a complete strand of baleful yin energy, felt exceptionally happy. You are too polite. Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. After all, he had no use for it. It was just nice to give it to someone who needed it. After Profound Yin Island, he would probably leave soon. At that time, they would not have much interaction. Xiao Chen still had to go to the Profound Light Great Realm and ask around. At the very least, he had to figure out where Ancestor Dragon City was. Actually, Luo Nan's opinion of Xiao Chen had already changed significantly. However, when he saw how much his junior sister valued Xiao Chen, he became unhappy out of jealousy. Let's go, let's go. There's no need to speak so much. Luo Nan forcefully interrupted the two. Xiao Chen stopped and raised his head to look ahead. What's wrong? Fei quickly asked. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yi Bai, Brother Luo Nan, and Miss Fei we meet again. Just at this moment, Wei He brought the other four people and appeared before the three of them. What a coincidence. As the saying goes, it's a small world. We meet again. Wei He quickly walked over and pretended to be happy as he said this with a smile. Luo Nan had always disliked this Wei He. Seeing Wei He smile so happily made him feel disgusted. I am not familiar with you, yet you are smiling like a flower. Who are you showing this to? Xiao Chen smiled and replied, Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. It looks like Brother Wei He has already found companions. As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling person. Xiao Chen still knew how to put on a good show. Right. Let me introduce you. Wei He said enthusiastically, this is an outstanding disciple of the Lotus Sect Temple. This is the Flying Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yi. This is the Flying Snow Palace's young Master Yen. I have long heard of young Master Ye's great name. Brother Yi Bai, how about we travel together? We just discovered a place with baleful yin energy. The ferocious beasts guarding it are somewhat difficult to deal with. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun looked sincerely at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing that, Fei immediately felt tempted. Big brother Xiao Chen happened to need baleful yin energy. Just as Luo Nan was about to speak, Xiao Chen's voice projection rang out in Luo Nan's and Fei's ears. Prepare to attack. Don't ask too much. This group of people is preparing to kill us. Don't show any mercy. Don't show any changes in your expression. In the first place, Xiao Chen did not like Wei He. He already suspected it to be a coincidence that Wei He appeared out of nowhere. Now that he invited them, it was clear that they were going to kill them. The five of them had already absorbed a lot of baleful yin energy. Now, they needed 3 more people. How could it be so good? I understand. I find this group of people very displeasing, Luo Nan replied in secret. He also felt somewhat excited in his heart. This was his first time experiencing such a thing since he entered the world of cultivation. What? With Xiao Chen's reminder, Fei quickly startled awake. Then, she demanded angrily, how can this group of people be so vicious? After interacting with Xiao Chen for so many days, Fei already trusted Xiao Chen unconditionally. She was not stupid. After calming down and thinking for a while, she understood that something was wrong with these people. Listen to me later. I'll kill Wei He first. If the two of you work together, that Tuoba Yi should not be able to block you. As for Feng Yun, he was someone the three needed to kill as well. However, he was still useful to Xiao Chen and could not be the first target to be killed. The three quickly discussed and quickly decided on a countermeasure. Wei He and the others had ulterior motives and did not suspect anything. Feng Yun continued, "What's wrong, Brother Yi? Are you not going to give us face? We are very sincere." Xiao Chen nodded and casually stepped forward. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute to Wei He and said, "Sorry, Brother Wei He. I'm afraid I'll have to let down your kind intentions." Wei He smiled and said, "Not at all, not at all. Brother Yi is really too polite. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's work together." While Wei He smiled, he cursed in his heart. This little bastard is really shameless. He's so vigilant, why don't you just attack him directly? Do it. Wei He sent a voice projection, calling for the others to attack. However, the first to make a move was not them but Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who had already reached the most optimal position, did not give Wei He any time to react. He immediately used the sharp spirit finger to tap Wei He's forehead. The sharp spirit finger was Xiao Chen's unique secret technique. He used all the energy in his body to execute it with one finger. Xiao Chen used all the energy in his body and pointed with two cauldron force, the thunder domain, the ice domain, and the vast ocean-like veritable essence energy. All of them gathered at one point. Its might was so great that even a half-step primal core cultivator would find it hard to endure. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had taken advantage of the situation and occupied the most optimal position. Before the smile on Wei He's face faded away, his life force immediately vanished, and he fell over. There were no signs of him dying. Fei and Luo Nan had grown up in the sect. When they worked together, they did not have perfect coordination. The instant Xiao Chen made his move, they charged at Tuoba Yi together. What's going on? Feng Yun, young Master Yan, and the others revealed extremely horrified expressions. They had not made a move yet, but Yi Bai and the others charged over. Oh no! They saw through us. Don't hold back. Kill them. Their reactions could be said to be extremely fast. After their expressions changed drastically, they immediately displayed their strongest techniques. Flying snow filling the sky. The flying snow palace's young master Yen waved his hand. Whoosh! Boundless visible icy chi directly encased Xiao Chen, and the temperature plummeted. The young master Yen before them cultivated the will of ice pretty well. He had already condensed an innate ice crystal. Unfortunately, he was still somewhat weaker than Xiao Chen and had not comprehended a domain. Although Xiao Chen had not comprehended a domain, this flying snow filling the sky had many unique aspects. The snow filling the sky formed a great momentum, a momentum of winter arriving and sealing the world in ice. This was especially so when Xiao Chen's cultivation reached the Yin essence stage. The gentle baleful Yin energy in the flying snow made the flying snow even colder. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like the martial techniques of the outside world did indeed have many aspects worth praising. However, that was all. The other party had not mastered it and could not bring out the essence of this move. Lotus flower sword art, Buddha's rage. Feng Yun held his palms together and executed a sword art. A black sword light shot out of his palm. A strong wind immediately spread out, and lotus flowers danced around. A Buddhist voice roared in the sky, causing the might of this sword light to multiply. Ice domain, open. With a thought, the ice domain encased Xiao Chen for 1 kilometer around him. Young Master Yan's flying snow filling the sky immediately melted without a sound. As for that strand of sword light, Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Without drawing the saber, Xiao Chen only gently rotated it, and the scabbard firmly blocked the other party's sword light. Xiao Chen, who had comprehended the saber great Tao, would feel like a child dancing with the sword when facing an opponent who had not comprehended the sword Tao, unless the opponent was much stronger than him. There were too many openings, and the sword move was unstable. If the Tao might leaked out, Xiaoqin could easily resolve it. This battle could not be said to be very intense. The enemy had lost 2 of their men in a single exchange. Then, Xiaoqin easily delayed 2 people, waiting for Luo Nan and Luo Nan to finish off their opponents. This resulted in a situation of 3 against 2. Wei He's group thought very well. In the end, Xiaoqin tricked them. Without much effort, under Xiao Chen's intentional control, only Feng Yun remained, holding on bitterly. Xiaoqin wanted to capture this person alive. Chapter 1569. Wei He's group of 5 surrounded Xiaoqin. At this moment, only Feng Yun was still fighting with Xiaoqin, holding on bitterly. The Lotus Sect Temple was a subsidiary sect of the Black Lotus Church in the Purple Sun region. Although they did not have much contact with the Black Lotus Church, they should have some information about the Black Lotus Church. Feng Yun, who was fighting Xiaoqin, felt miserable. The more he fought, the more fearful he felt. A sense of helplessness spread throughout his body. No matter what kind of strong martial technique he used, he could not pose a threat to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin easily dealt with them. Feng Yun's cultivation approached the peak of the yin-yang realm. However, before Xiaoqin, a veritable essence stage cultivator, he felt like he was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. This was especially so when Xiaoqin drew his saber. Saber intent spread out in all directions, sealing off all of Feng Yun's escape routes. Lotus flower evasion. Seeing that he could not escape, Feng Yun suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then, his figure turned into tens of thousands of lotus flowers, scattering in all directions. Xiaoqin looked around and found that the lotus flowers were hard to distinguish. He could not find any traces of the other party at all. He got away. Xiaoqin felt somewhat depressed in his heart. Originally, he had been determined to obtain this Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. However, Luo Nan said excitedly, 5 people surrounded 3 of us. We killed 4 of them, and only 1 managed to escape. It looks like these people are only so-so. Fei said calmly, don't speak nonsense. If not for Senior Brother Yi by reminding us and taking the initiative, this battle would not have been so easy. This battle would not have been that easy. Xiaoqin nodded and said, these 5 people are not too weak. If I got surrounded, would not have been able to escape. This is Profound Yin Island's inner region. It is best to be more cautious. Senior Brother Yi Bai, what should we do now? Fei asked as she looked at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. The 2 of you have each absorbed a complete strand of baleful Yin energy. You have surpassed the goal of this trip. I feel that we can return first. It will be safer there. Fei hurriedly said, no, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi Bai, you haven't refined the baleful Yin energy yet. How can we leave? Besides, even if you find a way to refine the baleful Yin energy, we still have to protect you, right? Otherwise, what will you do if you are injured by the demonic beasts? Luo Nan did not say anything. Luo Nan was indeed embarrassed to ask Luo Nan to leave. Suddenly, Xiaoqian's expression changed. He looked into the distance. The weak connection between him and Little Yellow Feather allowed him to sense that Little Yellow Feather was currently in the middle of a huge battle. Moreover, his condition didn't seem to be very good. Without thinking too much, Xiaoqin quickly rushed over to the place where the incident happened. Fei and Luo Nan did not know what was going on, so they quickly followed behind. In the depths of the Profound Yin Island, there was a mountain range called the Profound Yin Mountain. Strange beasts roamed the mountain range, powerful and vicious. It was a forbidden land. Very few sect disciples would go to search for baleful Yin energy. There were too many ferocious beasts in that place. Most of the people who went did not return. At this moment, a giant bird with a golden luster was flying through the mountains. From time to time, it would let out an incomparably noisy cackle. Roar. The one that roared was a black ferocious beast that looked like a ferocious tiger, possessing the strength of a half-step primal core realm cultivator. Little Yellow Feather had stolen and eaten 1,000-leaf fruit that it had guarded for 500 years. When it roared, all the beasts in the mountains were startled and ran in panic. The sound waves snapped several large trees. Chee! Chee! On the ground, there was also a 1-kilometer-long snake spitting out its forked tongue as it looked coldly at the giant yellow bird in the sky. Everywhere it passed, cold chi penetrated 100 meters into the ground, directly turning the ground into frozen soil. The snake was very angry. This giant yellow bird had roasted and eaten the eggs in its nest. There was also a gargantuan golden-tailed eagle in the sky, closely following it. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that half of this golden-tailed eagle's feathers were charred. Aside from this, there were many ferocious beasts rushing over from the mountains. All of them were peak young essence stage ferocious beasts. A careful count showed that Little Yellow Feather had provoked at least 10 ferocious beasts. At this level, ferocious beasts were extremely intelligent. They raged, wishing that they could swallow this Little Yellow Feather alive. My goodness, I've gone a little too far this time. Although Little Yellow Feather could not speak yet, it had already gained intelligence. Its eyes looked around, and it was somewhat frightened. Little Yellow Feather had provoked too many ferocious beasts, so they surrounded it. Even so, Little Yellow Feather's nimble speed allowed it to dodge many attacks while surrounded. Sometimes, Little Yellow Feather even spat out flames, burning those ferocious beasts and making them cry out in pain. Every time this happened, even though the little fellow knew that it was dangerous, it could not help laughing cockily. When Xiao Chen arrived before Profound Een Mountain, Fei and Luo Nan were stunned. Senior brother Yi Bai, this Profound Een Mountain is very dangerous. Before we come out, Master instructed us to absolutely not go in. Fei revealed a worried expression in her eyes. Luo Nan listened carefully. The ferocious roars of many terrifying ferocious beasts came from the mountain range. What's going on? The ferocious beasts in this mountain are very angry. Luo Nan felt somewhat startled and could not help taking a few steps back. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then, he gently pushed off with his feet and slowly soared into the air, flying towards Profound Een Mountain. Fei shook her head but followed after. Junior sister. Luo Nan gritted his teeth in frustration. However, he had no choice but to follow. Soon, the three saw the scene of 10 odd ferocious beasts surrounding and killing Little Yellow Feather. Luo Nan exclaimed in shock, "Damn! Where did this huge yellow-feathered bird come from? How arrogant!" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "My spirit pet." When Luo Nan heard that, he exclaimed in shock, "Your spirit pet?" Fei asked directly, "Big brother Xiao Chen, are you going to save it?" Xiao Chen nodded. However, his expression was rather unsightly. This little fellow wanted it to go look for 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. After not seeing it for a few days, it created such a huge mess. Luo Nan said sullenly, "That is 10 odd ferocious beasts. There is even a half-step primal core realm ink flame tiger. Isn't that too risky? I can't care about that anymore. You all should back off first." Right after Luo Nan spoke, Xiao Chen quickly descended. "Little human, what are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, several messages appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen was not surprised. Ferocious beasts that had cultivated to this level would more or less have some intelligence. "It's my spiritual pet. I'm taking it away. If I've offended you in any way, I'm sorry." Fei and Luo Nan were greatly startled. Xiao Chen, who had jumped down rashly, actually did not get eaten by this group of ferocious beasts. Berserk beasts had been honed in the cruel wild environment for a long time, and their instincts were the most accurate. When Xiao Chen landed, the young essence stage ferocious beast felt its heart palpitate and immediately hesitated. Even though he was infuriated, he did not make a move on the spot. "Bastard, it roasted my snake egg. How can I let it go? My old nest in the mountains has been burned down by it. I can't bear it. Scram, you must swallow it alive." A series of furious voice projections rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, giving him a headache. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at little Yellow Feather, who had already turned into an obedient bird. Then, he smiled and said, "I didn't realize that you have such talent in the past." Incredible. Little Yellow Feather puffed out its chest and flapped its wings, thinking that Xiao Chen was praising it. "Little fellow, we ferocious beasts have an agreement with your sect. Profound Een Mountain is a forbidden land. If we don't go down the mountain to eat sect disciples, the sect will not interfere in our business." That half-step primal core realm ink flame tiger stepped forward and gave off a tyrannical air. Then, it continued sending a voice projection, "I'll give you two choices. The first is to obediently retreat, and we will pretend that we did not discover you. The second is to stay. We will eat your flesh and drink your blood to raise our cultivation." Chapter 1570. Roar. Xiao Chen's mockery immediately stirred up the violent ink flame tiger's temper. It roared ferociously and launched itself at Xiao Chen. The ink flame tiger moved very fast, tearing through space like a beam of black light, disappearing in a flash. Right after the ink flame tiger spoke, its gargantuan body appeared before Xiao Chen. This development startled Xiao Chen slightly. Unexpectedly, this ink flame tiger was so fast. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art. In the blink of an eye, he left behind several afterimages on the ground. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. The afterimages shattered. When Xiao Chen retreated far away and found his footing, two crisscrossed claw marks appeared on his chest. Two crisscrossed claw marks appeared on his chest. Blood seeped through his white robe and dyed a large area red. Luo Nan exclaimed softly, "How did this fellow cultivate his physical body? To think that he only suffered superficial wounds from the ink flame tiger's attack. Senior brother, what should we do now?" Fei paced around anxiously. She had a kind heart. When she saw Xiao Chen, who had helped her and her senior brother, in danger, she immediately started worrying. When Luo Nan heard this, he quickly pulled Fei behind him and took a few steps back. Then, he said, "At this moment, not interfering is the best help. His aura can suppress those young essence stage ferocious beasts. This already explains a lot. If we go down and help, those young essence stage ferocious beasts will immediately tear us to shreds. If we try to save us, we will end up distracting Xiao Chen. Believe in Xiao Chen. Since he dares to go down, he must be confident." Although Luo Nan was upset that his junior sister was so worried about Xiao Chen, he still did his best to calm Fei down for her sake. Below, Xiao Chen looked at the wound on his chest. Unexpectedly, the other party's claws were so sharp. They were much stronger than the golden-rimmed demon tone bat. Xiao Chen no longer dared to be careless. He needed to use his full power to deal with such a half-step primal core ferocious beast. When the other ferocious beasts saw the ink flame tiger rage, they did not dare to interfere. This was good. Since coming to the Great Thousand Realms, Xiao Chen had never truly fought at full power before. He would use this battle to test his own strength. Xiao Chen waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Then, he looked up at the ink flame tiger and unleashed his Dao might. The ink flame tiger felt a wave of pressure, and it roared somewhat impatiently. The ferocious aura emitted from his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it turned into a thick black smoke that soared into the sky. This scene was immediately sensed by the guards of the profound Een Island stronghold. The ferocious beasts of mystic Een Mountain are on a rampage again. Should we go and take a look? What is there to see? Every year, there are people who are not afraid of death, wanting to go to the profound Een Mountain. If the old monster of mystic Een Mountain is provoked, then it will be a big problem. You're right, in profound Een Mountain, Xiao Chen faced the ink flame tiger that had forced out all of its baleful aura. Feeling a trace of pressure, the might of the great Tao slowly condensed into a point. Roar. The roaring ink flame tiger roared at Xiao Chen and a berserk aura surged towards Xiao Chen. Tao. Xiao Chen said softly, and the great Tao energy that he condensed into a point soared up by 1 meter. Then, his aura clashed without fear. Boom! Amid loud sounds, the two berserk auras clashed, neither giving way to the other. Many ferocious beasts within 50,000 kilometers fled in panic. Countless birds soared into the air. Kill! Xiaochen drew his saber and immediately charged out to deal with such ferocious beasts. There was no other way but to be even more ruthless than it, even more ferocious. After 20 years of experience in the Kunlun realm, the Emperor's Road, the demonic calamity, and the baptism of countless great battles, Xiaochen's killing chi was heavy and stable, far from what this ink flame tiger could compare to. In this clash, this ink flame tiger's baleful aura was actually slightly weaker than Xiaochen's. Rumble. Loud sounds rang out endlessly. One man and one beast fought in this mountain forest. Xiaochen used the flawless saber technique together with the yin-yang saber domain to support his great Tao energy. He did not need to use Dermic World or the Dragon Blood soul-breaking finger, just his saber techniques and strong physical body. He was evenly matched with the ink flame tiger, not at all inferior. His white robes were dyed red, and there were many wounds all over his body. However, his aura did not weaken in the slightest. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. The saber light flickered and reflected in his eyes. His eyes revealed a calm and ferocious look, startling the surrounding ferocious beasts. The ink flame tiger didn't have it easy either. Although it was a ferocious beast, it had the advantage of having thick skin and thick flesh. However, Xiaochen's saber energy was infused with great Tao energy, allowing it to permeate his body every time. This made it extremely uncomfortable, and many cracks appeared in its internal organs. Whoosh! The trembling man and beast moved away from each other. The ink flame tiger crawled on all fours, roaring continuously. Its ferocious nature had been completely stimulated. As it panted, black flames surged and danced all over its body. In the ink flame tiger's memory, there had never been such a ferocious sect disciple. Just at the veritable essence stage, he could force it into such a miserable state. If the ink flame tiger could not kill this white-clad bladesman today, it would not have a foothold in profound Yin Mountain in the future. Xiaochen stood upright while holding his saber. The ink flame tiger before him was harder to deal with than he imagined. Even in the Kunlun realm, few people would be able to break the defense of that fur. Furthermore, its speed was even faster than lightning. The other party's slender, streamlined body gave it a natural advantage in terms of speed. For a long time, Xiaochen had been very confident in his movement technique. However, his body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, all from the other party using speed to forcibly break through his saber light. However, everything was still within Xiaochen.